The first step into Murim. For production workers at small and medium enterprises, making games was a basic skill. Of course, depending on the person, there were some that they didn't acknowledge as games. By that, they meant mobile phone applications that only involved automatic hunting, in-app purchases, and gacha could not be recognized as an actual game. However, for such production workers, these games held a value beyond just being games. Weren't they the reliable genre that allowed one to level up solidly even while working inside a cabinet? While the salary might not increase, the joy of leveling up was still by their side. Moreover, these games accounted for over 70% of the conversation among team members, so it could be said that it was more akin to their modern social life than mere gaming. However, when limited to PC or console games, gaming was a somewhat distant hobby for production workers. Their hobbies were usually drinking alcohol, casually, with a meal, drinking alcohol, company dinners, drinking alcohol, with women, and if it wasn't any of that, then at most, fishing. That was mainstream. In that sense, his hobby of gaming was quite uncommon. He was a diligent gamer. The nature of his job in production meant that a basic two-shift system was in place, with short cycles of day and night shifts, granting short vacations of 2 nights and 2 days or 1 night and 2 days. During these breaks, he would first sleep like the dead, then sit in front of his monitor with a cold beer in a thermos, sipping as he spent his vacation time. He wasn't particularly picky about his games. In the games, he enjoyed many different characters. Sometimes, he lived the life of an outlaw of the wastelands, traversing the West, and at other times, as a commander with superhuman abilities, stopping alien invasions and destroying several planets before ultimately saving one. He also found it quite enjoyable to be the rebellious son of God, who had ultimately killed God. However, most of his gaming experiences involved playing as a knight or a wizard in a somewhat medieval, Western cultural setting. And amidst his fun, someone commented on his post asking for game comments. Try out the Murim Chronicles, a tale of life and death, it's hella fun. Shitty Ching Chong. 1. Sorry, derogatory term game, fuck off. No listen, it's seriously hella fun, there's even a Korean patch. Hey try it, try it. 2. Korean meme. Murim, huh. His knowledge of Murim was limited to a few Stephen Chow movies. Like Shaolin Soccer. Wasn't the ultimate technique thingy that appeared in Kung Fu Hustle, called Buddha's Palm or something? Now that he thought of it, his curiosity was piqued. He didn't hesitate to buy the game. After all, the wallet of a production worker living alone was honestly quite thick, so what reason was there not to? While it was downloading, he searched for information about the game. It was an open-world RPG made in China, unofficial Korean patch, 99.6% translated, with high degrees of freedom. The fact that there was a user-created Korean patch guaranteed that there was at least some level of enjoyment. After all, who would go through the trouble of translating a boring game? One could freely farm and grow until they reached a certain amount of fame. Then, major events called Early Game Crisis, Mid-Game Crisis, and Endgame Crisis would randomly start. If one overcame these, they could see the ending. Additionally, they could keep playing afterward or finish and play another round as a descendant. The game offered multiple endings, based on the content chosen. He wasn't aware of the unfamiliar genre that was martial arts games, but upon searching, it seemed quite popular. He was someone who preferred Munchkin play, where he could wipe out enemies without reserve rather than overcoming difficult challenges. He liked to follow the strongest validated build and enjoy the game comfortably. As he looked up character making and build recommendation posts, he pondered how to grow his character. Since he already had a feeling that it would be fun, he looked forward to it with a satisfied smile. Soon the game installation was completed and he overlaid the Korean patch file. And then, it was time for the long-awaited start of the game. Using the knowledge from the posts he had read just before, he proceeded quickly with the character creation. The difficulty would be Traveler of Tasteful Leisure, easy difficulty. Since the game supported multiple rounds, he thought if it was fun, he could raise the difficulty in the second round. The constitution of the character would be blood poison, known to make gameplay much more comfortable. The Star of Destiny would be the heavenly slaughtering star. And without any hesitation, the gender would be female. He firmly believed that in any game where female characters were playable, one must always choose them. Unfortunately, customization was not supported. He had no choice but to choose an illustration with big breasts from the given presets of appearance. After all, shouldn't he at least show a well-formed figure in-game? When he took a break, smoking a cigarette and drinking beer, it was his guilty pleasure to enjoy the view of a female character with a big chest. It was also a privilege of a single man. And as for the character's name, Ctrl+V. Ching. The pre-copied Hanja characters were entered. It was incomprehensible how someone's name could be Ching. But it was something mentioned in the recommendation post. After all, entering this would start him off with one of the game's most overpowered martial arts, the sword art of the Yu. 3. It means moon, but because there will be differentiation later, I kept the Chinese romanticization Yu maiden, in its true form. Now, the character creation was done. Before pressing the Start Murim Journey button, he brought up a guide post on his smartphone that organized the route he needed to take in order to farm quickly before advancing to the early game story. After all, if it was an open-world game, wasn't it a rule of thumb to farm generously as soon as it started before proceeding seriously? However, in the end, the preparation was useless. The moment he pressed the Start Murim Journey button, he was standing in a chilly cave, along with a hefty mass that suddenly weighed on his upper body. 1. Sorry derogatory term. 2. Korean meme. 3. It means moon, but because there will be differentiation later, I kept the Chinese romanticization Yu. A day in the life of a second-year martial artist. 1. Ching was currently an inhabitant of Murim, as well as a former member of the modern age. This fact brought a significant enlightenment to Ching. The life of a once single, production worker of a modern era meant that work and people were sometimes, often, shitty. As such, this led to one's well-being deteriorating, as they endured the hardship of not being able to sleep when desired, constantly rubbing at exhausted eyes. However, there were no problems when it came to just living. Modern civilization meant that even when one lived alone, basic needs were manageable and they could survive without particularly feeling any life-threatening dangers. But what about the world of Murim, these primitive ancient times of China? If one did not have power nor money, they would just die. There was no other option. So, over the past year, Ching's time here was a continuous, solemn struggle to preserve her very life. At least the people of Korea didn't draw knives and attack just because they made eye contact or killed one another over a shoulder bump in a sword duel. It was almost impossible for a modern person with a fragile spirit to survive in such a barbaric civilization. Yet Ching was still alive and breathing. Of course, she was fortunate in many ways. Firstly, Ching's body was robust. In modern terms, he had followed a guide when creating a character, focusing on a build that went all in on strength and stamina to get through the early game. And when Ching opened her eyes, she found herself in the body of the character she had created. She was stronger than most men and her steel-like body hardly tired. And most importantly, the choice of constitution was perfect. Ching's constitution, blood poison, neutralized all poisons that existed in the narrative. Even food poisoning was considered a poison, so she could eat anything without falling ill. She could seriously eat anything without worries. And so, Ching survived. Since she could not even make eye contact with third-rate unorthodox thugs, she fought over discarded food with beggars. As stealing potatoes and radishes was not easy, she was beaten by farmers. Like that, she endured a year. And now, she had become a proper martial artist in her second year at the Central Plains. In her own way, it was a special commemoration for Ching as well. That's right, I too am a proper martial artist, now in my second year. I should try to live more like a martial artist, more like a human. Even just now, she had brought in the head of a wanted villain to the administrative office and received the bounty. She still vividly remembered the first time she killed someone in her first year here, crying and vomiting, but now she could cut through arms and necks without hesitation. At this rate, I am also turning into a splendid Murim gangster. Nice. Ching's majestic chest swelled. It was the pride of a Jianghu newbie, just a little over a year of life in the Central Plains. Even if it wasn't Ching, about a year after one embarked on this martial path tended to be the time when confidence was at its peak. Of course, it wasn't clear to Ching herself if she had really entered her second year. After all, she didn't mark the days like a castaway on a deserted island or a kidnapping victim, secluded in a dark room. But she had fallen into this world in the warm spring, survived the winter, and now the weather was warming up again. As such, it was roughly the first anniversary. Humiliating days flashed through her mind. When she woke up naked in a completely unknown world, there was almost nothing Ching could do. After all, did money grow on trees? Or, like in a game, could she break into houses, shatter some jars, open boxes, and boldly steal in front of the homeowner? Of course, if there was no owner, it was possible, and there were actually professionals who specialized in this. However, burglary required more sophisticated skills than she thought, even if it was an empty house. If she had known she would end up like this, she wouldn't have worked as a production worker, but as a burglar instead. Fortunately, there was one part that was the same as a game. It was that killing people gave money. In the Central Plains, people carried pouches, called money bags, to hold their assets. If the owner disappeared, the person who picked it up would become the next owner, so if you killed someone, you could rightfully inherit their money bag. Even so, Ching was always poor. It was because she was not a murderous robber aiming for money. If she had to kill, she killed only rotten bastards. Sometimes, when she brought their heads to the office, she received a bounty, albeit rarely. But the amount earned was not that much either. As soon as one left their nest and had to become a responsible adult, every little thing cost money. To exaggerate a bit, even breathing costs money. As such, life obviously couldn't help but be miserable. But today, let's break free from being miserable. It was a day she could celebrate with pride. It was the first anniversary. Over here, server. At Ching's call, the server rushed in. There was a mole as big as a housefly beside his nose. It was clear that this inn was not any ordinary inn. After all, the mole on the server's face was a sign of fortune. The bigger and clearer the mole, the higher the server's fee. One could tell the status of the inn by the server's mole. What's good here? There's nothing we can't cook, but the dish I recommend today is chicken steamed with ginger and then fried with dark soy sauce and oil. Today is the day the chickens came in from the cockfighting arena, so the flavor is extraordinary. The server skillfully recommended a dish. Starting at the age of 14 and soon reaching his 30th anniversary here, the experienced server could immediately gauge the customer. As she was wearing light robes with traces of chi here and there, she must be a poor female swordsman of Murim. Though there were dark circles under her eyes, her expression was not one of exhaustion. As such, it must be a customer who had something good happen, wishing to celebrate, and preferred a generous and oily dish over a small portion due to her poor attire. Cockfighting arena and whatnot was purely bullshit. In fact, the server did not know much about it either. However, it was just a chicken dish, not even a duck. This level of lip service was needed to satisfy the customer as well. Ching, the second-year newbie of Murim lifestyle, had no idea what the server was thinking. She was just happy. Chicken. Fried chicken. The soul food of Koreans. Are you in need of alcohol as well? Yes. One strong bottle of hard liquor. Then how about Baihongju? 1. A type of alcohol. 40% alcohol and known for its red color. In fact, in Hanja, the Hong stands for red and the Ju stands for alcohol. So basically, it can be called red liquor, but that's no fun, is it? It is from the Bai family's brewery, behind here. Although this is only their first generation, it is known for its extraordinary potency. Even the elderly of the Beggars' Union praise it. If it was only a first-generation brewery, it couldn't boast of making good liquor. Moreover, the talk about the elderly of the Beggars' Union was purely a scam. How could beggars truly know the subtle tastes of liquor? They would just down it, after all. In the end, it was all just talk. But how that talk was packaged could please the customer. The server was a high-class personnel and practically an artist in hospitality. 1 fish-scented sweet and sour chicken here. 1 Baihongju. The server shouted the order as he walked away. Shouting the order wasn't to inform the kitchen. Nor was it to double-check with the customer. It was to let the other clients in the inn know what this person ordered. The more expensive the order, the louder the voice, and occasionally, when a really big customer came, they even went out to the main road to yell the order out. However, Ching's order was not loud enough for the server to raise his voice. It was simply because the server had clearly seen and read into Ching's heart. After all, it was obvious what a poor customer would expect. Unaware of this consideration, Ching was all smiles. The other customers in the inn who saw Ching also let out a smirk, as soon after, they had roughly realized what kind of situation this was. Ching was the only one unaware. Ching. A whopping 2 years spent in Murim. In the previous era, there was a song that a legendary band of chivalrous individuals, basically akin to thieves, loved to sing. The first verse was incomparably unique. Heroes do not bother studying. But the era of ignorant and unsophisticated sword swings had passed, and in this new era, martial arts also became a branch of study. The higher the level of martial arts, the more it entwined with the principles of the world. In fact, without contemplating the Tao and ideology, one could not become a peerless master. However, the zenith of the era before the last, the greatest under heaven, loved this song. His title was the Celestial Martial Emperor. It was a terrifying moniker. Even if he was the greatest under heaven, how could he dare to impersonate the title of emperor? It was akin to challenging the Jade Emperor to a showdown. So, they actually did fight. As the stern Jade Emperor never avoided a challenge, a mere word of conspiracy would gather the military forces of all that was under heaven. And the result? The Celestial Martial Emperor was truly fitting of his title. If the Celestial Martial Emperor had been defeated, he would have been nicknamed something like the small fry who stood against heaven or traitor to heaven. It was a famous tale that the Celestial Martial Emperor suppressed 30,000 soldiers, grabbed the emperor by the collar, climbed to the top of the imperial palace, and sang a revised version of his favorite song. Heroes do not mind the gazes of others. What does it matter when all under heaven is beneath me? Even if my status is humble. Who dares to hinder my path? Thus, the Celestial Martial Emperor succeeded in redefining the relationship between the authorities and the martial world, creating a new law that the two should ignore each other and mind their own business. With that, the Celestial Martial Emperor ascended as the godfather of all martial artists. Afterward, the Celestial Martial Emperor literally realized the legend of ascending to heaven as a Taoist immortal, leaving a legacy as an imperishable icon. The musical achievement of composing the most beloved song of that era's martial artists was just a bonus. Truly the very definition of a man who shaped an era. However, there were side effects. Some people misunderstood the lyrics of the song, "Heroes do not mind the gazes of others." If heroes did not mind the gazes of others, did it mean that those who were not heroes should mind them? Then, bastards who were cautious of others weren't heroes, right? The ascended Celestial Martial Emperor would have lamented up above heaven, pounding his chest in frustration. And as a result, here in this place. The virtuous Gale of Qinghe. 2. A place in the Hebei province, Zhou Gaxin thought of himself as a hero. Zhou Gaxin was dining with his sworn brothers. Together, with the three of them, they were known as the virtuous quartet of Qinghe and had a fair amount of pride in their renown. Then he suddenly recognized a face. The ugly devil of Jingyu, on Sun Il. Despite his title, his looks were quite decent. However, the nickname Ugly Devil of Jingyu was not for his face, but for his extremely vile and dirty deeds. His main business was human trafficking, and besides that, he was a son of a bitch who committed all kinds of evil deeds such as theft, robbery, murder, rape, arson, and fraud. Heroes must immediately punish evil without any tolerance. Of course, only if the evil was weaker than them. On Sun Il's level was known to be in the early stages of the peak realm, and Zhou Gaxin was merely in the late stages of a first-rate martial artist. However, they were sworn brothers for such times. If not, what other reason would there be to uncomfortably move around in a group of 4? 1 against 4. Each individual of the virtuous quartet of Qinghe might be weaker than on Sun Il, but together, we were strong. Because that was what we are. Indeed, they couldn't just stand by and watch evil get away. Zhou Gaxin finally made up his mind after calculating the odds from various angles. Heroes do not mind the gazes of others. The act of minding others' gazes included causing a disturbance in a crowded inn during dinner time, potentially causing direct or indirect damage to those around. Such minor collateral damage was trivial in the face of a grand cause that was executing justice and eliminating evil. The virtuous quartet of Qinghe quietly exchanged glances. Zhou Gaxin tapped the table 3 times. Then, they lunged forward all at once. 1. A type of alcohol. 40% alcohol and known for its red color. In fact, in Hanja, the Hong stands for red and the Ju stands for alcohol. So basically, it can be called red liquor, but that's no fun, is it? 2. A place in the Hebei province. Let's get to know is what it says. This is romanticized Korean, as in the author wrote it in English, but when reading it out loud, it reads out in Korean as let's get to know, basically a dummy's guide to type of vibe. Stars of Destiny selection screenshot. Image of a star with a red tail among the nebulae. Regarding the effects of the 14 stars of destiny. Araboja. An impure starlight that foretells the massacre of all under heaven, the world. An extraordinary murderer, the killing star, inherent with a thirst for blood. The one destined to become the heavenly slaughterer must be killed. When the heavenly slaughtering star rises, kill every child born under the same moon, otherwise the world will be submerged in endless rivers of blood. Regarding the effects of the 14 stars of destiny. Araboja. The Star of Destiny just has some text that seems like a Dark Souls ripoff without actually explaining what effect it has, so you don't know, yeah? That's why the developer went to the Steam community and posted the effects directly, but since you won't understand Xingqiang, I translated it for you. Great Purple Star, North Star. Starts with a unique royal background. Possible to choose 2 golden martial arts from the martial vault of the Imperial Palace. Endgame crisis is difficult +++ fix to the struggle of the Yellow Dragon route. Celestial Dog Star, Sirius. Required points for practicing orthodox martial arts decreased by 33%. Required points for practicing unorthodox martial arts increased by 33%. Required points for practicing demonic martial arts increased by 50%. The closer the tendency is to being orthodox, the stronger the power of the user's martial arts. Blazing Chaotic Star, Mars. Required points for practicing unorthodox martial arts decreased by 22%. Required points for practicing foreign martial arts decreased by 25%. Required points for practicing demonic martial arts increased by 50%. The closer the tendency is to unorthodox, the stronger the power of martial arts. Domineering Morning Star, Venus. Required points for practicing demonic martial arts decreased by 33%. Required points for practicing orthodox martial arts increased by 33%. Required points for practicing unorthodox martial arts increased by 50%. The closer the tendency is to ruling by force, the stronger the power of martial arts. Windswept Mystic Star, Arcturus, Trash. Required points for practicing left-hand path branch decreased by 75%. Start with the Purple Sorcery Manual, Way of Peace, Trash. Eternal Lone Star, Mimosa. Acquisition rate of free practice points increased by 5%. Required points for practicing all martial arts decreased by 5%. Upon Solitary Jianghu, Party Play X, effects increased by 5 times. For each companion, the power of martial arts decreased by 5%. Heavenly Slaughtering Star, Comet. Upon entering combat, goes into a berserk state, increased power of martial arts, increased health damage received, impossible to run away. The higher the kill count, the stronger the power of martial arts. Regarding the effects of the 14 stars of destiny. Araboja. This is the very reason why I recommend Heavenly Slaughtering Star. Either way, starting from the mid-game, you'll use defensive chi arts since you'll get beaten the shit out of anyway, so your internal force gets cut down first. The increased health damage received isn't really a penalty. Even if you are unable to run away, you can still escape when you are at the brink of death, since when you are basically half dead, the berserk state wears off. The downside is having to fight every fodder one by one, but if you want to increase your kill count, you have to massacre them anyway. Aiching had a bright, beaming smile for the first time in a long while. A genuine smile without a hint of shadow. Anyone who saw it would inadvertently smile back like a doting dad, moved by its pure and innocent honesty. Aiching tended to display all her emotions on her face, so it meant she was that happy at the moment. Now then, what about the something sweet and sour chicken whatchamacallit? It exceeded Aiching's expectations just from its appearance. The golden brown fried crust was visually delightful, and the still sizzling oil, the rich aroma wafting up and tickling her nose, seemed to penetrate her very heart. Gourmet was the art of all 5 senses. Seeing, hearing, smelling, and tasting. But wait. Why were there only 4? Though the identity of the last sense was uncertain, one thing was crystal clear: it was now time to enjoy with the tongue. Aiching bit into the chicken leg she had grabbed. The crispy skin contrasted with the tender, well-cooked meat from which the juices flowed freely. It practically melted off its bones. The very definition of delicious. After a single bite, even the king of cooking would start banging on the ground and tear off his sleeve in resignation, acknowledging he was dog's hit instead of the superior being he thought he was. Ah, this is what I'm talking about. After all, life was tough and strenuous, but people could get comfort and gain strength from eating delicious food. Just when Aiching was comforting herself, the ceiling collapsed with a crash. Something fell and shattered the dining table. Clang! In an instant, a wave of heat swept over along with the commotion. Her face was covered in hot, sticky liquid and bright red blood dripped down her forehead. The fragrant scent of blood was so intense it made her nose tingle. Was this actually reality? Aiching doubted her eyes. The table, the meal, and even the scent that she hadn't had the chance to properly enjoy were no more. All that was left was the chicken leg she held tightly to her chest in surprise. Yes, that's right. At least there's the chicken leg. Aiching quickly checked the condition of her meat. It was crimson. Bright red, fresh blood was dripping down. The dish was well cooked to a golden brown, so it couldn't have been an odd phenomenon where undercooked meat was oozing chicken blood. Aiching wiped her face with a troubled expression. She couldn't get herself to let go of the chicken leg, so she used her left hand. Maybe this was how a singer felt while performing in a downpour. The bright red fresh blood kept trickling down into her palm, falling drop by drop. Of course, this wasn't Aiching's blood. The owner of it was mingling with the debris of the shattered table and the poor uneaten meal at the foot of Aiching. He was spewing blood with every breath, gurgling with a rhythm that seemed as if air was leaking from his lungs, and then proceeded to tremble. Just another ordinary day in Murim. The same fucked up, shitty, piece of garbage, Murim. Just as it had always been. Why am I never given a single chance to be happy? Why is it always me? Aiching's gaze swept over the inn. Those who were terrified. Those who continued to eat as if nothing had happened. Those who made a fuss, calling for a doctor. Those who screamed. Those who looked over with intrigued eyes. Everyone's reactions were diverse. And so were the numbers floating above their heads. They were numbers representing the karma each person held. Doing righteous deeds would increase it and committing evil deeds would decrease it, so Aiching could judge a person by this number alone. Of course, in all of the Central Plains, Aiching was the only one who could see karma. Solely Aiching. In the entire world. And even the way of practicing martial arts was different for her. Aiching accumulated practice points by using martial arts and moved up one stage after the required points were fulfilled. At the same time, free practice points were also accumulated, which could be freely invested to improve certain attainments without the use of other martial arts. It was a completely different growth method from the martial artists of Murim, who progressed through endless practice and study. Moreover, what about acquiring martial arts? As soon as an intact scripture touched her body, it was pre-registered in the martial arts window. These pre-registered martial arts could be learned at any time by investing the free practice points. Was this really a normal way of training? It was like the growth method of a game character. Not of a martial artist. No, it wasn't even a method used by a human. Then what am I? Am I really human? Or am I a game character? Are all my actions, all my decisions, really based on my own judgment? Or am I just being manipulated by electrical signals from a keyboard and mouse somewhere on the screen? Then what about these emotions I'm feeling? Where in the world am I? Is this the real world? Or is it just a part of the game? Sudden mission occurrence in turmoil. Description. Chaos has broken out in the inn. Actions for additional free practice points. Righteous karma. Help the virtuous quartet of Qinghe and eliminate the ugly devil of Jingyu. Evil karma. Help the ugly devil of Jingyu and eliminate the virtuous quartet of Qinghe. Evil karma. Take advantage of the chaos and rob the inn of its silver and gold. Heavenly slaughtering star. Kill everyone and set the inn on fire. Huh. It was a terrible feeling. A feeling too terrible to be fully expressed in words. Aiching clenched her teeth. It felt like she was left alone in the world. This damn status window. The most terrible thing in the world. Gurgle. With a sound akin to a death rattle, the middle-aged man at her feet finally stopped moving. It was the moment when the body, alive, became a body, dead. As the sphincter of the dead relaxed, a horrible smell arose from the stained trousers of the corpse, pricking the nose. At the same time, the words written in the semi-transparent window in the corner of her vision flickered and then changed the content. Righteous karma, help the virtuous trio of Qinghe and eliminate the ugly devil of Xingyu. Ah. It's the virtuous trio now? Because one died? Qing snorted with laughter. The blood smeared on her face oozed between her teeth. The fishy, salty, and thickly condensed stink of blood brought an almost euphoric sensation, making her feel as if she was floating. Alright, fine. Then let's eliminate him. After all, shouldn't I accumulate righteous karma? It was uncertain whether this was ancient China, an otherworld merely imitating Murim, or just a part of a game. What was certain was that the world couldn't get more fucked up than this. But still, there was one thing about it that Qing liked. In this world, there was no need to suppress and let the surging anger rot inside. After all, it was the era of the blade, a world where one could deal with inner resentment in the most primal way. Rolling on the floor, Qing picked up her sword, which had been leaning against the table. The commotion was still ongoing upstairs with a crash boom clang. And now, she was about to add to that chaos. With a smile as savage as blood, Qing headed to the stairs, holding the tassel tied to the end of the sword and dragging it along. When explaining the realm of martial arts, the sword was often the standard benchmark. This was unfair to knife wielders and fist fighters. But since half of the martial artists used swords, everyone in Murim agreed that the sword was the most common weapon. And traditionally, the higher the number of people, the louder the voice. The art of channeling qi into the sword to control its strength was called qi infusion. Those capable of qi infusion were considered first-rate martial artists. When one could use it as naturally as breathing, they were roughly classified as late-stage first-rate. When one surpassed the level of qi infusion, they could emit qi outside of the weapon, forming visible shapes. This was called human-shaped sword qi, but since 4 words were too long, the first 2 words were wholly omitted, calling it sword qi. Those who could use sword qi were considered peak realm masters. The difference between the late-stage first-rate and early-stage peak realm was just one step, but up to first-rate, they were merely martial artists. Starting from the peak realm, they were called masters. The reason for this was because it was the first wall a martial artist faced. That was also why reaching the peak realm was described as climbing over a wall. But, unlike in the past when the sight of a peak realm master was astonishing, Murim had continuously developed to this day. Therefore, peak realm masters were actually more common than one would expect. After the incident where the zenith of the generation before the last, the celestial martial emperor, flipped the imperial palace over its head, the power of the authorities weakened, leading to the revival of Murim. Murim grew without the checks and suppression of the authorities, leading to the advancement of martial arts. Unlike before, it was a common theory that if a talented person sincerely learned proper martial arts, they could reach the peak realm before their death. Perhaps because of this, compared to the past, the trend of taking those in the peak realm lightly had emerged. Especially those who were in the late-stage first-rate. If several attacked together, they could handle an early-stage peak realm, right? Wouldn't it be easy to defeat just one when 4 launched a surprise attack at them? Right? However, underestimating the enemy had always been a taboo that all strategists from ancient times unanimously emphasized not to do. The virtuous quartet of Qinghe paid the price for forgetting this taboo. As such, the quartet became the trio, and it was becoming more likely by the second for them to become the duo or even just a solo. The virtuous Gale of Qinghe, Zhou Gaxin, swallowed in regret. Damn it. Was the gap this big? Or perhaps? Could it be that he hid the fact that he's in the mid-stage of the peak realm? What a sly and despicable bastard. If the ugly devil of Xingyu heard this, he would definitely feel wronged. After all, Ancien was indeed in the early stage of the peak realm. How did he handle one person so quickly, you ask? He just sensed the ambush in advance. Demonic adepts always lived with a looming threat over their lives. It was because they were considered worthless even if they died, so being stabbed to death on the roadside was treated as a natural death. As such, long-lived demonic adepts were fundamentally sensitive. At the same time, those at the table, who usually created a ruckus, calling each other brothers and sisters and talking about the peace of Murim and whatnot, suddenly went quiet. Wouldn't it obviously have been suspicious? From that moment onwards, Ancien was on high alert and his readiness paid off. He deflected the oncoming blade with his left hand and drew his sword to cut one of their throats. He stomped on the ground with all his might to deploy Qinggong. 2. Lightness body skill, avoiding the 3 others rushing at him. But the weak floor collapsed, causing him to lose his balance, so he rather chose to execute the Nariadagon move. For reference, this move meant rolling on the floor, unsightly. Martial artists, who staked their lives on their reputation, often said they would never use it, even if it meant their death. However, since there was not a single person who actually kept their word, the words of martial artists were mostly just bravado and lies. Regardless, he managed to save his life at the expense of his dignity. Ansianil shouted loudly. Who dares to target the back of the swordsman of Jingyu? Are you not afraid of the repercussions from the Jingyu martial hall? To put it simply, it basically meant whether they would be able to handle the consequences. Shut up. You villain. Who here doesn't know that you're the hideous demon called the ugly devil of Jingyu? Today, I will cut off your head and restore justice to the world. Basically, it meant he was not going to reveal his name. Just in case. For martial artists, fighting was a part of their social life, so it was necessary to understand the implications accurately. After this, there was no need for further verbal arguments. After all, there was no reason to waste words when there was a perfectly fine weapon in their hands. That was the way of Murim. Although the youngest of the virtuous quartet of Qinghe was eliminated, making them the virtuous trio instead, it was still a fight of 3 against 1. Traditionally, having such a difference in numbers was a standard advantage, and it was indeed the case here. The difference stemmed from their attitudes. Ansianil was overwhelmed by the numbers and looked for a way to escape out of fear, while the virtuous trio of Qinghe pressed for a quick decisive battle. The importance of momentum in a fight could not be overstated. This was clearly exemplified by Ansianil, who was constantly retreating and busy fending off attacks, and the purely offensive virtuous trio of Qinghe. This went on for about 20 strokes. The modern-day equivalent of a stroke in Murim was a turn in a turn-based strategy game. Ansianil thought. This isn't as hard as I thought? The eldest brother of the Qinghe trio, Zhou Gaxin, thought. Damn it, was the gap of the wall between us this severe? Truth be told, the ultimate method of joint attack was not 3 against 1, but 4 against 1. Humans had 4 cardinal directions north, south, east, and west, so true mastery of joint attack was controlling all 4. This concept had long been proven. In Buddhism, there were the 4 heavenly kings, and in Taoism, there were the 4 auspicious beasts, illustrating the ancient wisdom of dividing the points of the compass into 4. Therefore, 3 was an incomplete number. Moreover, the opponent was one of a superior realm. The difference between a late-stage first-rate and an early-stage peak realm was just 1 step, but it was a higher wall than one might think. Another 10 strokes passed. Zhou Gaxin exchanged glances with his brothers, a conversation carried out solely with their eyes built from years of brotherhood. This won't do. Let's get out of here. We have to take the youngest with us as well. Good idea, eldest brother. I was waiting for you to say that, eldest brother. The contents were more disheartening than expected. But considering Zhou Gaxin's moniker as the eldest brother of the virtuous trio of Qinghe, it only stood to reason that he would decide so. In Murim, monikers were a far simpler principle than one might think. Those in the first rate were respectable martial artists, but there were far too many of the same realm in the current Murim. Therefore, to earn a splendid moniker as a first-rate expert, one must perform feats that everyone would acknowledge and admire. But as there were many people and few heroic deeds, monikers usually combined the place of activity, a characteristic, and a tendency. Active in, Jingyu, ugly, in actions, devil, bad guy. Active in, Qinghe, gale, fast, virtue, good guy. Hence, Zhou Gaxin, the virtuous gale of Qinghe, was known for his storm-like speed, especially his strategy to retreat like a passing gale when the fight turned unfavorable. It was a moniker given by people who admired that quality of his. But seeing how the youngest isn't showing up, he must have broken something. The youngest always slips away, after all. The third will take care of him. Wait, me again? Can't second brother take care of him this time? Oh ho? The third is stalking back? Unfortunately, the youngest was already dead. But the news of the youngest's death had not reached them yet, because dead men tell no tales. If only the youngest had said, "I'm dead, brothers," then the trio, furious over his demise, would have fought to their last breath and might have managed to take down the villain, the murderer of their youngest. However, the only thought they currently had was escaping. Joe Gaxon barely parried on Seonjil's sword strike and suddenly shouted. Now! Yeonhae Wizen! On Seonjil paused his attack and retreated quickly. He did not know what Yeonhae Wizen meant, but he sensed it could be a dangerous technique. However, Yeonhae Wizen meant nothing. It was just a random word Joe Gaxon shouted to scare his opponent, so that he could exit like a gale. It was a similar case to how the dead Zhuge Liang defeated the living Sima Yi with meaningless words. With that, he succeeded in fending off a peak realm master. It was truly a miraculous strategy. And so, the famed virtuous Gale displayed the brilliance of his moniker. The three individuals swiftly distanced themselves like a tempest. On Seonjil was left blinking in dumbfoundedness. When Aiqing went upstairs, she saw three people running towards her like lightning. She scanned the numbers above the three people's heads, their karma. 17, 9, 1. Although the numbers were low, they still held righteous karma. They seemed like good guys, so they were probably not the ugly devil of Jingyu. Aiqing quickly lost interest, but the three people flinched as they passed by her. It was because her appearance was far from ordinary. After all, anyone would startle at least once when seeing a female swordsman smiling with blood on her. Moreover, she exuded a suffocating aura, as if there was a pressure constricting their very hearts. Perhaps it was because of her eyes, turned feral, harbored a sinister hue. But Aiqing did not make eye contact with the virtuous trio of Qinghe. This was a nonverbal expression among martial artists. In essence, it meant that they had no business with each other, so they should go their separate ways. After the three people passed by, Aiqing immediately identified the villain on the upper floor of the inn. There was someone with an unusually high number above their head. The villain had 376 points of evil karma, a person who had accumulated a terribly large amount of evil deeds. In other words, he was a bastard who could be killed. Killing him would actually be a service to the world, for he was such trash. When Aiqing made eye contact with On Seonjil, he rolled his eyes upwards to avoid her gaze. It was the same nonverbal expression among martial arts. Let's go our separate ways. On Seonjil did not want to get entangled in this situation with Aiqing. Wasn't there an old saying in Murim? Be wary of children, women, and the elderly. Of course, this saying didn't mean to be especially wary of such a demographic. After all, if children, women, and the elderly were excluded, the only ones left were adult men. And everyone would become cautious and wary when facing adult men. The saying be wary of children, women, and the elderly meant to be cautious and not let your guard down around anyone you meet in Murim. On Seonjil wanted to avoid conflict because of this very wisdom, but Aiqing had business with him. Hey! You there! Fucking old fart! Are you that piece of shit human scum called the ugly devil of Jingyu? It was an unexpected verbal assault, completely out of the blue. On Seonjil wore a dumbfounded expression. It was a curse so severe that it made him doubt his ears. Yeah, you, old fart. Who else here has son of a bitch fucking written all over their face, besides you? On Seonjil's face turned beet red. It was natural, considering he was being cursed by someone significantly younger, perhaps younger than what his daughter or even granddaughter would be. How dare this bitch who is still wet behind the ears? What? What bitch? Did you just swear at me? How dare you curse at me so severely? That is insulting. I can't hold back. For someone who couldn't hold back, she was grinning from ear to ear as she drew her sword when. This crazy girl. Hup. On Seonjil hastily closed his mouth. It was because of the chi emanating from Aiqing's sword be, unwinding like threads. This phenomenon, where chi overflowed even after sword chi was channeled, was called sword threads. It was a technique used by martial artists of the late-stage peak realm. On Seonjil broke out in a cold sweat. The girl in front of him was a master whose realm was much higher than his. He was facing a life-threatening crisis. An overwhelming difference in skill. Crazy? You're swearing at me again? Wow, that's so insulting. Ha, I'm getting angry, so very angry. No, that's not what I meant. If you had insulted my clan, my parents, I might have held back. But insulting me? I can't tolerate that. There is no more need for words. Die. My moonlight sword is starving. Despite her playful movements, the tip of the woman's sword split into 3 shapes before one could even take a breath. The sword chi surged in 3 forks. Unseen Jill's brain was overheating fiercely. What was the real movement and what was the fake? To live or to die? There was no time to ponder. It was the moment Unseen Jill was about to gamble his life in front of this deadly trilemma. A sensation like the hair on his entire body was standing on end. All three are real movements. In a moment, he realized all three were real sword movements. This was the extrasensory perception one had when their life hung by a thread, also referred to the culmination of his efforts of the upper dantian in martial studies. Unseen Jill managed to deflect the sword strike targeting his heart and twisted his body with all his might. His shoulder and waist felt icy cold, followed by intense pain. He had managed to fend off only one attack. There were already 2 injuries. The disparity in skill was despairing. Not only was there a gap between the early and late stages of the peak realm, but the woman's sword art itself was in a superior realm. Considering the young woman's skill at such an age, her background must be from an extraordinary sect. Meaning, even if he lost, he would die, and even if he won, death would find him through the hands of pursuers. Thus, there was only one answer. He must not fight, it was a battle destined for doom. Wait. Great expert. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, my ass. I heard you clearly. You insulted me. You shall pay for this humiliation with your life. No, no. It isn't like that. Great expert, well wait. Great expert? Do I look that old to you? How dare you one-sidedly raise a woman's age like that? Why, young expert, please wait. Young expert? An inferior like you who had just reached the peak realm dares to address a martial senior like that? How dare you? Female expert. Please, female expert. Hear me out just for a moment. Female expert? Is there a separate title for male and female experts? Gender discrimination is muddling the world, thus here in this place, I shall break such chains. The woman's sword continued to fly at him relentlessly. Sometimes in 3 forks, sometimes 4, and when it reached 5 forks, he lost the will to counter. He could do nothing but blabber desperately. It had already been 20 or so strokes. It was a miracle of itself for him to stay standing. Then, as if it was all a lie, the assault stopped. I'm telling you this because you keep saying it's a misunderstanding. Yes, great expert, no, young, know that. I was just about to enjoy an expensive meal that I managed to buy with great difficulty, you see. It was a very special anniversary to me. The happiest moment I had since starting my Murim journey. I apologize for causing a distu. No, what? Do you think I'm some murderer who would kill someone just because they're noisy? That's not it. Something fell from the sky, you see. Since we're inside an inn, it must have been the ceiling, right? Aching turned her head. Unseen Jill followed her gaze and turned his head too. A gaping hole in the floor was visible. Unseen Jill started sweating bullets. So that was why there was blood all over her. Very well then. Now, you understand why you're going to die, right? Please spare me. What should I do? Ching pretended to think for a while, dragging out the silence, before speaking. First, hand over your money. Since you ruined my meal. And you also ruined my clothes. I will give it to you. How am I supposed to hold back from this? So harsh. What? What? Again. Give me your money. I will give it to you. I don't need it. Unseen Jill was flustered. What the fuck did she want him to do then? Was she toying with him after pulling him down to his KN? Unseen Jill's eyes turned rotten. The reason he was still alive and able to withstand the attacks was that even when the sword strikes flew at him at once, there was always only one killing move aimed at a vital spot. It was so that he could somehow block and parry the rest with his body if he dodged the killing move. In other words, the woman was toying with him. With a frivolous grin on her face, like a cat playing with a bird. I've been caught by a fiend, a slaughterer. You got me. Oops. Ching's smile deepened. That's why you should have lived virtuously. This is all karma, okay? Karma. It's because my moonlight sword thirsts only for the blood of evil. Ching raised her sword. Sensing the end, the villain roared. Do you think you'll be safe, you bitch? Yes, I'm a bad person. But do you think a bitch like you isn't? I'll be waiting for you in hell. Hell my ass. Do you even know how high my righteous karma is? On seeing Jill's world spun. His collapsing body came into view. As he was dying, he thought. But how could a sword falling straight down cut the neck? What kind of miraculous swordsmanship was this? Aching was truly happy until recently. It was because she had money. If life felt unenjoyable, one should try thinking about how much wealth they had first. After all, it was a common trait of those who found intentional travel fun but domestic travel boring to save money in their own country. The purse of that guy named Ugly Devil or whatever was enormous and plundering had been the right of the victor since ancient times. It was the first time in Aching's Murim life that she had accumulated wealth exceeding even a gold piece. She also turned in the head of the evildoer. After all, the higher the evil karma they held, the heftier the bounty. To exaggerate a bit, her money bag was so heavy that even walking straight became difficult due to its weight. As such, Aching enjoyed the finest culinary delights of Jianghu as much as she desired. She bid farewell to her old moonlight sword, number 5, which was like a lover to her, and welcomed the new, young, and lovely moonlight sword, number 6. It was her first time actually buying a new sword, as she had always picked up others' discarded ones. A sword untouched by others. One that was truly hers. She felt a newfound affection for it. I'll take good care of you. The previous moonlight sword, number 5, was so poorly maintained that it had rusted from inside out. When the metal shop refused to even pay the price of scrap metal for it, she casually tossed it away by the roadside. Then she bought new, sturdy, and affordable clothes. Aching had a major realization. If you had money, even this damned Murim world could be enjoyable. She could even casually ignore the status window thanks to this. Her mood, elevated by her culinary adventures, remained unshaken even from the status window's kicks. Aching's spending habits were as follows. Those who couldn't see their future did not save, a behavior common among youth in all countries of her homeworld. Thanks to her having the same exact trait, she became broke in no time. Ah. Those were good days. All that remained was moonlight sword, number 6. A swordsman's lover, the sword. A luxury item she bought at the cost of half a gold piece. Let's be together for life, moonlight sword, okay? This was the reason for a person to splurge. At least the splurged items remained by their side, even when they were a step away from poverty. Your order is ready. Thud. The server placed the dish down without care nor sincerity. 3 dumplings. 1 soup. If you bought at least 3 dumplings, you would get a free bowl of soup, a wisdom she learned from her 2 years of Murim life. Contrary to modern common sense, dumplings in Murim were the most basic food, made of plain dough without any filling. Usually costing 1 coin or 2 in pricier inns, they were the cheapest food in Jianghu. Dumplings with meat were called meat dumplings and cost a whopping 15 to 20 coins. Another piece of wisdom learned from her 2 years living in Murim. When dumplings were too dry, it was good to soak them in soup. If her throat felt dry, then it was good to drink the soup. Looking at her suddenly humble meal, Aching glanced down at her beloved sword, moonlight sword, number 6. I wonder how much would I get if I sold this? It's practically new, it hasn't even been used that many times. But let us not forget, this was only the wisdom of someone 2 years into her Murim life. She couldn't really understand the depreciation and second-hand pricing of swords, so she decided to keep it for now. But seriously. I really need to make money. What should I do? Aching opened the martial arts window from her status window. Every time she saw it, she felt like shit, but she needed to check her accumulated free practice points. Free practice points allowed instant mastery of martial arts and could be a lifesaver in critical situations. Her sword art of the Umaiden, true form, Umaiden cultivation technique, true form, and Umaiden footwork, true form, the Qinggong technique she possessed, had all reached 12 stars. 12 stars meant the highest achievement one could hold in that martial art. Usually when people say they had accomplished the Grand Star, it means they had mastered the martial art in question up to such a point. Of course, to Aching, who learned martial arts through the status window, this was a completely different concept from what martial arts meant by Grand Star. For her, the 12 stars that made up the Grand Star meant that all moves were imprinted in her memory and she gained additional ability points and special skills for each martial art. Aside from those, the rest of the martial arts listed were just from casually touching manuals and bookstores. All of them were martial arts with a white border. In Murim Chronicles, A Tale of Life and Death, martial arts were classified by colors, white border for the lowest, followed by blue, red, gold, and the highest, purple border. The producer didn't really name the grades, so people usually referred to them as white martial arts, blue martial arts, and so on. For reference, the true form of the sword art of the Umaiden was a purple martial art. It was said to be one of the greatest cheat codes in the game, but she couldn't be sure since she hadn't learned any other martial arts. After all, comparisons required a reference group. And now, it was time to add a purple martial art. After a year of hardship, Aiching had accumulated over 500 points of righteous karma. It was truly a long, humiliating time. Righteous karma was very useful. Why? Because of righteous rewards. It was a system inside the game that allowed her to select and master a desired martial art whenever righteous karma reached a certain level. And the first round of such an exchange happened at 500 points of righteous karma. Evil karma, on the other hand, was utterly useless. Accumulated by committing evil deeds, they typically provided ample practice points during the process. The pursuit of righteous karma, choosing only to kill the wicked, was a structure where one might struggle to accumulate practice points but could exchange righteous karma for desired martial arts. Aiching did not have a single ounce of hesitation. It was because she had a target in mind from the very beginning. She was initially tempted by the divine arts of the heavenly demon, but after doing a search during the game download, she discovered that the heavenly demon was treated as a gag character, so she quickly lost interest. These days, the heavenly demon ran a restaurant, a bakery, and even a conglomerate. Oh, and played baseball. Even in traditional martial arts novels, they were merely a third concubine to the main character, so the divine arts of the heavenly demon sounded flashy but was probably insignificant. Aiching immediately received her righteous reward. Instantly, phrases, the form and essence of the martial art, and the appearance of moves invaded her brain, rampaging and overturning it to their liking. In spite of herself, she made foolish sounds. Ugh, yuck. It was a terrible and filthy experience, indescribable in words. The closest description of it was like someone had inserted their hand into her brain and kneaded it. And then, there was always a severe aftermath. How does this make any sense? Who the hell learns martial arts like this? Isn't this truly a world inside a game? Am I moving based completely on my own judgment and my own standard of correctness? What if someone is actually controlling me beyond the sky on a transparent screen, typing on a keyboard and jiggling a mouse? Then what am I? No. Stop. No bad thoughts. Aiching forcibly redirected her train of thought. In times like these, she had to talk about silly things. She desperately groped for memories of her existence as a modern person, as a living entity. Who am I? Bud.dos.pa LM owner. Move aside, Stephen Chow. The K-Buddha's palm is coming. Wrap Buddha's palm in kimchi and try it. The K-Buddha's palm which shocked Trump and made Xi Jinping jealous, this martial art is now mine. After all, Buddha's palm is drawn in Subak-do. 1. A martial art founded and taught by Quan Jiang Nim Huang Qi, his successor Huang Hian Chul, known as H.C. Huang, and instructors who are certified by member organizations of the World Mu Duk Kwan Incorporated. This martial art was originally the ancient martial art of Korea. Do you have a problem with that? Chinese people? Then consult the Cultural Revolution of that Red Army over there. Oh, nothing happened, you say? Perhaps thanks to her desperate nonsense, she avoided feeling even filthier than she already was. However, she no longer had the courage to look at the status window. Nor the courage to look at people. Now was not the time to look at numbers over people's heads. Aiching clenched eyes shut and bowed her head. She chewed the dumplings thoroughly. Yet even despite this, for some reason, her throat felt hot and something felt like it was caught in the middle. She forcibly shifted her focus. When she closed her eyes, the conversations around her became audible. Given that Aiching had achieved the Grand Star in one inner chi cultivation technique, her physical abilities were nearly superhuman, merely paying a bit of attention allowed her to hear every conversion in the inn. Among them, a particular voice caught her ear. Hey, you. Escort leader. I heard you're going to Yangxiang. Ah. May I have the honor of knowing young expert's name? Peng De-san. The Jade Qilin. My goodness, aren't you the eldest son of the Ping family? What an honor. If you're going to Yangxiang, does that mean you're going all the way to Mount Hua? Escort leader does not need to know any more than that. Aha. Of course, of course. It's an honor to serve you, great expert. Oh my, please sit here. Hey, server. Prepare a meal big enough to break this table. An incomparably arrogant tone and a suddenly sycophantic voice made up the conversation. Ching's depressive mood flew away in an instant. So a master could get treated like that just by joining an escort convoy. Oh my gosh, unbelievable. It was a whole new world. Ching had been wandering around looking for villains to kill whenever she ran out of money. Her knowledge of martial arts novels was nothing more than the miserable life of a pauper, having learned from rolling around in the dirt for a little over a year. And a few scenes from Stephen Chow movies. So, it was natural that Ching did not know the Ping clan of Hebei. The eldest son of one of the 5 noble clans under heaven had a higher status than most princes of royalty, especially after the esteemed senior, celestial martial emperor, flipped the imperial palace over its head. Kuanping Escort Group was a fairly substantial convoy business, handling distribution for 2 castles, but was still no match for the reputation of the Ping clan. Ching, unaware of this fact, simply thought that all masters received such treatment. Ching, who was only needlessly remarkable at carrying out actions, abruptly stood up. Excuse me. Escort leader, I heard you say that you were heading to Yangxiang, is that correct? Ching addressed the escort leader. It was the confident attitude of a master. Young lady, you are. The escort leader's face soured. What kind of moment was this? It was a moment to host a person of great importance, a diamond among golden connections. In Chinese characters, it was called, also read as guanxi by Chinese people, a traditional opportunity to foster connections. Wouldn't anyone's expression darken when someone suddenly interrupts such a valuable occasion? My name is Ching. Ching? A response came from the side. It was the majestic, ultra-low-frequency voice of that rude bastard from before, Peng De-san. The son of the Ping family had a voice so low it would make almost any woman melt, but it did not affect Ching. Peng De-san was seated with his back turned, so Ching had to turn her head to see his face. Whoa. How can someone be so handsome? The moniker Jade Qilin was a tradition passed down through generations, a special title given to the most handsome among promising young prodigies. And this generation's Jade Qilin, Peng De-san, was praised for having the most handsome features in the long history of the Central Plains. Seeing as how his unofficial title was the most handsome man under the heavens, was there anything more that needed to be said? But Ching was only mimicking a woman but was essentially a man. As such, she was not swayed by the man's appearance. She was simply astonished. Whoa. What is that face? He's so handsome. I'm jealous. What is going on? Why is there a surreal sight right before my eyes? Is this actually the face of a man that exists in this world? If all the men in the world, past and future, were lined up by appearance, he would surely take first place, even if time was measured by an eternity. That was the extent of Ching's surprise, who was a man at heart. In truth, women who encountered Jade Qilin's striking face unprepared usually fainted or collapsed on the spot. As Ching gaped in admiration at his beauty, Peng De-san spoke bluntly. Ching. Do you perhaps also use the sword art of the Maiden? Wow. You know about the sword art of the Maiden, huh? Could it be? Huh. TSK. This is a bit new. Peng De-san interrupted Ching with a snort. What the fuck? What's with this rude bastard's attitude? Is he acting all high and mighty just because he's a bit handsome? Ching frowned, clearly annoyed. Ching is your real name, you say? Yeah. And? I have never heard of that surname before. Then, who is the founder of your clan? Well, about that. How should I know? But saying I don't know might be too suspicious. In truth, Ching mostly wandered alone. The only company she ever had were the fellow poor. As they said, birds of a feather flocked together. So, she knew nothing about the formalities of the well-dressed upper class. She just assumed that bastards who were well off even inquired about ancestors. Ching racked her brain. Who was a known person with a surname that she could use? Why can't you answer? I was about to, okay? So, who is your founder? Azura? Was this right? It came out spontaneously, but Azura didn't seem quite right. Hing, the 17th descendant of Azura. It might be okay. Cook, kikek, keh ha ha ha. But then, Pungdasan burst into laughter, out of the blue. It seemed that it wasn't quite right after all. Good. Very refreshing. You get 27 points. For what? Your face is plain, so 0 points. Your figure is decent, but you're tall, so points deducted. You look indecent because your chest is so big, so points deducted once more. That makes 7 points. But you made me laugh, so 20 bonus points for a total of 27. What the? How can he be so confident while committing sexual harassment? It was so severe that it was clear this attitude was definitely not the culture of Murim's upper class. Other women might have run away in humiliation and sorrow, but it didn't hurt Hing's feelings at all. Instead, it enraged her. This rude piece of shit could not be forgiven. Hey, you. Do you think your mouth has a hole so that you could shit out nonsense from it? Is it a mouth or an asshole? Fucking spewing crap out, huh? I get 27 points? Fine, I'll give you 100 points. Want me to stamp you with a thick well done for that? I don't know what you're saying, but it sounds like you wish to hit me. Pungdasan did not hide his mocking smile. Very well then. Hit me. Do it. But there was one thing Pungdasan did not know. After starting her Murim journey, Hing rarely held back. She was filled with existential anxiety, unsure whether she was in a game or reality. Basically, she lacked the patience and luxury to restrain her impulses. Moreover, when provoked to strike, she did not hesitate. As such, Hing clenched her fist tightly. And firmly punched Pungdasan's smooth cheek with a resounding bam. At that sight, the escort leader's face turned utterly pale. Jade Chilan Pungdasan. The most handsome man under the heavens, Pungdasan. Pungdasan detested his moniker. He truly loathed it. It was just a title stuck to him for being handsome, for having a good face. Someone who received such a nickname and smiled about it was unworthy of being a martial artist. Pungdasan was 22 years old. At the mere age of 22, he had reached the mid-stage peak realm. Truly a martial arts genius bestowed by the heavens, as well as one of the most outstanding achievements in this era. But what? Jade Chilan? The most handsome man under the heavens? Could there be a greater insult than this in the world? Just look at that bastard called Shinjae from the Namgung clan. He had barely made it to the early stage peak realm, but that bastard Namgung Shinji's title was the Young Sword King. It meant he was the next Sword King. And Namgung Shinjae was even a year older than Pungdasan. To think he's called the Young Sword King and in the Jade Chilan. So, Pungdasan's personality became twisted. But due to his fundamentally diligent nature, he didn't stray too far. Instead, he completely forgot the concept of manners, especially towards women. In truth, it wasn't entirely Pungdasan's fault. After all, he was the most eligible bachelor in the current era of Murim. Before all, he was handsome. Also, he had a good voice. He was the eldest son of one of the 5 noble clans in the Central Plains. Moreover, the Pung family was famous for being the only one among the 5 noble clans to not engage in political marriages. Of course, it was also a family tradition that was being maintained because they enjoyed treating the other noble clans as petty, despicable, naive, idiotic misers who used marriages as transactions. For the Ping family, such trivial, trifling matters were not needed in marriage except for true love. But looks like that's not the case for you fools, huh? Was what they said. Furthermore, Pungdasan was an expert. And he was going to become an even greater expert in the future. After all, he possessed it all: looks, status, wealth, and skills. As a result, Pungdasan received the attention of all women within his vicinity at every waking moment and occasionally, even in his sleep. And among them, the women who merely watched him were some of the better ones. Everywhere Pungdasan went, all sorts of things were left discarded on the ground. From embroidered cloth fragments to incense pouches, cotton-clothed daggers, and even repulsive sockets. 1. A collective noun for various types of traditional Korean undergarments. They were worn as part of a hanbok before the import of Western-style underwear. Women usually wore several layers of undergarments. The more layers they had, the richer they were. Thus, Pungdasan never bowed his head. He solely looked ahead and walked forward in a straight manner. More aggressive women even attempted chest bumps, flinging their bodies onto him. But it was a doomed endeavor from the very start to think that they could bump into a peak expert as if by accident. It was a grossly inflated sense of self to think that if they fell, he would catch them before they hit the ground. Peng Daesan was unsure whether to laugh or scoff at the women who flung themselves straight to the ground. At any rate, Daesan had been experiencing extreme difficulties with women ever since he was young. He was a female magnet that had reached its very extremity. So, in front of women, Peng Daesan became increasingly impolite. He lost all manners. In essence, it meant that he wasn't interested, so they should get lost. Honestly, Ching's approach was not all that surprising to Peng Daesan. He had experienced all sorts of bizarre incidents under the guise of differentiated dating strategies. As such, he even had a general classification system. If he was to classify Ching's approach, it would be a mix of the bold woman and funny woman strategies. Successful cases of the funny woman strategy were incredibly rare, so Ching's move was somewhat commendable. He laughed for the first time in a while. He didn't expect Azura at all. To think she would make such a sacrilegious joke. And then came the rough woman strategy. It was just that the level was a bit. The guttural contents of her words seemed to belong more to a wretch from the back alley. But then he got hit in the mouth. What in the heavens was this? Was this some retarded love story like "you're the first woman to have ever hit me"? As a result, Peng Daesan genuinely got pissed. His already low voice became even lower due to his wrath. "I've dealt with all kinds of crazy bitches, but..." His voice carried a subtle killing intent. Reacting to such a murderous aura, Ching's heavenly slaughter opened its eyes from its slumber. Ching thought she saw blood as a way to relieve stress. And that stress relief was a way to protect her heart that was wounded by the matters of Murim. But in reality, once triggered, she became an actual crazy bitch, swayed by the killing intent of heavenly slaughtering. It was a passive impulse to massacre. Originally, if one was intoxicated by the killing intent of the heavenly slaughtering star, one found pleasure in carnage and bloodshed. Why you so pissed? Why dalt wibbar coins waf cravy bitches, but what? Does lowering your voice make you the shit or something? Hee hee. Don't copy me. Bon Kobe V. Then what? What you gonna do? Wanna hit me? At the very least, when it came to irritating teasing and obnoxious banter, no people of any ethnicity in this world could keep up with modern Koreans. Peng Daesan trembled with rage. The burning anger consumed him. "I will not tolerate any more insults. Why vervot torvate veni mov erval, hey!" Clang! The sound of a sword and a dao colliding sharply rang out. "You struck first, okay? This is self-defense, okay? You really want to try me, yeah? That's right, why should we blabber when we can use such nice swords? I will not kill you. But I shall definitely cut off that flippant tongue of yours. You think you have the ability to do that? Go on, then. Try. Cut it." Ching stuck out her tongue. Her unusually red tongue darted in and out mischievously. But the tongue stayed out a bit too long. Seriously, she didn't know when to stop. What kind of crazy bitch was this? At this point, it was rather Peng Daesan that felt defeated. Although he drew his sword in explosive anger, the sight of Ching making even more of a scene and causing chaos actually made him feel a sense of shame. But he couldn't just lose to her like this. His pride as a mid-stage peak realm would not allow it. As such, he had to display just a hint of his realm's strength. But right as he affirmed his resolve, sword chi surged in Ching's sword. The swaying, lazy white threads were vivid. Sword threads. It was a level of art and skill displayed by someone of the late-stage peak realm. Peng Daesan scrutinized Ching's face. Her still shamefully darting tongue made Peng Daesan feel even more embarrassed. But looking at Ching's young face, barely out of girlhood, he had another thought. If one broke through the wall beyond the transcendent realm, they reached the creation realm. And such an echelon was also called the unrestrained realm. When that happened, the body would regain its youth just once, practically traveling back in time. This was called body reconstruction. A martial artist who had undergone such body reconstruction was, in fact, a monster of the human world, merely donning human skin. A fight should be established among beings of the same kind. Humans and monsters could not fight. After all, it would not be called a fight but a one-sided violation. Could I perhaps know which faction's elder you are? What the hell? You're stopping there? Geez, you're the type to stop mid-shit. How could this possibly be the language and behavior of a woman? However, if he thought of her as a supreme master who achieved body reconstruction, it made everything somehow plausible. Come to think of it, didn't his grandmother speak like that too? And when hearing her, he had thought, women must have a rougher manner of speaking as they age. I shall introduce myself again. I am Peng De-san of the Peng family. Ching. Suddenly, the tables had turned. The honorifics had reversed. Ching smiled in satisfaction and thought to herself. This fucker got scared shitless, huh? Indeed, in Murim, the strong were the law. Peng De-san's misunderstanding did not last even a half hour. It was because Ching oozed ignorance every time she opened her mouth. Ignorance wasn't really the issue, but rather a lack of basic common sense. For those who didn't understand her circumstances though, it was practically the same thing. In fact, right now, Peng De-san didn't even know why, what, or how he had misunderstood. As such, the misunderstanding was easily resolved. And then, Peng De-san faced an entirely new crisis. So this lunatic of a woman was a greater master than me? If it's not too impolite to ask, how old are you, young lady? Me? Ching hesitated for a moment. It was a bit much to say she was in her mid-30s. In the first place, even if she said so, no one would believe it. After all, there had to at least be someone who pretended to accept it, for her to claim such an age. But at the same time, it was also a bit much to treat someone who was no different from a mere baby as an elder. Baby. From the viewpoint of Ching's true self, a young man in his early 20s was still a baby who hadn't even been to the military. This was all too universal and obvious for modern Koreans. Besides, all he had to show was that he lived a bit well. He's weaker than me, you know? You first, young Master Peng. I am 22 this year. I'm 25. Truly? Is that correct? Peng De-san's skeptical gaze pieced into her. It's because I look young for my age. Really? Lying also accumulated evil karma. Insisting that her age was in the mid-30s was somewhat true in a way. So, she should be able to push forward her agenda shamelessly. Though no one would believe her anyway. But what if she had to state the age of this body? It wasn't worth accumulating evil karma over this. As such, Ching answered honestly. Actually, I don't know either. I think I'm around 17, but I don't know whether I matured early or whether I'm really a 25-year-old who looks young. How could you possibly not know your own age? Peng De-san was about to ask thoughtlessly but then waved his hand at a sudden thought. Ching meant a child who wore blue clothing. It was also the title of a peerless master from the spring and autumn period. The Yu Maiden. Wasn't it said that the Yu Maiden only wore blue clothes? According to historical texts, it was said that she had appeared out of nowhere in the crisis-stricken state of Yu. 2. Yu, also known as Yue, was a state in ancient China which existed during the first millennium BC, the spring and autumn and warring states periods of China's Zhou dynasty in the modern provinces of Zhejiang, Shanghai, and Jiangsu, and taught them the sword art of the Yu Maiden. However, the sword's arts was so mystical and complex that no one could properly master it. They only managed to create a sword manual based on the sword forms that were visible to the eye. But even that was a terrifying divine art. Armed with this divine art, the state of Yu attacked and destroyed the state of Wu. In the end, the character Ching in the story was an idol among the female martial artists of Jianghu. She was also an idol for women who dreamt of becoming a part of Jianghu. And here was a woman who had taken such a kitsch name for herself. On top of that, she didn't even know her own age. If so, Peng De-san started to misunderstand arbitrarily all over again. Could it be that she was a wandering woman with the background of an orphan? But the misunderstanding that occurred this time was not as easy to resolve as before. After all, one could not just ask someone if they didn't have a daddy and mommy. It was possible that she was sincere when she talked about something as absurd as Azura. A woman who grew up all in her lonesome might have had trouble answering questions about her lineage, founder, and ancestors. A surname was not just the very first word of a name, but the pride of one's roots and kin. Apparently, she grew up not knowing any of such things. And that uneducated, vulgar behavior. That ignorance that was akin to that of a moron. It is nothing. It was a slip of my tongue. I apologize. What in the world? Why do I suddenly feel offended? Aileen cocked her head. For some inexplicable reason, she felt like shit. What's going on? Is another status window seizure coming? Whatever. Forget it. Anyway, since we seem to be peers, let's just be friends. Peers, huh? Pung Dae-san had never heard someone of his age call him a peer. Her choice of words was a bit right. 3. In Korean, young people don't use the word peers. Regardless of whatever he thought, Aileen had her own calculations. It was so obvious that he was a rich family's little darling boy. Being friends with him seemed like a perfect way to freeload. If she treated him like a little brother, she wouldn't be able to leech off of him. But she couldn't call a baby elder brother either. Get it? Then we're friends, okay? Understood, San? Pung Dae-san was flustered. Men and women should be distinct, yet she carelessly called him San? Young lady? Even if we're friends, how could you call me San? If I say San, then you have to say Ching. Just like that. San? But still, for a man and a woman to be on such intimate terms, why? Hey, why would there be things like men and women among friends? Isn't that usually the opposite of what is said? When he asked as such, Aileen replied confidently. Fine. Let's say that friends don't exist when it comes to relationships between men and women. Then, isn't overcoming that what true friendship is about? That kind of made sense. You got it? San? 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 She was a very insistent and noisy woman. It was obvious that she intended to keep babbling until he responded. As such, Pung Dae-san reluctantly agreed. Ching. Your voice is too soft. Again. San? Ching. I can't hear you? San? Ching. San? Ching. Ching. I get it, so please stop pestering. Please. Pung Dae-san finally shouted out loud. Aileen grinned in satisfaction. Sang On-jin, the escort leader of Kuanping Escort Group, was astonished. What was up with that woman's sociability? She became friends with the legitimate eldest son of the Ping clan of Hebei? She seemed somewhat shabby at first glance, but this was an impressive acumen. Moreover, she was a whopping late-stage peak realm master. The world under heaven was vast and many eccentric individuals who did whatever they desired lived in it, so it was not strange that such a master remained unknown. However, Sang On-jin was an escort leader who was akin to a pillar of the escort group. If an escort leader merely acknowledged, what an abundance of eccentric individuals we have in the Central Plains, and moved on, they would have no excuse if they were thrown out from their job immediately. After all, there were many pillars and the escort group would not collapse just because one was missing. Connections. This smelled like a connection to network with. Indeed, a young master was precious. In fact, the young part was more important than the master part. Moreover, she was someone untitled, unknown, and from the wilderness. In some ways, she could be considered even more valuable than the eldest son of the Ping family. The eldest son of the Ping family already had an abundance of solid relationships. Kuanping Escort Group was big enough to span 2 castles. But that didn't mean they were comparable to the Ping clan, which was no different from royalty in Hebei. No matter how well he treated Pung Dae-san, all he could do was break even. After all, it was only natural for the Pung family to be treated well. However, Aileen was different. Gaze upon how skinny and hungry she looks. How greedily she devours the food until her stomach looks like it would burst. It truly reaffirmed the fact that she had lived without much. It seems you like the pork slices? Hey, come here. You don't have to order more. It's okay. How could you say something like that? Of course, you should eat more. Bring some more pork slices here. A lot of them. No, you don't have to go to all this trouble. Aileen trailed off, feeling half grateful and half embarrassed. As someone from the eastern land of courtesy. 1. What Korea calls themselves as a way to show how important they consider manners, etiquette, courtesy, Confucian ideals, Qing felt somewhat burdened by Jin, who was older and took excessive care of her. If it were an old man filled with evil karma, she could have shit on him with all sorts of curses. But it was hard to go against the instinct of respecting the elderly, ingrained in her very genes, especially when dealing with a kind elder. 3 plates, huh? You are quite shameless. But that's to be expected. What did you say, you punk? Why are you provoking me, huh? Was it that tasty? You cleaned the plate twice. There's no loss eating when I can, you know? Peng Desan sighed deeply. It wasn't that she was shameless, although that was true, but rather her lack of common sense was the bigger problem. Well, looking at her state, how much experience could she have had in being treated by someone? Leaving a plate empty is considered rude. What are you talking about? It's rude to clean your plate so thoroughly, to the point you're practically licking on it. At the very least, you should have left a few pieces. Qing didn't understand. Leave the food? Yes. If I don't leave it, it's rude? You didn't know? Why leave behind precious food? Why eat? Why sleep? Why breathe? The violence in her words was practically at such a level, as if she found that very question to be utterly ridiculous. Peng Desan clicked his tongue. TSK. Look. An empty plate at the table is a disgrace to a host. Just like how a scar on the back is a disgrace to a swordsman? Where did that come from? It makes sense, though. The only thing someone who was being served could empty was their cup of alcohol. All other food should be left in small portions. An empty plate was an act that undermined the dignity of the one who treated them to the food. Whether one was poor or narrow-minded, it did not matter. In the end, it meant they couldn't properly treat their guests. If a guest emptied the same plate twice? Your hospitality was not satisfactory today, so the only dish worth eating was this, ha ha ha. That was what the implication became. Qing's eyes widened. Escort leader, I was unaware, so I made a bit of a mist. Haha, it is fine. Jin already noticed Qing's ignorance. He said it was not rude if it was done unknowingly. What was rude was to do it even when one knew it was disgracing their host. So I need to leave some food, whatever it may be? No matter what? If it's a simple meal, it doesn't matter. But when you are being treated, it is better to leave the last 2 pieces. Oh. I didn't know that. What in the world do you know then? Qing was slowly going through the process of becoming civilized. In truth, living in a different cultural sphere was inherently difficult because of this lack of common sense. Anyway. It was a valuable realization for Qing. Leave some food behind when you're being treated. It was indeed a precious lesson for getting treated more in the future. A step back to gain more in the long run. Honestly, she had already been fed a lot anyway. Qing had already established it as common sense that it was natural to be served if one was a master. Unbeknownst to her though, the expenses of escort leader Sang had already skyrocketed due to the dining costs. Even Peng Desan was unaware of this truth. For him, being entertained was as natural as breathing. After all, he was the eldest son of the Peng family. The details of a mere escort convoy situation were of no concern to him. Yet, Jin did not exactly suffer losses. It wasn't just because of the uncertain future profits from investing in a budding female master. He was already compensating for that loss in the immediate escort convoy's operations. After all, bandits from the wilderness had appeared. Stop right there. Troublesome. This body. Master. Qing, who had been lounging atop the leading carriage and basking in the warm spring sun, drew her sword. As sword treads bloomed, the bandits, who had emerged imposingly, walked backward ever so naturally and disappeared. It was a sight reminiscent of time being rewound. The largest expense when it came to distribution in the Central Plains was this toll. Qing had always thought there were many, many bandits in the Central Plains. But now, she realized that was only the tip of the iceberg. Lone swordsmen holstering swords were not attractive targets for the bandits. It was incredibly dangerous to mess with them, and even if they did, it wouldn't pay off. What that meant was that not many bandits dared to trouble or even come close to Qing. Even at that mere level, she thought, is it because it's ancient China? Why the hell are there bandits everywhere? But after joining the escort convoy, she understood the truth. Every single mountain had bandits. Every single valley also had bandits. Even the secluded forests, devoid of most humans, had bandits. If Peng Desan hadn't warned her that, unless bandits gave them a reason to, they shouldn't attack, Aiqing would have carved herself a bloody path, piling up righteous karma practice points. Aiqing realized. Traveling with a rich group was comfortable and she was well fed, but slicing up bad guys was a bit tough to do. She still needed to see blood at least once a week, though. As expected, there was no perfect path laid out in the world. When one gained something, they would inevitably have to give something up as well. Nevertheless, since her body was comfortable and well-fed, Aiqing did not particularly miss seeing blood. Having obtained her target, the Buddha's palm, her desire for more righteous karma wasn't as strong. 1,000 points seemed too grueling anyway. Whilst Aiqing gradually became lazier, the escort group's carriage rolled all the way to Luoyang. Even Aiqing knew that Luoyang was the name of a city. But all she thought about it was that it must be big. After all, she had seen it in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Except, even if it was such a famous novel, she had only read it once. As such, she only knew about Guanyu, Zhangfei, and Zhuge Liang. However, the actual Luoyang she saw was grand and majestic, even to her modern sensibilities. It was not for no reason that Luoyang was called Luoyang Castle. Throughout its long history, Luoyang had been a fortress that had endured countless actual wars. The walls, taller than those of modern commercial buildings, stretched endlessly on both sides. The open gates were utter chaos, vomiting out and consuming an ultra-high-density population that was a mix of people and carriages. Honestly, Aiqing had a tendency to look down on the civilization of the Central Plains. After all, her view was that they were roughly better than primitive men. As a modern Korean, it was an inevitable perception of ancient China. The proud and magnificent aspects of ancient China had all been burnt to ashes by the collective will of those red people, so modern Koreans had neither heard nor seen it. Especially the height of these walls. She thought she wouldn't ever be overwhelmed by height. After all, she had lived in an era of skyscrapers like the Eyeball Tower of the Rings. 2. Koreans call Lotte World Tower the Tower of Sauron, or this is a slang because it looks a lot like Barad Diyar from Lord of the Rings and the so-called second whatever. 3. A building in the works that is called the second Lotte World Tower. It's just a skyscraper. Search up if you are interested. In Seoul. Moreover, the density of the buildings was astonishing. The walls that touched each other between neighboring buildings belonged to both. The concept of an alleyway was non-existent, as the buildings were built continuously, without a gap. After unpacking at the Luoyang branch of the Kuanping escort group and having a cup of tea with the branch manager, there was really nothing else to do. Hey, San. I do not want to. What the I haven't even said anything yet. Weren't you going to say we should go explore Luoyang anyway? To her vexation, he was right. But Aiqing had a reason she could not back down. She didn't have money. And opportunely, there was quite the reliable financier right here. If you follow obediently, there shall not be an incident of bloodshed. Peng Desan looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. At times, such refined, high-class language would pop out from her, despite that formidable ignorance of hers. How? My moonlight sword is starving. If you do not wish to become a sacrifice to the blood-red moon, guide me through Luoyang right now, human. That's right. About that thing. I've been curious since before. The moonlight sword, you say? Isn't it just an ordinary iron sword? Usually, it's only right to give your beloved weapon a name. Peng Desan frowned. It was one of the most famous lessons for martial artists. Do not name your weapon. If a martial artist got attached to their weapon, they would hesitate and get cut down on the spot, according to the intuitive wisdom of seniors. However, having seen how Aiqing used that moonlight sword recklessly, he didn't really feel a need to explain that to her. When she started poking the campfire with a sword, moonlight sword, number 6, complaining about how she was bored, he doubted his eyes. Using a sword as a poker transcended being frugal or reckless, it was an issue that warranted questioning the qualification of a swordsman. Fine, let's just say that's the case. Then, why is it called the moonlight sword? Since I'm a master of the swords arts of the Umaiden? Sword art of the Umaiden. Moonlight sword. Do you not get it? Umaiden sword. Moon. 4. U stands for moon in Chinese. Girl sword. Moonlight sword. Just stop talking, The Yu maiden was an abbreviation for a woman from the state of Yu. And of course, the state of Yu didn't literally mean the moon. After all, how could a state's name be the moon? Anyway, let's go. San. Luoyang is waiting for us. I said I'm not going. I'll pester you until you go. Just surrender obediently. Peng Desan's eyebrows twitched. The declaration lightly touched upon his sore point. At first, she seemed like a master of the sword, rather than a woman. Then, she became more akin to an ignoramus. And then, a beggar-like presence. Now, she was something similar to a friend. But her clinging on to him to such an extent raised suspicions about her motives. Could it be some kind of strategy? That she was actually a woman? For him to notice her? It was an extreme case of erotomania. 5. A case when someone deludes themselves into thinking someone else is in love with them. Luckily, the nonsense Qing blurted out without thinking extinguished that spark of delusion caused by her words. Well, eat dinner at Diaochan Dining. Do you agree? Do you even know what kind of place that is? I heard it's the best in Luoyang, though. I overheard the escort members, you see. It was true that it was Luoyang's best. After all, Diaochan Dining was Luoyang's greatest brothel. It is expensive there, though. And you don't have money, no? What else would friends be for? When will I ever go to such a superb inn in my life? Isn't that right, San? It was a blatant maneuvering that implied she would leech off of him. So, it was not seduction, but just plain freeloading. Peng Desan's suspicions, practically at the level of a disease, subsided. Instead, his mood subtly soured. Why did he feel so annoyed? All right, fine, I'll be generous. Then, even if it's not at the level of Diaochan Dining, can W. Fine. Eh? What? I said fine. I'll take you. Diaochan Dining. Qing blinked. Really? Didn't you say it's expensive? San, are you serious? Were you a man with that much wealth? You told me to take Wang. No, what do you mean whether I have that much wealth? Are you seriously asking me that? It was just a negotiation strategy, you know? Start with a big request, and if refused, make a smaller one. It was a sharp wisdom that sometimes popped up amid her usual ignorance. This time, it was particularly piercing. Peng Desan carefully pondered over her words. Misunderstanding his silence, Qing sheepishly smiled in apology. If it's too much of a burden, forget it. I just threw it out there, you know? Just in case. Peng Desan's eyebrows twitched. Her earlier comment about wealth. Could it be? Look. Do you even know what my clan is? Peng Clan of Hebei, right? Escort leader says it all the time. Do you not understand what that means? You don't have to brag about your family being wealthy. Oh. Sorry. Saying about how if it's too much of a burden or whatever wasn't a dig at your pride or anything, okay? Don't take it to heart. She didn't know what kind of clan the Ping Clan of Hebei represented. To her, it was just another wealthy household. Even ignorance should have its limits, shouldn't it? Qing had probably only encountered sons of bitches or low-rate martial artists. And they were those who couldn't even dare to mention the 5 noble clans. It made sense. The 9-sex-1 union might forgive a bit of gossip behind their backs if one begged and groveled. But if one was caught badmouthing one of the 5 noble clans, they would lose at least an arm. At the very least. Diaochan Dining is not much of a burden. Let's go. It was true that it wasn't much of a burden. It was also true that his pride was a bit bruised. But more than anything, Peng Desan's offer to accompany her was not just out of kindness. He had his reasons for not wanting to go out. And he was also curious about Qing's reaction to the brothel. Right as the excited Qing rushed out the door, unaware of his thoughts, she came face to face with an immense crowd of Luoyang beauties. The beauty standards in the Central Plains were not much different from the modern era. A white face and an ample bosom. A slender waist and a light body. Long raven hair. Clear eyes with distinct black and white pupils. Red lips and white teeth. Among these, there were priorities, with the most important being a small and slim figure. In modern terms, it was the near fanatical preference of slender bodies. A preference for slender figures who were short, at that. However, that did not mean they could have a flat chest. They had to be well-rounded, full breasts. And of course, this, too, must be a moderate size. Ideally about the size of 2 adult male fists. Anything larger was considered vulgar, a characteristic more expected of concubines than main wives. Hence, men often spent more time with their concubines. It was a society where one couldn't even openly praise what they truly enjoyed. Ultimately, a beauty in the Central Plains was the same as a beauty of the modern era. Or to be more precise, modern beauty standards included those of the Central Plains. And then, the most handsome man under the heavens, the Jade Qilin, arrived in Luoyang. People who saw his face, which was as clean as jade and as gracious as the rumors suggested, spread the news quickly, saying, "I saw him, did you see him? I also saw him." The most eligible bachelor in all the Central Plains had made his descent upon these lands. The beauties of Luoyang all gathered in one place. And the scene that such beauty saw was a cheap-looking, underdeveloped, whore-like bitch daring to flirt with the oh-so-noble Jade Qilin. Aiqing created her character, just as written in the recommendation post. In Murim Chronicles, A Tale of Life and Death, one stats by familiarizing themselves with martial arts. Furthermore, any and all martial arts in the game could be learned. As such, initial stats were meaningless when entering the later parts of the game. Aiqing took out all appearance stats and invested every one of them into stamina and strength. It was a build meant for an easier start. As such, when Aiqing first emerged in Murim, she was literally the ugliest woman under heaven. But as she learned and attained more martial arts that belonged in the fairy 1. Really beautiful people are called fairy in China arts subclass, her appearance stat increased significantly. The 3 types of maiden, true form origin, belong to the fairy arts, and being a purple martial art, it significantly increased the stats. So now, Aiqing wasn't ugly. But that didn't mean she was particularly beautiful either. She was just average. Yet, she was stuck right next to Jade Qilin. It was a stark contrast, the very embodiment of the relative squid theory. 2. It's when someone who doesn't look all that bad stands next to someone who is really good looking, making them look ugly. In Korea, ugly people are called squids, or that they look like squids. The cheap robes bought for its cost-effectiveness was the very epitome of such a theory's proof. Hostile glances swarmed in all at once. However, the real form of Aiqing was a single gamer working in production. She had no particular complaints about that lifestyle. Her only wish was perhaps for all those born with a silver spoon to die. A single gamer working in production. To her, romance was nothing more than tiresome emotional labor. And even when ladies, all dolled up, glared at her with venom, she could casually smile it off with a slickness that came with experience. With enough wealth to live comfortably alone and hobbies to keep herself entertained, marriage was not even a consideration for her in the first place. As a result, Aiqing did not pay much attention to the hostile glares confronting her at the gate. She just whistled at the sudden unfolding of Luoyang's greatest beauty contest. As she knew that Luoyang wasn't the land of the Amazons, she could at least understand why they had all gathered here. Aiqing nudged Peng Desan's side with her elbow. "Oh. San. Look at your face being worth a pretty penny, huh? It is merely bothersome. Ivy was merely bothersome. Ooh, look at our San. What a sick guy. So cool. A cold-hearted man. But you'd be warm to your woman, right? Kaya dash." Aiqing's words touched on Peng Desan's sore spot in a very ambiguous way. It was fine. All he needed to do was brush it off. Normally, he would have frowned upon such words, but strangely, he wasn't offended. Why was that? Peng Desan pondered for a moment. Well, it was because Aiqing's words and actions were akin to the friendly banter and pranks of fellow men. In truth, men also liked good-looking men. Though one might think, damn that motherfucker's face is on another fucking level, shit, the underlying feeling was usually just admiration. The people men disliked weren't the good-looking ones. The hated were more the type of men who drove Benz in their early 20s or the silver spoon business owners who strutted around with arrogance. Just now. So, if we're in Luoyang, we have to go somewhere. Where are the hottest places? We can't eat dinner when it's still bright out, right? Peng Desan was about to ask something, but Aiqing's words, slipping through that gap like a ghost, made him forget all about it. It didn't seem like an important question anyway, so Peng Desan just let it slide. White Horse Temple. 3. White Horse Temple is a Buddhist temple in Luoyang, Hunan that, according to tradition, is the first Buddhist temple in China, having been first established in 68 AD under the patronage of Emperor Ming in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Or Longmen Grottos. 4. The Longmen Grottos or Longmen Caves are some of the finest examples of Chinese Buddhist art. Housing tens of thousands of statues of Shakyamuni Buddha and his disciples, they are located 12 kilometers south of present-day Luoyang in Henan Province, China. A temple and a cave, huh? Wouldn't the cave be better? Peng Desan didn't hide his disdain, looking at her as if finding her pathetic. What the why? The only person in the entire world to refer to White Horse Temple and Longmen Grottos as just a temple and a cave is most likely you. So? Ain't it a temple? Ain't it a cave? Do not say such things in Luoyang. The people here are absolutely insane when it comes to their pride in their city. It will lead to them wielding swords. Surprisingly, that was the truth. Can't help it then. Shall we go to Longmen Grottos? Longmen Grottos is far. How far? It's quite a distance beyond the southern gate. Qing also thought that was too far. But there seems to be nothing to see at the temple. If there is nothing to see, then let us just go back. Are you seriously going to be like this? Buddy, can't you show a bit more enthusiasm? Such a thing never existed in the first place. Let's go. White Horse Temple. You ready, San? Ugh, you never know how to go with the flow, do you? Ovivorce VOT. Kvung. 5. Of course not. Qing. Qing imitated someone from behind by lowering her voice. Peng Desan let out a deep sigh. Personal tourism tendencies varied greatly, but they could be divided into several types. First, there were the planners. Those who organized every detail of the trip and moved according to a prearranged plan. The slightly lax planners were considered the best travel buddies, overwhelmingly enhancing the satisfaction of the trip. However, there were instances of planners with superhuman capacities who planned every 10 minutes. It was necessary to be wary of such types. One might end up seeing and doing a lot, but with no memorable experiences left after the trip. Then, there were the hermits. For hermits, traveling was just not working and staying somewhere far from home for a few days. Their satisfaction came from not having to go to work and not being at home, instead of delicious, interesting, or famous things. Comfort was what hermits sought. If they felt even a tiny bit tired, they tended to hold themselves in their room. They often clashed with the wanderer types, thus arguing. Why come here if you're going to do this? I came to rest, not to suffer. Then, there were the wanderers. They simply loved to roam around. They meshed well with planners and were best off traveling separately from hermits to avoid ruining friendships. They ate well and enjoyed everything heartily. However, once they lost interest, their concentration and motivation would dwindle, thus quickly seeking to leave. They were the sort who perceived tourism as akin to an arduous journey. Aside from those, there were the ultimate travel buddies. The silver spoons. The wealthy ones. There was a type who one should perhaps not seek companionship with on travels, but since they tended to stick to their own kind, it resulted in little interaction with those outside their group anyway. Qing was one of the wanderer types. To be more precise, she belonged to the subset of wanderers who loved to eat. Anytime she saw food, she'd shoot longing glances at Peng Desan. Basically, she was fully collecting her share of the friendship fee, so to speak. From Peng Desan's perspective, the amount was pathetic and virtually negligible, barely pocket change, but the joy of providing for her was there. After all, it was fun to see Qing heartily enjoy whatever she ate. However, Qing's impression of White Horse Temple was somewhat ambiguous. To her, the temple was somewhat like a red Jiangbakgung. 6. Jiangbakgung, also known as Jiangbakgung Palace, was the main royal palace of the Joseon dynasty. Built in 1395, it is located in northern Seoul, South Korea. The largest of the 5 grand palaces built by the Joseon dynasty, Jiangbakgung served as the home of the royal family and the seat of government, a familiar sight for her. A big red bulguksa. Bulguksa is a Buddhist temple on Tohamsan, in Jinhyandong, Gyeongju, North Gyeongsang Province, South Korea. It is a head temple of the Jogye order of Korean Buddhism and contains 6 national treasures, including the Dabatap and Sukgatap stone pagodas, Chonggyeongyo, and 2 gilt bronze statues of Buddha, minus the Sukaguram Grotto. 8. The Sukaguram Grotto is a hermitage and part of the Bulguksa Temple complex in Gyeongju, South Korea. It and Bulguksa are both on the mountain Tohamsan, although the two are separated by distance of around 3 kilometers. The grotto overlooks the Sea of Japan and rests 750 meters above sea level. She had neither the eye nor the interest in the essence of contemporary Buddhist art, so the only thing worth seeing was the Chiyun Pagoda. 9. The living quarters of the monks are in an exclusive pagoda, with restricted entry, called the Chiyun Ta, or Chiyun Pagoda. At least she enjoyed seeing the pagoda. Then, true to her wanderer nature, she quickly lost interest. When they stepped outside, the time was a bit iffy. After all, it was too early to go straight to dinner. Pung Daesan grabbed A-Ching, who was about to wander around again, and steered her to a tea house. A characteristic of the silver spoon types was to solve everything with money while strictly avoiding any and all hassles. Pung Daesan was already tired from walking around for about an hour. As such, he figured that making A-Ching sit and continuously feeding her something, anything might make things a bit more comfortable. And that worked. After he ordered a bunch of snacks and seated A-Ching where the outside view could clearly be seen, she became quiet, engrossed in eating and spectating. Content with this situation, Pung Daesan became lost in thought. The escort convoy would continue to Yangseong, and about 5 days from there laid Mount Hua, Pung Daesan's destination. The absolute sword wall of Mount Hua had opened. The respect for the penultimate generation Zenith, the celestial martial emperor, was due to his genuine love for Murim. So much so that the attack on the imperial palace was also a warning to the imperial family, who were wielding Murim to embark on northern conquests. His affection for the 9 sects was especially extraordinary. Thus, he directly imparted one of his teachings to each of them, though as always, the celestial martial emperor's methods were somewhat extreme. After splitting a cliff with a single sword strike, he engraved 6 sword marks. It was a kind of insight left by the celestial martial emperor. The teachings were received by only the 9 sects. Neither the One Union nor the 5 noble clans were included. The celestial martial emperor's disdain for the beggars' union was well known, ironically deeming them as even lesser than actual beggars. As for the 5 noble clans, he was simply not interested. He just left a few words, saying prioritizing family over the greater cause wasn't necessarily wrong. The celestial martial emperor's insights were shared amicably only among the 9 sects One Union. He, the celestial martial emperor, was direct and outspoken. If he wanted his insights to be public, he would have simply said so. But he didn't. In essence, it meant do as you please. In such a situation, a letter was sent flying to the noble clans. The contents roughly consisted of unity blah blah, great cause blah blah, and leading the next generation of Jianghu, thus offering to make the absolute sword wall open to them. 2 things could be taken away from this. The first was that mere peak realm martial artists staring at the absolute sword wall's insights would gain little. It could be inferred by how the known number of masters in Mount Hua, whether in the past or present, did not change that much. The second was that Mount Hua now needed significant help. There was no free lunch in the world. One would have to pay the prices to witness the celestial martial emperor's insight. But what could that price be? Especially if it was an incident requiring help not just from the 9 sects, but from the Murim noble clans as well. Right as Pung Daesan continued to rack his brain. San. Look at this for a moment. When A-Ching called Pung Daesan San, it usually meant she really wanted something. He was gradually understanding the principles of her actions. A-Ching tapped the empty porcelain plate. What is it? I remember someone telling me that it's rude to leave a plate empty, you see? A-Ching tapped the plate, urging him. Pung Daesan was reminded of Huku. 10. LOL, this dog is named Black Dog in Korean. LOL, raised in his clan. Huku was a lion dog. 11. Tibetan Mastiff reaching up to Pung Daesan's waist. When hungry, it would bring its bowl and fiddle with it using its front paws. Even though someone else was tasked with feeding it, the clever animal always sought out him. You are quite shamelessly bold, aren't you? Friendship fee. A-Ching puffed up her chest with an assertive attitude. Her needless confidence mirrored that of Huku, a demeanor that expected Pung Daesan to feed her, as if it was only natural for him to. But is illegal dumping a trend in Luoyang nowadays? That can't be. Then why are those thrown away like that? In front of the tea house, the street was a scene of rampant illegal dumping. Colorful handkerchiefs, sachets. 12. Although its most usual definition is that listed under packet, a sachet can also mean a small scented cloth bag filled with herbs, potpourri, or aromatic ingredients, and occasionally shoes or even underwear adorned the stone pavement. It was the very definition of pretty trash. Ching marveled. Littering truly was a unique traditional culture of the Chinese people, huh? Ching lacked common sense, but that didn't mean she was stupid. She also knew the implications of this shameful trash. It was the persistent and desperate struggles of women trying to somehow create a connection with the Jade Qilin. If it was to a certain extent, she would have playfully poked his side, telling him to pick some up out of courtesy. However, while Ching was inhaling the entire collection of Central Plains snacks, fried pastries, steamed pastries, boiled pastries, baked pastries, and dried pastries, the littering continued endlessly. Now, just like Kim Sowal's Azaleas. 1. Poem made by Kim Sol. When you leave tired of me, without saying anything, I shall gently let you go from Yaksan and Nyanbayan. I shall pluck an armful of azaleas and scatter them on the path down which you go as you make your way, step by step, upon the scattered flowers laying before you. Please tread gently as you go. When you leave tired of me, even in death shall no tears flow. It was to an extent where she could easily trample on the handkerchiefs laid out step by step without even intending to. Picking them up one by one would turn her into nothing but a woman gleaning the fields. Ching clicked her tongue. Wow. I'm getting sick of it. Seriously. I thought you would tell me to pick them up. How can someone pick all that up? Sheesh, someone's back would bend in half during such an attempt. Ching voiced a question that suddenly occurred to her. Do the owners pick these up later? Of course. Peng Daisan hesitated. Did they pick them up again? Wasn't that a bit too unsightly? But then, would they just leave it like that? Wasn't that too much of a nuisance? Peng Daisan flinched. Why was he even thinking about something like this? I am sure they'll send someone later to collect them. Really? From there? Is there someone who specializes in retrieving lost items or something? Also, those things get stepped on and kicked around. The women around Peng Daisan were in a competitive relationship against each other. While pretending to just pass by, they obscured the view, sneakily dropped items on top of other items, and stepped on their rivals' belongings. If someone picks them up and sells them, would they make money? Peng Daisan doubted his ears. Are you out of your mind? No, look at them. Some look pretty expensive. They'd come back for those, wouldn't they? Ching pointed to a sachet rolling on the ground. Handkerchiefs were not too difficult to throw away and drop, but they didn't have a great meaning. One of the ways to quietly convey a breakup to a lover was to gift a white handkerchief. The minimum requirements to exchange handkerchiefs between lovers would be something like a red fabric embroidered with gold thread or something similarly ornate. Thus, women from wealthy families dropped naragis. 2. Naragi is a typical, traditional Korean accessory used in hanbok, which can be hung on gorium of a woman's jeogori or on her chima. The naragi functions as a decorative pendant and is both a good luck charm hoped to bring something such as eternal youth, wealth or many sons, as well as a fashion accessory. Very occasionally, there were women who would drop sachets or bingyeos. 3. A bingyeo is a Korean traditional hairpin for fixing ladies' chignons. Its main purpose is to pin the chignon in place, but it also serves as ornamentation, and it has different usages or names according to its material or shape. Therefore, it is possible to identify one's social status by looking at their bingyeo, but other women didn't dare to step on or kick around such precious items. They feared the consequences of provoking a woman who could afford to use such expensive items as bait. On the other hand, if there were no consequences to fear, it meant it was fine to provoke. Just like that person over there. What are these? So dirty and messy. A short boy in clean white clothing appeared, kicking the women's pure intentions scattered on the ground. A burly titan of a man next to him spoke. It is obvious at a glance that they are traces of senior brother Jade Qilin, aren't they? Ah. That's true. Little brother Peng. Are you here? There is no need to shout, is there? We just need to follow the gaze of the women. Look. He is right over there. As expected of little brother Jiggle. So very smart. Little brother Peng. Aching checked their righteous karma out of habit. The boy in white was 86. Oh. Aching marveled. It was the highest record among all the martial artists she had seen. And the burly giant was -19. A passably good guy. Righteous karma was difficult to accumulate. In contrast, the amount plummeted due to evil deeds was tremendous. After all, martial artists often had times when they had to take lives. Even if their numbers are inclined to evil karma, being in the 2 digits meant they lived fairly decently without doing too much harm. Aching asked curiously about the unusual combination of the two. You know them? Indeed. Despite his response, his expression was not all that pleased. However, Pungde-san had never been seen being affectionate to anyone. In fact, one couldn't even imagine it. It just seemed to be his natural disposition to be that way. The boy entered the tea house while shouting. Despite his tiny size, his voice was as loud as a train whistle. Little brother Pung. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. And your face is shining as brightly as it always has. Nice. Very nice. Senior brother Wangbo, it has been a while. Yeah. When was the last time? Boo-hoo. What's this? You're with a woman? Could it be? Absolutely not. Never. Pungde-san looked positively disgusted. Haha, that was rude, you know. You need to be more aware of the hearts of women, it seems. Pungde-san's mood soured instantly. Indeed, that was how he should be reacting when someone touches upon his sore spot. However, Pungde-san knew this rascal quite well. He was a kind person with not a hint of malice, as well as being terribly oblivious, so expressing his displeasure would only be a loss to him. Utterly unaware of his inner thoughts, the boy laughed heartily. Though it didn't suit him, being that he was so tiny. This individual is Wangbo Uncheek, just a senior brother I know. And that punk is Jegal Ahayan. Senior brother Pung, why is one called an individual and the other, a punk? You are indeed a punk. You dragged him here on purpose, didn't you? The women were so thrilled and the streets were so chaotic that it was obvious that senior brother Pung had made his move. Of course, I had to greet senior brother. The tiny kid was Wangbo Uncheek. Surprisingly, a sweet age of 27. He looked like a middle school student from the outside though. This kid? 27? Seeing Aching's expression, Pungde-san added. He took the wrong medicine when he was young. Ah. If he ate the wrong kinds of herbal medicine, then there was nothing that could be done. Aching was swiftly convinced. The little Supreme Justice, Wangbo Uncheek. A famously virtuous individual of Jianghu, he was called the Little Supreme Justice, known for his small stature yet having already reached the status of a great expert. He was renowned for his late-stage peak realm martial arts, his upright conduct, and a lively, boisterous attitude that did not match his small frame at all. And the Titan, who looked like a living incarnation of muscles, was Jegal Ahayan. His age was 18, in the flower of his youth. Jegal. Like Zhuge. 4. In Chinese, Zhuge Liang is called Zhuge from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, in Korean Murim, they use it as Jegal. They are the same individuals. I have used it different to differentiate between Chinese history and Korean webnovel culture. Liang. Aching asked, she, too, knew the surname Jegal. After all, Zhuge Liang was way too famous for her not to know. But, why? If it was Jegal, then you know? Wouldn't they be that family who was fragile in body but brilliant in mind? He seems to have received too much of his maternal side's blood. Of course. He's the son of our aunt. It's only natural. I am satisfied. It is about time the Jegal clan shed its image as frail scholars. Jegal Ahayan flexed his arms and showed off his biceps. In modern terms, it was the very pose that people called the front double biceps. The sleeveless robe he wore, uncommon in the Central Plains, amply revealed his muscles and his pride in them. The beastly sage, Jegal Ahayan. It meant that he had the body of a beast, but a brain of a sage. A natural genius even among all those under heaven, born with the mighty physique of the Wangbo clan and the exceptional intelligence of the Jegal clan. His mastery of martial arts might not be the highest, but people's expectations of the Jegal clan were not in that area to begin with. Conversely, the elders of the family did indeed have expectations in that area. Among the 5 noble clans of the Central Plains, the Jeagle clan ranked on the lower side when it came to martial studies, but they were still a member of the 5 noble clans. However, maybe due to their overly impressive ancestor, people tended to see all those surnamed Jeagle as merely smart nerds. Honestly, it was an unfair situation, much to their chagrin. Zhuge Liang was a man of steel-like stamina, enduring a heavy workload, including night shifts, for 11 years after the death of Liu Bei. This feeling of injustice turned into resentment, leading the Jeagle clan to focus more on improving their constitution than actually strategic marriages. But the result was always the body of a sage and the brain of a beast. It was so bad that they even seriously considered whether some sort of curse had been cast, thus studying their bloodline with means of sorcery. Amidst this, the appearance of Jeagle Liang, showing both muscles and brilliance from a young age, was a great celebration for the family. These were unwelcome guests from Peng Desan's perspective. He tended to shy away from peers with cool titles. Little Supreme Justice, Beastly Sage. But then suddenly, Jade Qilin? And then there was Wangbo Uncheck, the person itself was how to put it? A good person? But only a good person? He had a somewhat pure brain and absolutely no tact whatsoever. On top of that, he could never tolerate injustice. He even confronted Transcendent Realm masters over injustice. Had that master not generously laughed and praised him, he would have long been deceased. That was when the title Little Supreme Justice was born. To put things simply, Wangbo Uncheek was tiring to be with. And though Jeagle Liang was quite a decent guy, the fact that he was always around Wangbo Uncheek was his fatal flaw. After all, the Little Supreme Justice's love for his cousin was famous. How did you end up with our little brother Peng, young lady? I happened to be accompanying him on the same escort convoy. Our little brother is particularly prickly to women, though. Could it be? We're just friends. Friends. Same-age friends. Oh ho. Where would friends exist in the relationships between men and women? Right here? It always starts like that. Then affection grows as they stick together, thus becoming lovers, and then spouses. Isn't that so? There was a certain familiar smell in this unfamiliar Central Plains. The manner of emphasizing the attitude of trying somehow to tie the entangled woman to a little brother who apparently had no interest in women at all. Yo, our youngest. Why did Choi Nayeon from Sea Line give you coffee? Doesn't this look like it's a step away from having beef soup together? That's nonsense. She just gave it to me as a thank you for giving her a ride yesterday. Ooh, our youngest. Are you already at the stage where you two take the same car together? Come on, it was raining yesterday. She missed her bus, so I just gave her a ride since I've seen her face a couple of times. Our youngest is quite the player, huh? Truly, a Rizzler. That's right, that's right. That's how everyone should make their move. I'm telling you that's not it. Look at our youngest. Always refusing to leave his house, because he said he was playing games or whatever. He's all grown up now. He was a senior who had entered the same work line a year earlier. Not long after, he confessed to Oh Haeun from Sea Line, got brutally rejected, and left the company. He was definitely not a bad person. He was the kind of person who'd drag you to a company dinner, but it was actually a drinking party with voluntary attendance, something never missed by married men, saying he'd cover your share if you didn't want to go. After seeing a newcomer become isolated for not attending one company dinner, I realized that his insistence was actually a kind gesture worthy of thanks. He'd even visit occasionally after resigning to treat me to a meal. But spreading rumors linking me with Choi Nayeon, as if pushing us together like Cupid, was a bit much. Ching recalled the past. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Unwarranted rumors must not hinder a friend's marriage prospects. Ching took active measures to prevent potential problems. Oh, is that from personal experience? You seem to have a lot of experience with the opposite sex, huh? It is something I heard from my uncle. It'd be fine to just laugh it off if things go as you say, but what if my friend has someone else in mind? Once words are spoken, they can't be taken back. So, rumors obviously spread. If that's the case, wouldn't my friend be unable to meet his destined partner then? What if my friend ends up growing old alone, regretfully reminiscing about the past, thinking, if only senior brother hadn't blabbered nonsense, I wouldn't be so lonely without a family, eating meals all by my lonesome? How would you take responsibility then? Oh no. I apologize. Wang Boan Cheek was utterly demolished by Qing's verbal attack. Little brother. I apologize to you too. It is all my foolishness that almost led you to being old and lonely. Peng Daisan cocked his head. Why do I feel offended even though I'm receiving an apology? And it also feels like we've been in this situation before. Brother Peng, that is called DJVU. It is similar to when the upper dantian foresees brief moments of possibilities. It aligns with the clairvoyance mentioned in Buddhist scriptures. By knowing the future and understanding past lives through Pravanavsnazdi, one transcends it through Sravakaya and enters the gates of the three types of suffering, thus freely manipulating DJV. I am going to lose my mind. Seriously. Hearing a familiar topic, Jigalahayan joined the conversation, speaking at superhuman speeds. Yeah, that was just like him. At that moment, Qing stood up abruptly. Where are you going? Emma, go take a dump. Peng Daisan rubbed his forehead. Was she actually a crazy bitch? Oh my, she is quite the outspoken young lady. Can you really consider that as just being outspoken? I am not quite sure. After Qing hopped away, Wang Bo Uncheek switched to a different topic. At any rate, this is a good thing. Little brother Peng, you are on your way to Mount Hua, yes? Then we should move together from now on. Are you also headed to Mount Hua, brother Wangbo? Of course. Why else would I be here? The Wangbo clan, though not part of the 5 noble clans, was still among the 10 noble clans of the Central Plains. This meant the opening of the Absolute Sword Wall was intended for the 10 noble clans, instead of the 5. For what reason would they seek the help of the 10 noble clans, though? Perhaps something unusual was unfolding in Jianghu. But putting aside that uncertainty, there was indeed something unusual happening behind the tea house, at least. One thing Qing could not tolerate in the Murim Central Plains was the outhouse. However, Qing was powerless to do anything about it. So what if it was intolerable? It wasn't like she could fight with an outhouse. But she would not endure it forever. Once she became a fucking munchkin master and held Murim in her hands. She would follow the legacy of the late Shim Jae-deok, the former mayor of Suwon, founder of the Korea Toilet Association, and founder of the World Toilet Association, thus modernizing the outhouses of the Central Plains. Her ambition was grand, but it did not solve the immediate crisis. A matter concerning a human's dignity, which was. Please be clean. Please, please. After all, a dirty outhouse could kill a person's soul. Truly. Qing firmly grabbed the outhouse door, strengthening her resolve. That was when it happened. You. Qing turned around at the chilly voice. A beauty who looked like a bitch was pointing a finger at her, flanked by 2 men with a nasty impression. Clearly, she was a bitch, backed by thugs. However, one should not judge people by their appearance. It was because perhaps they suffered because of their fierce looks, despite being kind-hearted. Qing checked their karma instead of their physiognomy. -498. The ones on the left and right were -621 and -455, respectively. Ah. So she was a piece of shit bitch. Just as expected, physiognomy was a science. The essence of statistics spanning over 2,000 years. In modern terms, it was 2,000 years of big data. And today, in this place, it has been proven right. Qing usually did not hold back in the face of evil. Even if it was a beautiful woman. But AQ was also facing a major crisis. It was a problem of whether the outhouse might be dirty, a matter of one's personal dignity. Before opening the outhouse door, its condition existed in a state of both cleanliness and filth. In essence, it was Schrodinger's shit, a mixed state that became fixed to one reality based on the observer's observation. Humanity had always longed to overcome this chaos. Believing that good deeds would bring fortune to them later was the result of that desperate effort. In modern times, this methodology had evolved into reading cryptocurrency graphs, an attempt to fix the future overlapping states of rise and fall into a more electronic manner. Or they performed gacha rituals while listening to mythical music in front of the game developer's photo. Qing, too, followed such methodologies. If being generous in her words could lead to a cleaner outhouse, Qing could even be kind to evil. If it's perhaps a small one, you can go in first. What is this thing saying? A big one is a no-no, though. But if you're in a rush and you're confident you can finish quickly then. The beauty burst out in anger at the following bullshit that was spouted. Do you even know who I am to dare mess with me? For reference, people could also speak with their facial expressions. And Ching's expression said all that it needed to. How would I know who you are? Instead of the lady, the man beside her on the right answered. This lady is the esteemed daughter of the Black Shadow Association. She is one who someone like you should not even dare to make eye contact with. Ching let the words go in one ear and out the other. If one shouldn't make eye contact with her, then was she Medusa, or a Gorgon or something? Or was she the late big bro Michael Jackson? Ching was confident she would faint just like a fan from that era if she met eyes with Michael Jackson. Oh, I see. So you're just too embarrassed to reveal your identity with your own mouth, right? You. My lady, please calm down. There is no need for you to directly deal with that thing. If there is a commotion, young master will know, after all. Ahem, that's right. Noggle. The young lady of the Black Shadow Association gestured with her chin, perfectly playing her role as a person of evil. Noggle, the villain, previously on the right, tossed a pouch. The sound of money clinking was unmistakable. It landed precisely at Ching's feet, clearly not the work of someone who had thrown it like this just once or twice. Take that and cleanly stay away. Ching swiftly picked it up and checked inside. Among the silver light, there was exactly one deep yellow thing. A smile spread across Ching's lips. Oh my word, to think she would throw an entire money bag just to ask her to yield the outhouse. Was this the grace of the rich? But of course, it wasn't just about yielding. It must have also included a fee for her silence regarding this. A lady of high status using an outhouse would definitely be a little, no, very embarrassing. Or maybe she was someone with severe constipation. Oh my, I apologize for not recognizing such a noble lady. I did not see anything. Please take care of yourself, my lady. Ching bowed deeply and retreated. This was what it truly meant to return in glory. Ching straightened her grand chest, beamed a bright smile, and walked back triumphantly. All three men averted their eyes. After all, they knew where Ching was coming back from. Ching interpreted the avoidance of their gazes differently. Since it was a gathering of men, they must have been sharing some juicy stories. Ching liked erotic conversation too. How could they discuss such important matters without her? However, she knew that lewd topics were uncomfortable to share with those they were not familiar with. Oh well, even if she was a bit sad from being left out, she just had to endure it. Instead, Ching proudly showed off the money bag. She even opened it up to show what was inside. When Peng Dasan peeked inside, he saw it wasn't much. For an heir of one of the 5 noble clans, it wasn't even a day's allowance. Seeing her being so proud of such a small sum was a bit Adora. Suddenly, a chill ran down Peng Dasan's spine. What was that just now? While Peng Dasan was facing some cosmic horror, Ching stated proudly. Look at this. I just earned some money. Wait, elder sister. Elder sister? If you were Brother Peng's friend, wouldn't that make you an elder sister to me? The title elder sister felt strangely unfamiliar. But it definitely seemed better than being called a young lady. Oh. Then I'm gonna speak comfortably, okay? Of course. How is it that you managed to earn such an amount in the lavatory? Because someone just gave it to me? They were in such a hurry to use the outhouse, so they asked me to yield it to them. I mean, they said they would give money for it, so how could I possibly refuse? I'll go back there later. Oh my. How desperate were they to do such a thing? Jiggle-Ahian trailed off. Even to him, a precious child of the Jiggle clan, it was a meager amount, barely enough for a day's allowance. But still, it was a lot for just one use of the lavatory. Oh well, income and an understanding of the economy were different things, after all. Right then, the little Wangbo Uncheek joined the conversation. Young lady, taking advantage of someone's desperate circumstances for your gain is not right. But it was a noble lady from a very wealthy family, wasn't it? The one who has desperate circumstances is me. This very body. I don't have money, so I'm purely relying on my friends' kindness to eat and live. Regardless of their wealth, taking unfair advantage is still not right, is it not? PFFFF, how can we possibly separate wealth from this matter? Well then, little Supreme Justice? Why don't I pose a question for you? What if, hypothetically, you were about to shit your pants? How would it feel then? Well, that. What if, little Supreme Justice? How would the world see you after you shit in your pants? Of course, they wouldn't say anything to your face, wouldn't they laugh behind your backs? Regardless of whether it is about the little Supreme Justice? Even other righteous people could be targeted as well because of you, you know? That. Social status is one thing, but shitting your pants is a serious, irreversible damage. A stain that might never be erased in a lifetime, don't you think? That does seem to be the C. I see it as a social death sentence. Haven't you heard the saying that a person doesn't die when their life ends, but when their name is forgotten? Wouldn't being remembered as pooper or shitter be a humiliating, disgraceful fate worse than death? That is obviously T. So, in essence, I protected something more precious than life for that person. The value of their life. And the token of gratitude for that, from them to me, is just one gold piece? If that's the case, couldn't it mean I'm the one who has been slighted instead? One gold piece certainly seems AB. But in a moment of life-threatening urgency, mistakes can happen. And since they gave the entire money bag, they must have given all they had, right? So, it wouldn't be right for me to complain about how dare they only give this meager amount, would it? Aiching fired off her words rapidly. And Wangbo Uncheek responded with a serious expression. Truly. Your generosity is as vast as the sea, young lady. I have made a great mistake once again. Jigalahayan, sitting next to him, also expressed his admiration. Remarkable. Elder sister. You elevate bullshit to the level of obvious principle so naturally, with your leaps in logic. And yet, you raise your own status so naturally at the same time through this bizarre narrative. It is utterly unpredictable and endlessly changing. It was a marvelous debate that has reached the realm of flowered tree grafting. It is used to mean secretly swapping something with cunning methods, without others knowing. Aiching was renowned for her ability to read others, even before her military service. She was adept at probing and poking just enough to gauge where the line was and whether she could tease them, truly standing at the very pinnacle of these studies. She was a giant among men. Even though she was a mere private, she was able to casually joke and laugh with Corporal Kim, the disciplinarian of their squad who was known for his temper and son of a bitch personality. And now, that very same giant stood tall in the room. Elder sister? Why are you standing, Seta? What do you mean why? Obviously, I have unfinished business to attend to. Jigalahayan's face turned bright red. Aiching then left through the back door of the tea house. The timing couldn't have been more perfect as she bumped into the very person she was grateful to. But the woman pointed a finger, her entire body trembling. You bitch. You dare to ridicule me? Ching blinked her eyes. Ridicule you? Me? How dare you? How dare you? Seeing her trembling eyes, she seemed genuinely furious. Aiching tilted her head in confusion. What the hell? Why is she so angry? Perhaps could it be that the outhouse was that filthy? After swallowing my money, how dare you shamelessly flirt with him again, as if to rub it in my face? With such a vulgar display. How dare you? Flirt? Me? How dare someone lowly like you approach young Master Jade Cheelin? How dare you? Oh my. Aiching finally realized her misunderstanding. It wasn't a sign of sincerity and favor for the fast pass to the restroom, but an envelope from a chaebol. Korean wealthy families. In dramas, it's often shown that these chaebol mother-in-laws throw money at their sons' lovers, telling them to fuck off because they're not worthy of their son. Basically, it's a cliché LOL mother-in-law. Moreover, it was such a modest amount when considering what her intentions were. So, naturally, Aiching felt wronged. How could a proud Korean man ever imagine receiving an envelope of money after parting ways with his significant other? If someone was able to, it was an ability to conceive possibilities beyond the realm of imagination. A different fucking stratosphere, so to speak. If Aiching had such an ability, she wouldn't have been a production worker but a genius scientist cooking up fucking superconductors. First, let's confirm one thing. Are you personally acquainted with Jade Cheelin? Oh, look at this? Now you reveal your true colors? One-sided love? So you're not acquaintances? Then, there was no need to exchange any more words with her. Ching slowly started turning on the engine of her mouth. Well, fine. Let's say you were ridiculed. Hypothetically. What are you going to do about it, huh? What can you, lady? What? Shake and scream? The woman's fierce face turned even fiercer. Nogle, Macwai. Drag that bitch right to my feet. The thugs standing beside her, left and right, stepped forward. Ching quickly intervened. Wait. Now you beg for forgiveness? You should have listened when I was speaking nicely. Yeah, okay, whatever. Setting that aside. What's your plan? After these ugly misters make me kneel, then what? I'll sever your limbs and toss you into the brothel. You'll be sold for a single coin. If you serve 100 men a day, well, I wonder how long you can last. Sudden mission occurrence between innocence and jealousy. Description: you have received a grave insult. Actions for additional free practice points. Righteous karma: kill the woman and her 2 guards. Righteous karma: bury the sins of the Black Shadow Association. Righteous karma: massacre the entire Black Shadow Association. Heavenly slaughtering star: massacre the entire Black Shadow Association. Sudden mission occurrence: rescue the women. Description: you have learned of the Black Shadow Association's wicked business. Actions for additional free practice points. Righteous karma: find and rescue the women from the Black Shadow Association's business sites. Righteous karma: kill the Black Shadow Association members at the business sites. Evil karma: trade with the Black Shadow Association to provide them with women. Heavenly slaughtering star: kill everyone at the Black Shadow Association's business sites. Ching read the lines floating before her eyes. And then smiled brightly. The lonely star of heavenly slaughter shone with the most irreverent color in the world. Yeah, that's right. I did think it had been way too peaceful until now. As far as I know, San might have a prickly side, but he's not a bad kid. So wouldn't a bitch like you never have had a chance in the first place? What did you say? Well, I mean, his family is well off. Even if he's not as good as me, he's pretty decent at martial arts. His face, Haya, well, there's no need to talk about his face. It's pretty self-explanatory. I guess his character is a bit off, so he's not really capable of being magnanimous. Well, anyway, he's a pretty good catch. So why would a guy like him mingle with a bitch like you, who's sandwiched between 2 thugs? You, what did you just s? Even if the world turns upside down and heaven and earth switch their axes, there would still be no chance. Yet, you're seriously following him? Moreover, you're acting like a mother-in-law, telling him to break up or not meet with this girl and shit like that? Hey. That's stalking. 2. This was in English. It's a filthy crime, you hear me? Ah, you don't know English, do you? DOYOUKNOWENGLISH. 3. Ching said this in English? The woman's face burned red. It was so bad, she could literally be called an entirely different species. Perhaps the red human race or something. If I were San, even if everyone else in the entire world died and only the 2 of us were left, I still wouldn't peg you. I'd rather do it with a tree hole. W what? You piece of shit, fuck, fucking bitch. What are you doing, still standing there? The woman was at a loss for words in her extreme anger. Nogle, right, and Makwi, left, stomped off the ground at her sharp cry. That's right. This is what I'm talking about. With a wicked smile that seemed to tear her mouth to her very ears, Ching shouted boldly. Come. My moonlight sword is thorough, shit. Ching's hand brushed through the empty air at her waist. The moonlight sword, number 6, was resting nicely next to the tea table. Because of that, she missed the moment to counterattack. Instead, Ching briskly jumped back to create distance. You maiden footwork. The following was the contents recorded in the historical texts of the late spring and autumn period. The Yu maiden moved with the innocent motion of a child, frolicking as if in water. Yet, she was not slow, but as quick as dandelion seeds in a gale, imperceptible to the eye. Despite this speed, she never lost her grace, still as lovable as a young girl. With 1 step backwards, she leapt 3 meters, with the second step, she surpassed 6, and with a light 3rd step, she was suddenly 9 meters away. Then, unexpectedly, in her 4th step, she would close the distance almost instantly to her opponent. After having missed the initiative, Eiching seized it right back with just one movement technique. This was the reason why Jianghu emphasized the importance of footwork movement techniques. The corresponding symbol, element, was a mathematical symbol which signified that footwork was part of a broader category that was movement techniques. What is this? Nogel was a guard for the Black Shadow Association leader's only daughter among many sons. She was so treasured as the youngest daughter after 4 sons that she even had a late-stage first-rate expert as her protector. And such an expert was capable enough to recognize the absurdity of Eiching's movement technique. Quick movement techniques struggled with sudden direction changes, while those unpredictable in direction tended to have issues with speed. Being able to reverse the direction of her inertia in a single step was enough for the movement technique to earn vast praise and admiration. Just being able to maintain the same speed while moving in the opposite direction was enough to be considered a lofty and masterful movement technique, highly esteemed anywhere under heaven. Yet, a movement technique that accelerated forwards after retreating was unheard of. At least, to Nogel, that is. As such, this resulted in him attacking first, but finishing his move later. Nogel shouted desperately. "My lady, run awa." "Nope. Where do you think you're going? That's a no-no. Stay put." Eiching threw a punch straight towards Nogel's mouth. A fist that reached out in a gentle and sluggish, yet fluent curve. It was the first movement of the circle fist, fierce hole of avarice, a common fist technique found rolling around everywhere in marketplaces. Nogel deflected the punch with his upper arm. But right as he did so, a left hand came in immediately after. It was crookedly straightened, neither fully opened nor clenched. It was the unique grip technique of praying mantis fist. 4. Reference to Shaolin Kung Fu, praying mantis hook. The deployment of the praying mantis hook was obvious, the second movement of praying mantis fist, orchid strike. Then, it was followed by the 5 iron feet move of the Mandarin ducks kicking technique, the 3-point opening of short boxing, reverse earth chop of Liu family's fist techniques. 5. A reference to Fist of the North Star / Hokuto Renkitoza, Wolf Strike of the Wolf Fong Fist. 6. Reference to Dragon Balls. Every single one of them were common boxing and kicking techniques found in markets. For such martial arts with a white border, raising them to 1 star required very few free practice points. They were no different from learning them for free. That was why Eiching had learned all the white martial arts from every bookstore she visited. She didn't use the sword art of the Umaiden, considered cheat-like even among purple martial arts, simply because she didn't need to. Achieving 1 star meant memorizing the very basic movements. Even without knowing the movement's true intention, spirit, operation of true qi, or its applications, merely mimicking the external form properly was considered achieving 1 star. However, even a shallow imitation, when compressed with immense qi and speed, could not help but to become a powerful martial art. And what about, let's say, if dozens of martial arts were mixed haphazardly together? That was the very spectacle Eiching was currently creating. Nogel was cornered. "You bitch." Makwai charged at Eiching's flank. Her left hand moved. It was a flick, as if swatting a fly. Suddenly, a resonant and profound sound of a bell echoed. Dwung dash. An invisible force traveled a distance of 2 qi. 7. The qi is a traditional Chinese unit of length. Although it is often translated as the Chinese foot, its length was originally derived from the distance measured by a human hand, from the tip of the thumb to the tip of the forefinger, and is similar to the ancient span. About 60 centimeters, and struck Makwai's chest. It was a palm technique for striking from afar, called air palm. Makwai flew like a cannonball and crashed into the back wall of the tea house. For a moment, Eiching frowned and stopped her offensive movements. Taking it as a kind of permission, Nogel hurriedly rushed to his junior. "Makwai. Snap out of it." Cough. His chest was completely caved in. His thoracic cavity shattered. Bone fragments had torn all his internal organs. The bloody cough was essentially Makwai's last words. "Makwai." Nogel cried out in anguish. Not all those in the unorthodox faction were scheming backstabbers. In fact, they were often bound as tightly as they were cruel to others. Eiching muttered, looking at the scene. "Ugh, shit. I couldn't actually feel anything in my hand, so unsatisfying. Should have just learned something else." It was a harsh critique of the Buddha's palm. It made sense. Eiching used a sword, The sensation of slicing through muscle and bone, the feeling of her palm holding the sword, was near ecstasy to her. The hardships in this strange land with a different culture and common sense. The number that always flickered above people's heads. The status window that rattled her mind every time she looked at it. Compared to the exhilaration of her blood turning even hotter in a body already heated by battle, all of such things seemed utterly trivial. Techniques involving fists and palms lacked that certain taste. Striking and breaking things wasn't entirely devoid of satisfaction, but of course, it couldn't compare to the sword. Above all, not seeing blood was her biggest point of discontent. In that sense, I can't use the Buddha's palm. Sure, even a glimpse of its power as a mere one star was formidable. It was undoubtedly a powerful martial art, but it lacks that delicious sensation in my hand. Do you even know how important it is to feel the impact when hitting? It's the most important thing ever. Suddenly, a thirst surged within her. Blood. I need to see blood. I had to see it. Hey, skip the melodrama. I'm not interested. Let's keep going. Nogel suddenly snapped back to reality. The grudge he held was one that wouldn't be satisfied, even if he tore her to pieces. However, his opponent was a peerless master who could effortlessly execute air palm. Of course, Eiching wasn't that much of a master yet. It was a misconception due to the game system's corrections, which was unknown to him. Nevertheless, Nogel's mission was to protect the lady. I apologize for not recognizing a master. Please show us mercy. Mere fodder. Dares to talk back? Please, please, I beg of you. Nogel knelt down. And Eiching snorted. Why? Did you never expect this day to come? Did you think you could continue living off of sucking others' blood, sweat, and tears? Did you think you'd live a long life surrounded by a bustling family and die in their embrace with a smile? That. According to what Mencius. 8. Chinese Confucian philosopher who has often been described as the second sage, that is, second to Confucius himself. He is part of Confucius' fourth generation of disciples. Mencius inherited Confucius' ideology and developed it further. Said, was there a Mencius? There must be, right? Since it's ancient China. Anyway, he said human nature is good. That's why people misunderstand, you see. They think anyone, even the wicked, harbors an inner righteousness and can be reformed. It was a gross misunderstanding. Mencius' doctrine of inherent goodness didn't mean that at all. It was a proposition that also held true in reverse. Human nature is good. Thus, anything inherently evil is not human. Even if they were your superiors, civil servants, or the sovereign of a country, if they are not good to you, they are nothing more than beasts. You cannot be ruled by beasts, so raise your bamboo spears. That was what Mencius meant. He was a great thinker who advocated the earliest form of democracy. Confucius' idea of governance was too lukewarm as it emphasized fidelity in governance and service. Thanks to him, Eiching was able to indulge in her hobby without a single hint of hesitation. Eiching took joy in slaying the piece of shit scum. And as the trash disappeared, the world became a better place. Thus, everyone would benefit. It was the realization of a world where no one needed to get hurt. If Eiching had majored in science and engineering or arts and physical education, she would have gone mad, tormented between the urge to slaughter everyone and the sin of it. But since Eiching specialized in the humanities and social sciences, she was living well, only receiving the connotative impacts when related to liberal arts. However, had she majored in medical science or law, she wouldn't have even had the leisure to consider gaming as a hobby. If that was the case, then there was no reason to suffer in the first PL. No, forget it. Anyway, this was why people should learn. After all, the saying, knowledge is power. By Francis Bacon. 1. A meme, because when people say knowledge is power. Francis Bacon people used to misunderstand as the full quote being knowledge is power. Francis Bacon. Instead of it actually meaning knowledge is power by Francis Bacon. Cool tidbit meme. Was that very principle. Bad people aren't human, so there's no need to treat them as such. Mencius said so. So, come on. Fight me, you dumbass. It's only fun for the hunter when the beast fights back. Nogel swallowed a sigh internally. Shit, I got involved with an actual crazy bitch. It was exactly the kind of idea one would expect from a devilish homicide, second to none. Nogel pondered how he could get away alive. Escape was impossible. There was no hope in it. The opponent possessed peerless movement techniques and could even strike from a distance with her air palm. Even the act of running away itself posed a problem. If a guard fled, leaving their charge behind, they would be pursued until death. After all, the Black Shadow Association leader would never forgive a guard who abandoned his daughter. And undoubtedly, his wife and 10-year-old son would also meet a tragic fate. As such, the only options were to defeat her or rely on her mercy. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, the brain exhibited unprecedented focus. It was why martial arts would break through walls and reach new heights during life-and-death battles. Finally, Nogel's brain found the most rational path among countless futures. Masters often showed a peculiar leniency. Like, "Oh my, your loyalty is truly admirable," or something similar. Of course, the chances of that were 1 in a million. But if he was going to die anyway, he had to at least save his wife and son. The Black Shadow Association leader, though a part of the unorthodox faction, was still someone who would take care of the family of a guard who sacrificed their life for his daughter. Nogel steeled himself for this resolute decision. "I shall offer my life to atone for my sins to you, exalted lady. Please, could you end this grudge with just me?" Sadly, Aiching had already surpassed her threshold of thirst. It had been far too peaceful lately, and the absence of a real fight had ignited her bloodlust. "Nah, don't want to." As such, her hand moved on its own. Her slender fingers slashed Nogel's throat from right to left. The fingers were one of the most sensitive parts of the body. So sensitive, in fact, that it was able to feel every millisecond of that moment, spanning a blink of an eye, in slow motion. The squelch, as it tore through the soft leather of the neck, buried into the muscle, before straining against her strike. When the elastic blood vessels wrapped around her fingers like rubber bands, the tense resistance intensified further. And then, it touched the solid Adam's apple. Digging deeper, as if scooping sand, the carotid artery stretched over the shoulder blades, then snapped, unable to withstand the tensile stress any longer. And it was only then did the slowed time return to normal. With a slash, the large artery was torn, spraying blood violently. The warm, fragrant blood that finally whipped onto her face. And at the same time, the world erupted in white flames. A sticky lightning flashing from the spine to the very extremities of her body. A majestic ocean of light whispering in the serene universe. 206 bones, tendons, and muscles and 250,000 kilometers of blood vessels swirling before bundling into one. A garden of flowers blooming hazily amidst blazing flames. The heart ascended to the head, pulsating through the brain and eardrums. A choir where 10,000 voices blended in a falsetto harmony. Salty and sour. A spicy sigh. A single sweet tear. And then, she came to, just like how one awoke from sleep. It was a natural awakening of consciousness, becoming suddenly aware that she was awake. It was the first time she felt refreshed in this world. And so was the feeling of revitalization after having a good sleep, without any dissatisfaction in her slumber. The sense of fulfillment filled her inner self akin to the feeling one would get after watching a movie that ended happily. But unlike her mind, more healthy than ever before, her physical condition was far from ideal. For some reason, her arms and legs were trembling, almost as if a full night's sleep would guarantee muscles aches all over her body. On top of that, what in the world was this? Her hand felt heavy, so she lifted it. But upon doing so, she saw hair in her grasp and a woman's head dangling from it. "Ah, lady. When did you end up as just a head? How pitiful." It seemed like she had lost her senses for a moment. She couldn't tell how much havoc she had wreaked. But what was certain was that there wasn't a single part of her body that didn't ache. Aiching hurriedly checked the status of her righteous karma. Fortunately, it seemed she regained consciousness after killing just this lady, seeing as how her righteous karma had increased a little compared to before. Aiching tossed the head away, before scratching her own head and speaking. "Phew, was it because it's been a while? Anyway, it was for the best. It all worked out." After all, she had accumulated more righteous karma, and her mood was surprisingly good. Wasn't that good enough as is? When she returned to the tea house, it was bustling with commotion. The three young masters were making a fuss, so Aiching briefly explained. "I told you, it couldn't be helped. They said they'd capture me, chop off my limbs, and throw me in the brothel, you know? Obviously, I couldn't just let that happen. Her tone was as casual as if she was discussing what she had for breakfast. But the content was grim, stiffening the faces of those who heard. Moreover, she was entirely drenched in blood, so much so that droplets were dripping off her chin. It's fine. It's not my blood, you see. Elder sister, you should wash up first. Excuse me, owner. Sorry to bother you, but can you prepare some water so she can wash her face? Fuck everything else. The owner wished they would just leave. Of course, he didn't say that. After all, no one would dare to confront a woman dripping with blood and a muscular giant. Wipe it off. Pung De-san offered a handkerchief. She had deliberately covered her entire body with blood, so just one handkerchief wouldn't be enough. As such, his offer was both touching and commendable, considering how he would have to discard the whole thing after. Just keep it. A quick wipe will do. There's plenty over there, you know? Ching stepped outside the tea house, picked up a dropped handkerchief, and wiped her face. After cleaning her face, wringing her hair, and repeating this cycle of picking up and discarding, the moistness was a bit lessened. Returning to her seat, she was greeted with water, prepared just in time, so she splashed her face cheerfully. So, why don't you start speaking now? About what? You said you were going to the lavatory, then you show up like this. And now, you have the audacity to ask about what? What, why? Why are you suddenly angry? Who? Me? Pung De-san's reaction was quite sharp. For reference, ever since starting her Murim journey, Ching had never once held back when facing any kind of aggression. However, she was in a very good mood right now, so she didn't want to argue and upset each other. Wait. Stop the anger. Are you seriously trying to just brush past this by acting like that? Hey you, mister over there. You stop too. If you go over there now and get swept up in this, it's not my responsibility, okay? Remember, what does curiosity do? What does curiosity kill? Ching shouted towards the back door. A man, sneaking towards the back, changed his expression as if realizing something and turned back. Ching refocused her attention on the tea table. Seriously, I don't know, okay? Calm down. It was just a minor scuffle and I won anyway, you know? I left my sword, so they underestimated me. That's all. Is that seriously something you should be speaking about so nonchalantly? I mean, well, it's nothing special. It happens all the time, so. It happens all the time, so. Pung De-san felt like he had been punched in the guts. Ching was a youthful master. And such masters did not just emerge out of nowhere. One needed to be born with talent and placed in the right environment to become a master at such a young age. For instance, it could be support from their clan. Or it could be a series of real battles where their life was at stake. While Pung De-san was lost in such thoughts, Ching snapped her fingers and changed the subject. Right. Hey Jiggly, you know martial arts well since you're a Jiggle, right? Honestly, the two cousins weren't well acquainted with her yet and they couldn't interfere in a relationship between opposite sexes, so they had just been twiddling their thumbs without being able to speak a word. But thanks to Ching's change in topic, they found a gap to enter. Thus, Jiggle Ahayan answered her call. Are you talking about martial arts, elder sister? Yep. What's the strongest hand arts? Ching recalled the moment she beheaded Nogel. The sensation of her hand wrapping around it. It was the best. She had an epiphany for a moment, striking her like lightning. I should learn a hand art. Despite the unexpected question, Jiggle, who fundamentally could not resist explaining, answered wholeheartedly. Elder sister, originally, it is impossible to immediately answer what the strongest martial art is. Why? Because in Murim, this topic has been debated for thousands of years. In truth, whenever two or more men gather, the conversation inevitably turns to what the strongest martial art is. Without a single exception. Then what does Jiggly think? In my opinion, hand arts of itself is not really a good martial art. Why? Well, hand arts is inherently very brutal. If people dislike the sensation of injuring others with just a sword, imagine how much worse it must be to scratch, slice, and tear off flesh with their bare hands. Isn't that so? Isn't that what makes it good? Ching cocked her head in confusion. As expected, it seemed the current times did not suit her. Can you stop digressing? I asked you which is the strongest. About that. Well, fortunately, when it comes to hand arts, all martial artists can agree on the strongest. And that very martial art is. Jigalahayan paused with an air of a practiced orator and tried to take a sip of tea. But right as he was about to do so, he was startled by the sharp glare of Pungde-san. It was a gaze telling him to finish quickly. As such, Jigalahayan quickly concluded. The strongest hand arts is the white hand demonic arts. White hand demonic arts. Ah. My throat feels so dry, suddenly. Jigalahayan abruptly started doing other things. Ching, knowing the reason, changed her target. Hey, why are you demoralizing and bringing down our jiggly spirits? Is this really the time to leisurely talk about martial arts? After being in that state? Just look at yourself. Well, it's because I don't think I'll have the chance to if it's not now, you know? What is that supposed to mean? Just because Ching never held back didn't mean she intended to act like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. She knew well enough that, late-stage peak realm or not, she couldn't face an entire sect alone. After all, she had been hounded a few times in the past. That sect, called the Black Shadow Association. It's considered a pretty big one, right? Were they from the Black Shadow Association? Unless they were impersonating. Pungde-san wiped his face. In Luoyang, there were three major forces. The Chai Clan, the Scarlet Devil Union, and the Black Shadow Association. The Chai Clan was a prestigious household of grand generals that served generation after generation, while the Scarlet Devil Union and Black Shadow Association were sects aligned with the unorthodox faction. Despite the weakening of the government's power, the Chai Clan still wielded a sword of a general and possessed military authority suitable of that. They were the actual magistrates who held most of the rights, interests, and privileges in Luoyang. The Chai Clan, due to their dignity as a household of grand generals, left the shady parts of Luoyang untouched, which were then split between the Scarlet Devil Union and the Black Shadow Association. I mean, they boldly attempted human trafficking in broad daylight, after all. I'm sure they weren't ordinary guys. You knew that and still laid your hands on them? No, setting that aside, with your skills, was there even any need to get into a brawl? The Black Shadow Association wouldn't dare kidnap a late-stage peak realm martial artist unless they were out of their minds. It meant that she chose to resolve the issue with bloodshed when just showing her martial prowess would have sufficed. And Ching confidently affirmed that deduction. I don't avoid conflicts. And if it's a bad guy who picks a fight, even more so. A real man never runs away. Was this woman actually bats hit crazy? One thought briefly crossed Pungde-san's mind. Shit, I forgot, but she's the same woman who actually hit me after I told her to have a go. Can't you think a little, even if it's just a little, before acting? How do you even plan to deal with the consequences? I got a dip, obviously. It meant she was going to run away. She had just been talking about how real men did this, real men did that and whatever, but now she was saying she would run away. Pungde-san felt utterly deflated. So you're going to run away? Is that what you're saying? The sight of someone's back. Leaving with conviction. Because they know when they must depart. How beautiful is that? Like falling leaves lying scattered. Stop with the nonsense. Can you be serious for once? Pungde-san raised his voice. Ching, in contrast, smiled softly. This brat. Look at him talking loudly just because he got a bit fond of me. Sorry. Was it Diachan dining? I'll treat you next time we meet. If you had just held back a little bit in the first place. Well, it's not like we're going to live together for thousands or tens of thousands of years. It's what? A fortnight? After that, we're going to part anyway. So, it's not a big deal to part a bit early. And if fate allows, we'll meet again anyway. Ching's words left Pungde-san utterly speechless. Now that he thought of it, that was indeed the case. They had joined the escort convoy to Yangxiang separately and would naturally part ways after a few more days either way. Considering that, wasn't there no reason for him to keep her with him? Pungde-san leaned back in his chair. Ching spoke as she stood up. Ah damn, all my luggage is still with the trading company. Oh yeah, let the escort leader know that I'm sorry for leaving so suddenly. Also, see you later, little Supreme Justice and Jiggly. Take care of yourself too, young lady. Yes, elder sister. I shall see you next time. Ching stepped out of the tea house. Now that she left, there wasn't really anywhere in particular for her to go. But it wasn't like she had come to Murim because she had somewhere to go either. Her life was one of going wherever and however it took her. She'd catch a thief here, a bandit there, and now, she even had a new goal, called the White Hand Demonic Arts. With that thought, Ching kicked off the ground and ran off. Ching demonstrated judgment befitting a person of the modern era. If you run away half-heartedly, you will surely be caught. It was a lesson taught by many modern stories. As such, she spent 10 days solely running, eating, and sleeping. But at long last, Ching was finally able to let loose and once again immersed herself in the hobby she picked up in Murim. It was gourmandism. Ah, the fragrance of this chilled in. It has truly been a long time of humiliation. As she was sitting at the table, the server approached her. The expression on his face was distinctly uncomfortable, though. With the maturity of a second year living in Murim, she now knew the dining etiquette of the Central Plains. In an inn, the seating arrangement was important. The best seats were considered to be at the center and by the window, and the value of a seat decreased the further away it got from these spots. The worst seats were those near the back door leading to the backyard. Those who ate cheaply should automatically go to the worst seats. It was an unspoken rule of the inn. However, Ching boldly took a seat by the window where the sunlight shone brightest. After only running, eating, and sleeping for 10 days, she looked like a complete mess. As such, it would be odd if the server's expression was bright and welcoming when Ching took the best seat. However, all these rules meant nothing in front of a sword. The server did not dare to say anything else and only acted a bit rudely because of the sword Ching leaned on the table. What would you like? Kikek. Ching let out a bizarre laugh. At that moment, when the server's face crumpled, Ching slammed a silver sicee. 1. Ancient Chinese currency. Made of purely gold or silver. On the table. Hyuk. That's right. It's a silver sicee. Bring me the best and most delicious dishes you have. 3 of them. And bring alcohol. The expensive kind. Understood. The server took a deep breath. The guest has ordered a braised pork belly. Sweet and sour fish. Steamed baby fish. And bamboo-leaved liquor as a side. The more expensive the order, the louder it should be announced. It was a server's duty. This customer has ordered expensive dishes. Everyone in the inn, look here. This person is ultra-rich. Ultra-rich, I say. Through this, it was evident that the Chinese truth of vulgar materialism had been a characteristic of the continental nation since ancient times. But you can only know once you experience it yourself. It feels fucking lit. The other customers in the inn looked at Ching with envy. For example, it was like this. Gosh, braised pork belly, sweet and sour fish, and even boiled baby fish. Oi, how wealthy is this guy? And then, the greatest beauty in the city, a paragon of virtue, should come over and hand her a piece of bamboo paper, but... TSK. Ching frowned. T was because the imagined greatest beauty in the city, a paragon of virtue, was looking down on Ching with a contemptuous expression. In Luoyang, Ching had her fill of pleasing sights. And even then, not once did she receive a friendly glance. Am I selfish for just wanting someone to smile for me? It was at that moment that the server appeared and carefully placed down the alcohol and dried snacks, before retreating backwards. At any rate, Ching was in a good enough mood to spout all such nonsense. There were 3 occasions when she was elated. Either when delicious food was in front of her. Or when enjoying getting soaked via a serious life and death duel. Or when she had a lot of money. In that sense, the past 10 days of fleeing were more than worth it. Though she didn't know her name, the lady from the Black Shadow Association seemed to be dearly loved by her family. And it was because parental love sometimes manifested in the form of gold. Moreover, she could tell how spoiled she was by her shitty behavior and evil karma. This was why home discipline was important, you know? The gold from more than 2 coffins were enough as a lesson fee for the Black Shadow Association leader. That's what you get for letting your child grow up crooked. She croaked because she didn't know her place. Fuck around and find out. And she found out. I hope you raise your other children better. At this rate, can't I be considered a great teacher on the level of teacher O? 2. Famous specialist when it comes to childcare. Has a lot of Korean TV shows that she hosts where she provides advice and therapy for dysfunctional children, the childcare expert. Also, honestly, there's no evidence that I killed her, ye? Once I came to my senses, she was already dead, you know? It's possible she wrapped her hair around my hand and then committed suicide by cutting off her head. Right? I think that's possible. So, there's not a single thing I did wrong. Rather, I've cleaned up 3 dirty pieces of shit from the world, so. Fuck, the food is taking fucking forever. Aching cursed. As to why, it was because she had a glass of alcohol. Quah, this is fucking bomb. The love that the people of the Central Plains held for strong liquor was truly out of this world. The bamboo-leaved liquor, contained in a cup barely big enough for a spoonful, scraped harshly against her tongue and throat before blazing up to the solar plexus. Is alcohol bitter for you? Well, pussy, for me, it's sweet. After all, bamboo-leaved liquor was originally supposed to be sweet. But what the hell? Is this supposed to be the spicy? Why is the alcohol spicy? Aching tilted her head. The spicy aftertaste that sharply arose was peculiar, yet it was also exquisite. Meh, whatever. I guess it's supposed to be like this. As she kept slurping up the liquor, the dishes arrived. Pork with a golden brown exterior. Soft on the inside and soft on the outside as well. It was served with some sort of sashimi, with fried eggplant and vegetables on the side. There was something murky in the center, but she wasn't too sure what it was. It was regrettable that there was no soy sauce to dip, but the rich sweetness was excellent. An incredibly large steamed whole fish. The tender flesh of freshwater fish made eating it steamed a bit frustrating. But still, it was delicious. Overall review. Excellent. Stamp of approval. Aching nodded after having a slight taste of everything. Now, it was time to eat in earnest. This pork, the taste is phenomenal. It's so easy to pick up with chopsticks and it melts in my mouth like shaved ice. Also, the fat and meat melt simultaneously, the very definition of a rich fatty delight. Something murky, with a pudding-like appearance, a faint pink color, and fine veins, were visible. Upon putting it in her mouth. Holy shit, it was a rich fatty taste again. But, humped flavors do overlap a bit. At times like this, I should have some vegetables to cleanse the palate. Fried eggplant. It was fried eggplant. Delicious. The taste is remarkably stable. But. Hey, kid? Aching cocked her head. She hadn't been able to wholly enjoy the food because of the kid who had been maintaining a subtle distance and watching her eat. Was she perhaps around 10 years old? The child was small and skinny, pitifully so. When it comes to eating, even dogs shouldn't be bothered. And looking is a form of violence. Violence, I tell you. Did you think I'd be swayed by your little innocent eyes? If you keep looking at me so pitifully, do you think I'll say, hey kid, try this, or something? Huh. How ridiculous. If you really thought I would do that, then you are completely right. I'm a softie. Being hungry to the point of sorrow was genuinely sorrowful. Seriously. Aching had learned this painful truth through her life in Jeonju. Especially when someone was gobbling down dishes next to her while she was chewing on mere dumplings. The urge to slash them with a knife was something she had to do her utmost to resist. After all, in the Central Plains, dumplings were nothing but bread without any filling. Aching was currently quite wealthy. Honestly, she could be considered even more wealthy than she was purely because she never once thought about her future wealth. After all, she was more than capable of spending whenever and however she wanted. And that was reason enough to cause this unnecessary kindness. Want some meat? The child's eyes widened into saucers. Finding that adorable, Aching picked up a big piece of meat with her chopsticks and offered it. The child looked at the meat with trembling eyes, then hurriedly looked around, and then looked at the meat again. And finally bit down. Though the child didn't speak, her expression did. It was as if she was wondering how something this delicious could exist in the world, thus feeling betrayed by how she had lived all her life without knowing this. A single tear rolled down the child's cheek. Aching giggled as she just handed over the chopsticks for her to eat. Okay, well then. Sit here, yes, kid. You know how to use chopsticks, right? Help yourself, okay? I'm a cold person who doesn't go easy on someone just because they're a child. After all, one must know how to fend for themselves. And of course, that includes eating. Aching started to eat ferociously. The child hesitated at first, but seeing the dishes quickly disappearing, she bravely reached out with the chopsticks. From then on, there were basically two beggars at the table. It was during this time when it happened. Myong. With a scream-like shout, a woman came rushing in. Aching could have easily stopped her since she was a master, but she let her be because of her desperate expression and complete focus on the child. The woman embraced the child as if snatching her away. Thank you. Great and honorable expert. A middle-aged woman, about the age of a mother, kept bowing her head. Her name was Young Sol. The gratitude was so overwhelming that it was actually somewhat burdensome. It's just because the kid was cute, that's all. Jangmyeong? How old is our Jangmyeonji? 3. Baby talk. How old is our Jangmyeonji? Also, when IE is placed in the end, it's a way to show familiarity/fondness for someone younger than you. Instead of answering, the child blushed and averted her gaze. Ah, look at this little kid being all cute. It was right when Aching was smiling warmly. Great expert. Yes? Jangmyeong has turned 16 this year. What? Aching looked at the child's thin appearance. No matter what angle she looked at her at, the child did not seem to be over 10 years old. The child is a bit frail, so she hasn't grown as much as other children her age. Mother, it seems to be more than just a bit. Aching held her tongue. Now that she knew his age, the child's flushed face seemed to mean something different. It wasn't bashfulness, but shame. If she was 16, so like. It had been so long since she attended school that she couldn't immediately match the school year with age. First grade in elementary school is at 8 years old? Is that right? So then, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Aching folded her fingers one by one and barely finished counting. Sh. Es. A third grader in middle school. Basically, in American terms, she's a high school freshman? This little kid? Since she made such a comment in front of a middle school third grader, it was only natural for the child to feel ashamed. Aching was astonished. And so, she alternated her gaze between Yang Sol and Jean Jangmyeong. Yang Sol was a beautifully aged madam. Even though her attire was simple, there was a certain dignity about her. Jean Jangmyeong was a little kid with hollow cheeks. The child looks like she hasn't eaten, but the mom looked completely fine? Could it be perhaps? Moreover, the child couldn't even speak. Yet still, she had let her guard down because she seemed like a decent lady due to her righteous karma. Aching's gaze sharpened. Great expert, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The child is a bit, no, very sick, so. Yang Sowal's expression was filled with sorrow and apology for her daughter. It was undeniable evidence of her deep maternal love. It was a misunderstanding, after all. Aching felt awkward and embarrassed. Did you perhaps also take the wrong herbal medicine or something? What in the world are you saying? You ugly thing. Aching was startled. She spoke. Wow, what is this? So she can speak, after all. No, wait, but at 16, of course she would be able to speak. Rather than that? Did I hear something wrong? The content seemed a bit. After all I fed her, what the fuck is up with her attitude? Aching received a massive shock. The favor she had for her turned into bubbles and disappeared. Was this how the prince felt when he saw the Black Little Mermaid? 1. Daisum Sarito explain, this is because Korean internet communities had a massive meltdown about the Little Mermaid casting last year once again. Genesis does not have any views on anything. We are merely those who translate as accurately as possible. After going through so much trouble to find her? Did he also feel as if he himself was the one who had turned into bubbles and disappeared? Ooh, what's with our little brat's attitude, huh? When you're hungry, I'm a beautiful Nuna. 2. Similar to Wani-san. They don't have to be actual blood related. It's just a way to address an older female. Who buys you food, and now that you're full, I'm ugly. Is that it? Ong? TCH Nuna? What a joke. You're funny. I apologize, great expert. This child wasn't originally like this, but since last year, she's become a bit crooked. I don't know why she's like this. Oh my. Last year? Then 15. A second grader in middle school. 3. 8th grade for Americans. Aching was suddenly convinced. Puberty? Meh, that's understandable. Yep. However, the kid's mother seemed to have quite a bit on her chest. She suddenly doesn't listen. And honestly, it would be a relief if that's all she did, but now she always does what she's told not to. I mean, it is understandable to hate her mother. A woman who has nothing to pass on and wasn't even able to give birth to a healthy body. Stop talking nonsense like that. It's so annoying. Jean Jangmyeong shrieked before running up the stairs. Thanks to that, Aching was left feeling awkward alone with a heartbroken mother. So. Would you like a drink? Well, then, I'll have just one, in spite of my shame. It must be hard for you. Hard? Of course not. It must be because the mother is so worthless that the child ended up so pitiful. Because I couldn't even give her something so ordinary. Young Sol lifted her glass with a sorrowful expression. She took a drink with a familiar gesture full of grievances, then covered her mouth and wiped her lips with a handkerchief. Yang Sowell's expression hardened as she lowered her voice. Excuse me, great expert. Yes? Be careful. The alcohol is poisoned. What? Yang Sol sneakily showed her handkerchief. It was wet with the liquor she pretended to drink but spat out. Aching looked back and forth between the handkerchief and the glass, then suddenly gulped down the liquor. Great expert. Why? Koo. That's the shit. Oh my, it sticks to the mouth. A spice taste that faintly arose in the aftertaste. Despite the numbness as if her mouth was paralyzed, there was a distinctly burning spiciness. The numb taste was ma. The spicy taste was la. Combined, it was the taste of mala. 4. A spicy and numbing seasoning made from Sichuan peppercorn and chili. Most commonly, mala is made into a sauce by simmering it in oil and other spices. The taste most loved by the Korean people. A taste enjoyed by their ancestors since ancient times. It was a taste of tradition that was even depicted in subak-do. Wasn't this the intended flavor? I thought the alcohol would taste like mala, seeing as it was from an original mala restaurant. To think that it wasn't a culinary spot known for their good mala. It's fine because of my constitution. When making her character, Aching followed the recommendation post. She distributed ability points, chose a star of destiny, and also selected a constitution. The constitution Aching chose was blood poison. Aching didn't know since she hadn't played the actual game, but originally, the AI of Murim Chronicles, A Tale of Life and Death heavily used poison. Moreover, the UI user interface was also quite inconvenient. Needlessly, there were over 10 types of antidotes, which were expensive, and with only 4 quick slots, dealing with poison was more than just annoying. It was a pain in the ass. Blood poison was a constitution that provided immunity to all poisons. That was why it was recommended over cheat-like constitutions such as the Heavenly Martial Body, Natural Body, or Ninine Blood. As such, Aching was free from all poisons. It was the secret to surviving that year. Right after starting her Murim journey, she managed to live off grass and mushrooms and even scavenged food waste. Aching's survival was the result of the efforts of sweats in the community of Murim Chronicles, A Tale of Life and Death, who went to great lengths for newbies. Furthermore, the miracle that Aching could read, write, and even communicate with the natives here was thanks to the Korean language patch. That pure goodwill which hoped for their favorite game to be more popular and more people would enjoy it. That very goodwill was what kept Aching alive and breathing until now. Aching suddenly shivered while recalling such things. Fuck, I'm never going to forgive the motherfucker who recommended this game. Seriously. Aching sprang up from her seat. It was the time for her to fuck somebody up. Oh, how joyful it was to have someone to fuck up, all while having a justification to do so. Server. Ah, customer. Coming. The server ran out with a happy expression. After all, a rich customer was a server's joy. But even that was only for a moment. The server's face was soon filled with sorrow. After all, anyone would be filled with sorrow if the tip of a blade touched right below their throat. You dare to poison my liquor? You're fucking dead today. When you go to hell and your parents ask why you're there, tell them you died early because you were fucking around with someone else's alcohol. Aching lowered her voice. Oh no, customer. No. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. You're saying it wasn't you? Then who was it? Well, that is. Aching saw the server's karma. The number was 42. Unfortunately, he had righteous karma. Why does the server, of all people, have such high righteous karma? Did he feed the local shithead beggars or something? Aching was lenient towards the virtuous. Alright. I'll believe it wasn't you. Then who told you to do it? Oh my, that is. Did the alcohol get bored and turn itself into poison? Or did the person who made the liquor get so bored that they decided to poison a bottle and sell it, hoping someone would die? The server gauged her reactions nervously. Aching then offered a metaphorical carrot. From what I can see, server, you seem to have a good nature. So, I trust our server. That means someone must have ordered you, right? Of course, there was no such thing as a server with a shitty nature. If there ever was, it would only be due to unfair labor, like an angry innkeeper's son. Please spare me. I was just. I'm getting angry. When I'm angry, my hand shakes. What if I accidentally cut off our innocent server's head? Please spare me. No, I won't spare you. I don't have any intentions to. Speak quickly. The server sobbed. Aching really didn't want to see the hot tears of a middle-aged man. Die. You sons of bitches who dared to fuck around with food. My moonlight sword is starving. Aching leaped forward. Towards the men at the inn's corner, who only had a few lousy dumplings on their table. One head soared into the sky and blood spurted out like a fountain. Aching, drenched in the warm blood, grinned and continued her sword strikes towards the enemy of her alcohol. As expected of cowards who resorted to poison, their skills were pathetic. 3 corpses and 1 soon-to-be corpse remained. The man clutching his stomach spat out blood and spoke. How did you know? Well, everyone else was watching with fascination, but you guys were the only ones looking around nervously. The man asked incredulously. That's it? What if you were wrong? Well, even if that wasn't the case, you were bound to get stabbed and die anyway. You guys have gone around doing a lot of bad things, haven't you? If I was correct, revenge successful. Even if I was wrong, I would still be taking out the trash. It's a win-win. They were bastards who had stacked up an immense number of evil karma. If they weren't the culprits, oh well. She could just consider this as a virtuous deed. Aching was in a situation where there was no loss for whatever choice she made. So, what poison did I drink? Kikek, you think I'll tell you? Now that it's come to this anyway? Whatever then. I was asking because the taste was surprisingly decent, but oh well. He doesn't want to tell me, so what else can I do except move on? Goodbye, my mala sauce. Aching hadn't really expected an answer anyway. Well, I'm sure it'll come out when he dies anyway. And with that, Aching lifted her sword. When you go to hell, they ask why you're there, you see. I'll tell them I came to fuck your mother. His words were quite venomous for a dying man. Aching sighed and swung her moonlight sword, number 6. Kihuk? GRK. If the windpipe is precisely cut while avoiding the arteries, a person would not be able to speak. The man clutched his throat, but then his guts spilled out, so he grasped his stomach again. And as he did so, he finally realized why humans had 2 hands. Well then, you saw that, right? How he cursed my mom. So, let him die. If anyone touches him, I'll take it as you wanting to have a nice, little, friendly sword fight with me. While looking around left and right, Aching issued a veiled threat without hiding her bright smile. But something was strange. Why are their karmas all like this? Is this an inn where only bad guys gather? Burning down the entire place would probably accumulate a lot of righteous karma, wouldn't it? However, Aching wasn't a crazy bitch who shouted I will immediately cut down all evil and start swinging her sword at every villain in her sight. She just believed that anything goes when it comes to dealing with evil people. Well, first things first. Aching hummed a tune while rummaging through the bodies. Was it perhaps because they were bastards who ate dumplings? They turned out to be broke as fuck. Instead, various miscellaneous items were found. A few small porcelain bottles, a pouch filled with powder, etc. After efficiently gathering everything and returning to her seat, Aching met Yang Sowol's wide-eyed, trembling gaze. She realized her mistake. Oopsie. Server, bring some water so I can wash up. It did feel nice when she was covered in blood. And though this may obviously be common sense, some unfortunate souls might not be like her, they might fear blood itself. If that was the case, didn't they just need to overcome it with ox blood soup? But wait, does Murim even have ox blood soup? I want to eat ox blood soup. Following this oh-so-natural flow of thoughts, Aching smacked her lips before tipping the liquor bottle into her mouth. One more glass, to pat herself in the back for completing another worthwhile deed today. And another glass to enjoy while watching the life ebb away from the evildoers. The side dishes were good, so the alcohol flowed down her throat easily. Yang Sol could not come to her senses. In truth, genuinely skilled female martial artists were rare in Murim. Apart from those ladies who dressed up in fancy clothes and weapons for outings, that was the case. To be fair, embarking on a Murim journey in a woman's body was often a dreadful hardship not chosen twice. To put it nicely, they were called martial artists, but in reality, many were vagabonds. After all, how could wandering outside of home ever be seen as a favorable situation? In some ways, eating, sleeping, shitting, fighting, and even breathing outside was practically a humiliation for women. Maybe female martial artists from prestigious families could enjoy it as a sort of trip, with servants and carriages at their disposal. There were also daughters from precious families who enjoyed acting like martial artists. But poor female vagabonds, who had no backing, would say those ladies were merely playing at being martial artists. Yang Sol, hailing from divine maiden sect of Mount Wu. 6. A reference to Yaoji, the goddess of the Wu Mountains, also known as Mount Wu, despised such women who came around to roleplay as martial artists. That was why she had a favorable impression of Aching. Moreover, being kind to her child was something she was truly grateful for as a mother. Originally, real female martial artists were supposed to be rough. Giggling among men would only make them look down on you, after all. In Murim, being underestimated was akin to walking around with half your life forfeited. Yet even so, there was a limit to how rough and aggressive one should be. Wasn't this practically the behavior of a madwoman? Watching Aching wash her face in the basin that had just been brought out, Yang Sol resolved. I really shouldn't get entangled with this child. However, that resolution didn't even last a day. Everyone had a plan. Until they got beaten the shit out of. Aching also had a plausible plan. Let the record show that she drank poisoned liquor. First, the fault was with those who, for unknown reasons, threatened the server and made him pour poison in her drink. Next, it was the inn for their poor customer service and mismanagement of its staff. However, Aching did not blame the inn. Because she planned to do so tomorrow. After staying a night and having a late breakfast before her departure, she would order a table full of alcohol and dishes. Then, she would enjoy a free feast under the pretext of compensation for damages before leaving. There was a reason for Aching's wicked plot. First, it was because the innkeeper, though apologetic, did not offer to provide anything for free with his own will, thus finding him absolutely disgraceful. Second, she couldn't risk asking for freebies right away as she couldn't be sure what they might do to her food tomorrow morning. As such, she giggled herself to sleep, thinking about all the food that was going to meet their end in her stomach. But my, oh my. What was going on such a pleasant night? Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing woke her up. What's up with this noise between floors? Aching closed her eyes again. However, once one was aware of something, it was only human nature to focus on it, truly, the very definition of human sorrow. Cling cling clang clang fun games. Boom boom quang quang all together, jump jump. A parody of the famous Korean song, Crayon Pop Bar Bar, plus bar. Basically, since Aching is a crazy bitch, she starts hearing the song from the clangs of swords, a beat, so to speak. Snap. Aching's last thread of patience broke. After all, it was a patience that had become as fragile as overcooked noodle strands since the start of her Murim journey. Aching drew her sword and stormed out. You motherfucking pieces of fucking shit. Let me sleep. Let me fuck. Ing. Sleep. Is that how your mother and father taught why? Hoot. Before Qing could finish her roar, a suffocating killing intent rushed in. Her waist bent like a bow. A blade grazed past her chest. Qing straightened her pack, using the momentum of the recoil to throw a left punch. It struck directly under the attacker's armpit. Crunch. The delightful yet ticklish feeling of bones breaking. Hyuk. A choked gasp. A bending waist. At that moment, the moonlight sword fell vertically. The blade sliced through the top of the head, down the forehead and nose, before lodging itself into the philtrum. Senior brother. An enraged cry. A straight sword thrust followed. Qing grabbed the corpse by the neck and pulled. The blade protruded from the corpse's solar plexus. Qing pushed forward immediately. The dead crushed the living as they fell. Qing pulled out the moonlight sword, number 6, now stuck like an axe in wood. Something dripped down between the split head. The red was blood, the white brain matter. The two blended harmoniously, turning into a pink hue. The person crushed underneath screamed. How noisy. Qing stepped on the corpse's waist and thrust her sword held in reverse into its back. Two bodies, double the thickness, double the satisfaction. After a few more stabs into the floor, the scream stopped. This bastard has no fucking guts, huh? Qing licked her lips and flicked her sword, shaking off the blood. What the hell is going on here? Inns in the Central Plains, built in shape, had rooms on the outside, corridors and railing inside, and an open space in the middle for light. From the corridor, one could see all three sides from up to down. And under the moonlight, a frenzied sword fight was happening in every corner. Truly the very definition of a struggle of all against all. What was this? Was this some unknown culture to someone in their second year in the Central Plains? Suddenly, Qing recalled that the inn was filled with bad guys, for some strange reason. Perhaps it was a culture among these evil individuals to set a day to kill each other. Right? Then. Myong. Upon hearing that distressed voice, Qing swiftly turned her head. On the first floor, there was a child wrapped and tied to a human figure. Qing dashed down the corridor and leaped over the railings. Qing landed right in front of the abductor on both feet, one knee, and one hand. It was the so-called hero entrance. 2. You know how it goes. Superhero entrance. The moonlight sword fell precisely into her outstretched right hand. Under the moonlight, Qing slowly stood up. Qing endured the pain in her knees and palms. This must be the agony of heroes. In truth, it was an utterly terrible landing method that did not distribute shock at all. But that didn't mean it was ineffective. A dopeness that traversed over the centuries, leaping into the past. The abductor took a step back, overpowered by its momentum. After all, although he couldn't gauge his opponent's realm, that one move certainly did look impressive. Release the child and disappear. Then, I'll spare your life. Qing exuded sword chi. Swirls of sword threads wrapped around the blade, a demonstration of her martial prowess. After all, even if it was Qing, she couldn't just slash at a kidnapper when he was holding a child. After reading her countenance, the abductor suddenly threw the child. The startled Qing leapt, throwing her body forward. Fortunately, she managed to catch her. Instead, with a shuck. Her arm seared with pain. A dagger was embedded into her upper arm, only the handle could be seen, stiff and upright. I did it. A screeching sound. Qing's head snapped around. She locked eyes with the fucker who threw the dagger. The bastard has turned his back. And in the midst of it, he continued to scream. Kill her. She's laced with the 7 steps poison, so she won't last long. That motherfucker. Didn't he see me downing poison as if it was fucking liquor? The shine in Qing's eyes dimmed. I'm going to kill that fucker. Absolutely slaughter the shit out of him. I will tear him to itty-bitty fucking pieces. But before that, there were other bastards trying to cut in line. Like moths to a flame, emboldened by the 7 steps poison. Qing stuck Jean Jiang Mayan onto her side and threw her sword. While one bastard was distracted from deflecting it, her hand formed the shape of the Buddha's hand. Ding dash. The sound of a bell ringing. One head near her exploded. The remains flew in all directions. Skin with hair attached, shattered bone fragments, brain matter, and 2 eyeballs with little tails dangling from them. Killing intent surged from her left. The kid was plastered onto that very side. As such, Ching lowered her body and spun around 2.5 times. Her accelerated foot hooked an enemy's ankle. The foe's 2 legs went flying. With that, the enemy was sent flying straight due to inertia. Ching stomped on the neck of the bastard and leaped forward. A spear blade flew towards her thigh. She caught the spear shaft. Right as she was about to pull, there was a sound that seemed to cut through the air with a swish. A massive sword blade rushed in. Ching lay down on the spot, pulling the child into her embrace. The enemy sword blade aimed towards the ground. Ching rolled wildly to the side. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of the weapon hitting the ground followed Ching. The dagger lodged in her arm dug further in. It was so painful that not even a scream could erupt out. The world is spinning and my arm hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts. It hurts. An ankle was caught in her hand. She clenched her fist. The ankle was crushed under the grip filled with internal force. The bone splintered and broke, tearing through the skin and tickling her palm. A strange heat rose quietly from her dantian. The pain eased a bit. Ching pushed away the falling owner of the ankle with her feet. The martial artist, who was about to slice down into the ground, tumbled along with the ankle cripple. Ching flicked her waist. With the rebound, she quickly stood up and extended her hand. Inner chi swirled around furiously. Ding dash. The brutal fist and palm of the Buddha's palm was unleashed. A headless body fell onto Ching. She tucked the child by her side once again and all too naturally took the sword from the headless corpse. "You're back, Moonlight Sword." Ching grasped the Moonlight Sword, number 7. The heat from her dantian spread throughout her entire body. And in that moment, Ching lost herself. Trance. It was a fascinating experience. She felt like she was warmly and comfortably lying down, resting within her body that someone else seemed to move. Ching soon found the right term for it. Automatic hunting. Ching walked out. She felt good when she spun and stepped as if dancing. In fact, her attitude was almost one of a beautiful woman frolicking. Sometimes she would circle far around to cut an enemy's wrist, thus making a scream bloom, and the woman would shiver. When drawing a circle, the scribble that swirled like a whirlpool pierced the heart, sliced the spleen, and cut the intestines. A gentle touch drew a straight line, connecting ear to ear, and all too naturally, the head opened like a lid. With every step, blood flowed. Life faded and the woman laughed. Finally, in the center of the inn. Under the scattered moonlight, a female swordsman with a child stood alone. It was only then did Ching regain control of her body. A tepid fatigue pressed down heavily on her. She nearly staggered. "What the fuck? Take my body again. It was more comfortable like that." "Myong." A blood-soaked young soul burst out. She was a reliable ally who kept throwing chopsticks whenever it got dangerous. In fact, that was much more helpful than a clumsy joint attack. Yang Soul took the child and drew a sword to protect Ching's side. Thus, the battle ended. The inn was a mess of corpses and scattered limbs that had lost their owners. And such owners were those who groaned and clutched their wounds. Some crawled around looking for their wrists and ankles, and exhausted survivors watched Ching nervously. "Party's over. Everyone go back." She said this with a smile, but in fact, it was a bluff. Just as how it always was whenever Ching spoke kind lines. She had no internal force left now. In fact, it was hard to even straighten her trembling legs. Generally, the power of the martial arts was proportional to the consumption of internal force. The sword art of the Umaiden was a peerless movement technique. Moreover, the 2 manifestations of the Buddha's palm played a role as well. While all her inner chi arts was inherently powerful, even among them, the Buddha's palm was special. After all, it was the pinnacle of all orthodox martial arts. As such, it was not meant for a martial artist at the mere peak realm to use. The survivors were cautious, yet they still continued to gauge her condition. Ching spoke again. "Honestly, I'm not in a great situation either. But I can still take 2 out of 3 of you with me. 1/3. How about it? Is the probability worth a try? Wanna go?" That statement produced a decisive result. "We shall take our leave now. May we collect the bodies? Leave the dead bastards money bags." Thank you for your consideration. Some turned away in solitude, others collected their comrades' bodies, and another spoke of vengeance. I am Choi Beyond of the Gangnam subsect. You, bitch, will pay for this blood debt someday. Sure, whatever. You do that. Why is he talking so much when he was just another fucker who lost? Given my temper, I would have liked to settle this once and for all, but given the circumstances. Aching had to keep watch and protect her position for a long while until all the enemies had left. Fuck, I actually almost died. There were several truly dizzying moments. Thanks to Yang Sowal's help and the fact that attacks hardly came from the side where Jin Jangmyeong was, she barely survived. But Jin Jangmyeong wasn't attacked at all. It meant that the target of all those villains gathered in the inn was to abduct this bratty kid. And to think she was almost stolen away like some spoils of war that would be made as a concubine. What's with her? Is she some kind of princess? But she doesn't quite look the part to be called a princess. At that moment, Yang Sol gave a deep bow to Aching. Aching was startled. It was quite burdensome, no, beyond burdensome, seeing as she was old enough to be her mother. Once again, I am in your debt, great expert. Huh, debt? No, no, no. It's nothing. It's Aria Ugh. When Aching waved her arms in protest, she choked back a scream. Blood was dripping from her arm. It's okay when it's someone else's blood, but when it's mine, every bit feels precious. Is that selfish of me? Great expert, your wound. It's okay. I just need to spit on it a bit. Aching didn't need to worry about any infections. All she needed to do was apply some medicine and rest. Then, it would heal. Though it would take some time and be quite inconvenient. But great expert, your arm. Ah shit, once again, my patience is. Great expert? It's okay. Losing an arm is nothing. It's fortunate that the child is safe. Oh well. I did it. Aching smiled like a fool. Rather than that, I need to treat it quickly. Fortunately, Young Sol knew some simple medical techniques. She even had some decent medicine for weapon wounds. But sadly, there were also unfortunate aspects. There was no way to anesthetize the pain. In the end, instead of anesthesia, she bit down on a handkerchief. Thus, while pulling out the dagger and sewing up the wound, Aching had a taste of what hell on earth truly was. Deep wounds turned inside out and protruded. They were pressed down gently and sewn up with large stitches, repeating the process depending on the depth. Afterwards, it was sewn up with smaller stitches. By the time the wound was wrapped with a clean cloth, Aching's eyes had turned blood red. It was because all the capillaries there had burst. Of course, bursting into tears played a part too. Fuck Top G and all that. It hurt way too much to act all manly. Seriously. Aching, who was a bit embarrassed after calming down, changed the subject. So, what were up with those bastards? That is. Yang Sol hesitated, trailing off. Then, after a moment, her expression became determined. It would only be right and respectful to tell our benefactor. I wasn't that curious, though. It was a bit burdensome, after all, she had just asked without putting much thought into it. She was seriously not interested, but Young Sol didn't seem to believe her. Thank you for your consideration. The truth is, this child. She's hyping up the situation. Seems like there's a pretty big secret. Aching swallowed hard in anticipation. Was born with purine blood. What a shocking conclusion. To think it was purine blood. I have no idea what that is. Young Sol, with her seasoned intuition and observations, realized this fact. Great expert, purine blood means. Young Sol was originally a martial artist, but retired after marrying her husband and settled in a remote part of Fujian. Her husband was a kind person, and so on and so forth. To put it simply, it was about how happy she was with her husband. The peak of their happiness was when they discovered they were expecting a child. The child was frail. Her limbs were always cold, she easily got sick, and once she fell asleep, she had trouble waking up. Of course, that didn't mean it hindered their happiness. Then, as the child grew and started learning basic self-defense, they realized her constitution was unusual. She had some sort of meridian blockage. Children born with blocked meridians rarely lived past the age of 30. The shocked couple sought out skilled doctors from all over to treat this meridian blockage. The results of their findings were the worst it could be. Innate true qi. It referred to the basic qi that people possessed. The amount of innate true qi varied slightly from person to person. But, in the end, they were all fairly similar. Though there might be tiny differences, they were not significant. The property of this qi also varied slightly among individuals. They were commonly referred to as yin, yang, and the 5 elements. However, even that was all fairly similar. Once again, though there might be tiny differences, they were not significant. But in very rare cases, a child was born with these properties at an extreme level. Yin and yang each had 2 properties. Yin energy was cold and dark. Out of them, only the cold energy was separated and called pure yin. Meanwhile, the dark energy was called unorthodox yin. Yang energy was bright and hot. Similarly, brightness was called orthodox yang and the heat was called pure yang. There were 6 extreme types of children born very rarely. Boys born with pure yang, extreme yang, or orthodox yang. Girls born with unorthodox yin, extreme yin, or pure yin. Out of them, girls born with pure yin blood were the most precious. And this child had that very pure yin blood. Meanwhile, among Jianga's nefarious methods was something called collecting supplement yang. The practice of extracting yin energy through sexual intercourse with a woman. It was different from Taoist dual cultivation. Dual cultivation involved both partners exchanging and circulating each other's energy, benefiting both. That was also why it was not considered evil. And it was a Taoist practice, after all. And among the 6 types of yin and yang energies, pure yin was particularly convenient. When combined with yang energy, it underlied and enhanced its warmth and brightness. For martial artists who mastered yang-based martial arts, there was no better elixir. For those who had mastered yin-based martial arts, it was an elixir that made their yin energy even purer and more refined. On top of that, what did martial artists think of elixirs? An elixir was worth risking one's life for. If one wouldn't risk their life for an elixir, then what was the point of preserving life in the first place? Where else would you use it? Martial artists would literally risk death for an elixir. As such, once it became known that a child was born with pure yin blood, she would not be able to survive. She would face the most miserable death amidst cruel suffering. A background capable of protecting such a child from these unspeakably dire threats was necessary. At the very least, until the child reached the realm of a first rate, where her innate true qi could no longer be taken by any means. Fortunately, there was such a sect in the Murim of this Jianghu. The Divine Maiden sect of Mount Wu. However, the journey from the remote countryside of Fujian province to Mount Wu in Hubei province was too harsh for the child. The idea of crossing half the continent with a child who was already so frail was daunting. But after her husband died, Yang Soul had no more time to hesitate. Thus, the mother and daughter set out together, hand in hand. Wait a minute. So you're telling me, right now these crazy motherfuckers were. It meant all those fuckers were gathered here and causing this shitfest just because they wanted to shag a single middle school girl? This dog's head was supposed to be righteous martial arts? Aside from that, the kid's identity was somewhat shocking. You were female middle schooler Chan. 1. Kind of a meme in Korea. But basically, the Chan comes from Japanese. Also, Korean pronouns are weird, as in they don't really use them. So, it may be that Aiching was really shocked that Jean Jangmyeong is a girl. Because she was so malnourished, she could have been seen as a little boy. I changed the previous TLs to fit the she part, but it's obviously difficult to do this big reveal when we use she before. Just a heads up and fun fact. Aiching looked down at the kid who was snuggled onto her thigh and sleeping soundly. She had shamelessly claimed the thighs of a victim of pain. Someone who was unable to withstand the torture disguised as treatment and could only let out streams of tears because her sobs were blocked by a towel in her mouth. The audacity. She was truly an evil little cretin. Excuse me. I apologize for bringing this up, but if you pity the child, would you consider accompanying us to Mount Wu? Of course I would. Those horny sons of bitches will. Aiching's words were cut off due to the sudden mission window that popped up. Omen, unknown, th crisis. Description, you stand before a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Actions for mission completion. Righteous karma, take the child to the Divine Maiden sect. Or take the child to an appropriate sect. Righteous karma, transfer the elixir to the rightful owner. Evil karma, sell the elixir. Evil karma, take the elixir for yourself. Heavenly slaughtering star, destroy the elixir and take the lifeblood. This choice could influence everything below heaven. It was a mission window format she had never seen before. A mission window usually encompassed killing bad guys on the spot or doing bad deeds with them. That was the extent of it. To go a bit further, it would be to kill the bad guy's friends as well. Or kill indiscriminately, whether they were good or bad. It had always been roughly along those lines. If I knew this would happen, I would have read up a bit on mission guides. Character making and early game farming route. The only information Ching had before entering the game was these two. There was no time to look up other information. The game wasn't that large in storage size to begin with. After all, it installed in an instant, so she immediately started the game. What's Omen? And what's the nth Chris? The condition for achieving the second righteous karma was the same. But transfer the elixir to the rightful owner? Moreover, the choice of words was unpleasantly blunt. There was only one mission method that treated Jin Jangmyeong as a human being. Elixir? The fuck is up with referring to a perfectly alive child as an elixir? Crack. Ching gritted her teeth. What the hell? What am I supposed to do? What are you expecting me to do? What am I? Am I inside a game? Am I the protagonist? What is this world? What about the child? The mother? Are they humans or just programmed beings? Why me? Why only me? Why? Why? What a fucky's omen suppostobe. Why did female middle schooler can't meet? If it's not a coincidence but predestined. If me coas or ignorancy leads me along a predetermined path towards safe kending thin after thendai. 2. What the fuck is omen supposed to be? Why did female middle schooler Chan and I meet? If it's not a coincidence but predestined, if my every choice or ignorance leads me along a predetermined path towards a fixed ending, then after the end I. Suddenly, something cold touched her wrist. With faded, empty eyes, Ching moved her neck like a rusty machine. A small hand grabbing her wrist. A hand so cold that it snapped her awake. It's cold. The child pulled on her wrist with her feeble strength. Following her pull, Ching's hand touched her unusually chilly cheek. Ching let out a deep sigh. She felt like utter shit. Just looking at the status window was enough to provoke a seizure. Wasn't that technically a disease? Then is this a mental illness? Me, a mental patient? This is quite a shocking revelation. Don't look at me like that, guy. You guys would understand if you went through it, you see. Ching forcefully swallowed the rising nausea. The bitter gastric juice that momentarily reached the back of her throat didn't come out but went back down. She harshly scratched her throat in frustration. Great expert? Ah. Yes. What were we talking about? Ah, right. Of course, we must go together. I can tell you this. Sure. Of course. Aqing responded in that manner. Is there something like a settings window? So that I can turn off the suddenly appearing mission windows. This fucking piece of shit thing. Ching, instead of swearing out loud, looked down at the child's face. The sleeping child naturally brought peace to her mind and body. Perhaps humans evolved that way. Like to protect vulnerable children? Maybe? Mission or whatever, Ching had only one choice. Female middle schooler Chan was just a baby. Babies must be protected. That was common sense for any civilized modern Korean. Poor children grew up quickly. So did sick children. And Jin Jangmyeong was both sick and poor. Moreover, she wasn't even poor from the start. When returning to her senses after collapsing from a fever, the decorations in the house were gone and the number of servants had decreased. With that, the spacious manor had shrunk to a damp corner of a room with a creaking door. Her dad, who went to get medicine, never returned. Instead, only the medicine came back. At least he sent the milk home. It should have been the other way around, though. Her mom could not even properly grieve. During nights where she pretended to sleep because she couldn't, she heard her mom quietly sobbing, fearing she might hear her. Not long after, they left home. It was all her fault. That was why Jin Jangmyeong had to be a rude brat. She had to be an immature child. Having matured too early for her age, she knew that her adult-like demeanor would only hurt her mom, her mother. And that was when she saw that woman. A woman who set up an expensive meal and laughed foolishly with the happiest face in the world. Something dark stirred inside Jean Jangmyeong's heart. While watching her happily feast, she managed to get a bite. And in the end, she fell for the provocation and ended up eating until her stomach nearly burst. The food was delicious, though. However, she couldn't stand it when her mother expressed her pathetic gratitude. It was because she shouldn't need to do that. After all, it was just a frivolous act of kindness from an idiot who thought the world was all happiness. A truly shitty, cheap, and superficial favor. They were inside a slowly rolling carriage. A carriage was originally an object that moved slowly. If it went slightly faster, it became not a means of transport but a torture device that targeted the passenger's buttocks. Inside, Aching was having a hard time. Mother. 2. In Korean, you can call other elderly mother/father even if they're not actually your mother/father. Is this really okay? My child is a bit spoiled, so. Myong, you're making the great expert uncomfortable. This place is comfortable for me. The comfort of a ride ultimately depended on how scientifically it could cushion impacts. The carriage's shock absorption relied heavily on the materials. Meaning, it all came down to the elasticity of the lumber. For that reason, Jean Jangmyeong wasn't exactly wrong. Aching's thighs, moderately padded with a fair balance of muscle and flesh, offered a much more comfortable ride than any cotton-stuffed cloth. In addition, it was also nice to lean her back on. After last night's attack, Jean Jangmyeong's attitude changed. She clung to her side and refused to let go. Instead, Aching felt a bit uncomfortable. If it were some 10-year-old kid, she could easily hug and caress them, showering them with affection. But what if it was a prime of her youth, springtime of her life, 16-year-old female middle schooler Chan, who was just a bit small and frail? Just having her sit on her lap was enough to prepare herself for social death. The clink-clink of them handcuffs. Moreover, her mother was right there on the opposite side. As such, Aching had no choice but to stiffen. But come on, isn't 16 really not the age to be sitting on laps and acting all spoiled? Isn't that way too old for her now? Or is it? Is this a normal physical and mental distance for girls? In truth, Jean Jangmyeong was currently enjoying that very reaction with the sensitivity typical of a sick child. Though she didn't know why, she noticed that Aching found the contact with her quite uncomfortable. As such, Jean Jangmyeong went a step further. She grabbed Aching's left and right hands and placed them on her thighs, stacking them together. Aching stiffened like a rock. This was absolutely fucked. She was absolutely fucked. To others, it might look like a young woman holding her niece. But not to Aching. The saying that what matters is the inside meant that the way each individual viewed the world was particularly important in this moment. Look at Aching hiding the Aching law. 3. ACT on the protection of children and youth against sex offenses. Basically it's saying Aching law is ACT on the protection of children and youth against sex offenses in Korean. But it's also Aching law, a double entendre. The meme implies that she is hiding the fact that this law exists in Murim because she doesn't want to get socially disgraced. At the same time, she is worrying that this is what people might think of her. Is this a green light? Shut the fuck up. Fuck no, it's not. 4. It basically is throwing shade on child predators who say, oh, it was consensual. Like no. Bro. They are children. It doesn't fucking matter if they consent or shit. They are children. Eh? Look at King hiding. 5. So, she is trying to use these memes to both claim her innocence and distract herself from the worries that she has about this situation. She couldn't think of any of the myriad modern memes she would usually recite in moments of discomfort or unease. You, who were in the throes of puberty until just yesterday. Since when did you and I become us? 6. Another meme. It's basically pointing out a relationship that is legal. As in they are of age. So, she is recalling these famous lines in movie/drama to call into attention how she is strictly not a child predator. Aching was doing everything in her power to think silly thoughts. Great expert. Aching startled at the sound of the displeased voice. The stiff face of Yang Sol appeared in her vision. I am innocent. As you saw earlier, this was not my intention. It seems I chose the wrong coachman. Thankfully, it wasn't an inquiry about child molestation. By the way, what's wrong with the coachman? Ah. The coachman is absolute dog water at his job. I see. I guess it does kind of feel like I'm becoming one with the ground. She could feel every grain of sand on the road through her butt. Seriously. She had once joined a friend for a drive to celebrate his new car. And she got carsick in less than 30 minutes. That was how much influence the driver had when it came to the comfort of a ride. The carriage is slowing down. Yang Sol gripped her sword. Aiching was surprised. Sure, it feels like the coachman is driving with his feet, but isn't using your sword a bit much? Or is this considered common sense in Murim? Maybe in Murim, there's a custom of beheading a coachman who can't drive well. What a harsh industry. Then how do novice coachmen gain experience? While Aiching was still lost in her thoughts, Yang Sol suddenly shouted. Now! There was no time to stop her. Yang Sol kicked the door open powerfully and leaped out. She clearly wasn't telling her to just watch, so it must mean to follow her. Aiching also jumped out while carrying Jin Jiangmyong. Shit. They noticed. Get them. Only the brat needs to be unharmed. An unexpected welcome party had crowded around. Only then did Aiching grasp the situation. The fuckers haven't given up yet, huh? Aiching's hand reached into her clothes before shooting something out. One of the attackers who was rushing in grabbed his eye and fell to the ground screaming. Aha! It was a scream so loud that his throat seemed to rip from the inside. However, anyone would scream like that if a chopstick pierced through their eyelid and into their eye. After last night's attack, Aiching did a lot of reflecting. She had become too complacent after gaining some confidence as a master. If her inner chi had been just a bit less, she wouldn't be breathing so easily right now. As such, she spent some of the free practice points she had saved up. She had about 30 martial arts with a white border, among which she upgraded 2 inner chi cultivation techniques to 10 stars. As they were the lowest grade martial arts, there was number 12 star and grand star realm. Because of this, she wasn't able to gain any special abilities, but there was still about a 20% increase in her total amount of chi. Furthermore, she upgraded 1 hidden weapon technique to 10 stars. 3 birds 1 chopstick. It was a throwing technique that had the meaning of hitting 3 birds with 1 chopstick. Given that it was a readily available hidden weapon technique, it was hard to expect much from its power. However, a master of the West, Mr. John Wick, had become renowned for massacring a certain unorthodox gang with a pencil. With a fucking pencil. As such, even a third-rate hidden weapon technique became a whole different beast in the hands of a master. 3 birds 1 chopstick was a technique that used any readily available stick, so its power was originally low. Therefore, the exquisite principle of its use lay in unpredictably. Or to put it more poetically, it was necessary to distract from the east but attack from the west. The hidden weapons kept flying towards the assailant's eyes. One bastard had already been made a cyclops and had collapsed. The attackers made their preparations, raising their arms to block at any moment. But when they did so, a low strike buried itself straight between their crotches. The second victim couldn't even scream. Instead, he clutched his lower half and foamed at the mouth. A vile attack that cut off all future generations. The attackers felt a creeping fear that sent shivers down their spine. Such viciousness. A witch. It's a witch. There's a witch here. Honestly, Aiching felt a bit sorry. But what choice did she have in a life or death situation? She couldn't really have any inhibitions or discriminations in her methods, right? Since she had incapacitated 2 with mere chopsticks, it made the investment of her practice points worthwhile. Aiching drew her sword. A menacing sword chi surged. A Peak Realm master. Fuck, you never said anything about Peak Realm. The bastards hesitated. Aiching was about to dash forward but only took a step. The startled enemies quickly backed away. Aiching was conflicted. Is it okay for me to see blood with this kid clinging by my side? She had already practiced the art of fighting with baggage in real combat the night before. And from the looks of it, there were no masters among them, so there were probably no issues. But what if it gave a great blow to the delicate and sensitive nature of an angsty juvenile? Right then, Yang Sol leaped in with exquisite timing. Great expert, Myong, Kent Dash. I was counting on you. Aiching shouted in excitement and joy. Her hands were free. They were all fucked now. Two suspicious men who had chased after Yang Sol were split in half with a single sword strike. Their upper bodies separated, spilling their contents. The enemies opposite of Yang Sol quickly scattered away. That was when it happened. Stop. A rat-faced man came out as if going out of his way to assert his presence. Aiching recognized his face. You. From yesterday. It was the bastard who threw a dagger and ran away yesterday. Thanks to him, Aiching was forced to reenact a certain Guan Yu experience. 7. Guan Yu was once injured in the left arm by a stray arrow which pierced through his arm. Although the wound healed, he still experienced pain in the bone whenever there was a heavy downpour. A physician told him the arrowhead had poison on it and the poison had seeped into the bone. The way to get rid of this problem is to cut open your arm and scrape away the poison in your bone. All luster disappeared from Aiching's eyes. I swore I'd kill that motherfucker, didn't I? Even while facing such killing intent, Rat-Face somehow kept his morale high. And then, he raised his arm high, as if showing off something. It was a hand holding something black, large, and round. Stop. Do you not see this? If you don't want us to all die together, hand over that brat and... But Aiching had already lost her mind in rage. She had far surpassed any sort of rational thinking or negotiation. So, obviously, she didn't see it. Ding dash. The bell sound of the Buddha's palm. The area above Rat-Face's wrist disappeared without a trace. And the black, large, round thing was pushed by the impact, flying far away and... The sound became a shockwave that shook the forest. Trees swayed, dry leaves flew, and grass was flattened all at once. Birds took off in unison. A slight earthquake that traveled through the soles of everyone's feet. Thunder bomb. A secret weapon of the central government and Murim's worst nightmare. The only countermeasure was reinforced chi armor. Even the remains of a peak realm martial artist wouldn't be found if caught in its explosion. But Aiching didn't know about any of that. Nor did she care. She had already grabbed Rat-Face's neck. You motherfucker. I told you I'd kill you. Cook, ya never said. I did, okay? In my mind. Desperately. What's that sup? When the carotid artery was pressed firmly, there was no difference between a novice and a master. Rat-Face lost consciousness and slumped down. I can't kill this bastard that easily now, can I? Well then, how should I kill him? What would be the best way? If someone is watching me, I want them to say I cooked the shit out of him, you know? But before that... Aiching's head snapped around. Her bright smile and dead eyes faced the attackers. In a distant past, a Taoist monk with the surname Zhang established a Taoist temple at Purple Night Peak of Mount Tewa. One day, Zhang dreamed of meeting an immortal and asked for his teachings of the sword. Upon waking from his dream and undergoing Zen meditation for 10 months, he found that the sword could move by itself. Zhang then built a temple for Zen study and named it Wudong, attaching a signboard to it. Thus, people began to call Mount Tewa by another name. Because it was the main mountain of the Wudong sect, it was called Mount Wudong. And here, there were people heading towards the Wudong sect. Teacher, do you need to continue being carried? Fine. This much is enough. Then. Ah, what a sorrow it is to be old. The only disciple I have thinks of nothing but throwing me aside every morning and evening. Ah, O primeval Lord of Heaven. Teacher, what is that supposed to mean? Teacher will surely live a life of eternal youth. Please know that, at the very least, your disciple always wishes for that. Yes. But what glory is there in living a long life alone? I, too, always pray for my disciple's path to immortality. The Taoists monks following beside laughed. After all, it was said that one lived longer the more they were cursed at. But teacher, why are you hanging on to me like this? It is too difficult for you to carry me, so I decided to hang on instead. The Lord above truly is indifferent. To leave such a living example of righteousness, an embodiment of active goodness, on this earth without thinking of calling him back to his embrace. If it seems like it is time to ascend and join the world of Taoist immortals, would there be any particular reason to prepare? I have found a reason. Since the Tao of the immortals does not accept worldly connections, shouldn't the order be first come, first served? Ho ho, that is my wish. So please, try to do as such. Huan Yuk, the young man carrying the old man, gritted his teeth and lamented. My fate is indeed one of ill luck. At Mount Hua, Taoist monk Changbin served his teacher so well that he eats elixirs like it's his daily meal and is even aiming for the transcendent realm. Meanwhile, some haven't even seen the leftovers of purple night pills. It is said that connections are the fortune of 3 lifetimes, so how did I end up with such misfortune? Indeed, you spoke well. If my disciple were Changbin, I could truly feed him elixirs like it was an ordinary meal. It is really, truly a pity. Teacher. Isn't that a bit much? Huan Yuk was scratched. As the attack was so softly dealt with Wudang's Tai Chi, it was clear that Huan Yuk was still a novice compared to his teacher. They were Taoists of the Wudang sect returning to Wudang. The grand celebration of the Mount Hing sect's Grand Elder was a month ago, and they took the rare opportunity to cultivate their Tao by enjoying the scenery of Dongting Lake. The teacher, Tao Master Sungsu, consoled his sulky disciple. You brat, are you upset? Even if I can't take care of my disciple as well as Zhenhe does, I have given you something far more precious, have I not? From teacher? As an unworthy disciple. I do not remember receiving anything, so what is this precious article you have given me? You brat, what do you think being well endowed means? Whether it is reaching the transcendent realm or whatever, he is beneath you, so what is the point in being jealous? Come to think of it, teacher's words are indeed like precious jade. Isn't it hard for teacher to hang on? May this unworthy disciple dare to hold on to teacher's buttocks, that is no different from the SKMM? Huan Yuk's expression became serious. Did you hear that? The sound of a human scream. It was a scream that was faint yet so desperate that just hearing it was enough to send shivers down his spine. A man with a face akin to a rat was crawling on the ground in a miserable state. When he looked up, because a shadow was suddenly cast, Aiqing was squatting and looking down at him. Please, save me? How? Do I look like a doctor to you? Please save me, I beg you, please. That's not my area of expertise, Sue. Suddenly, a scene came to mind. Friends were gathered in front of a flower bed. Someone was yelling to come quickly. A worm was crawling on the cement floor. And there was a magnifying glass in a friend's hand. It was the day when they were collecting sunlight, pushing each other aside and saying it was their turn because they wanted to try too. That day, there was a friend whose name and face she didn't really remember. But the desperate wriggling, the worm's body quickly swelling and puffing up under the small glass lens, the size of a child's palm, was vivid. It was a memory from some part of her childhood. Wait. Save dash. Didn't the worm wriggle more than this? Please save me, please. But doesn't it hurt? Wouldn't it be easier to just die? Why not just ask to be killed? Aiqing tilted her head, seemingly unable to understand. The rat-faced man looked up at Aiqing. And then, their eyes met. In the shaded eyes of Aiqing, who turned her back to the sun, a tumultuous gleam flickered. At first glance, it was purple, but upon closer inspection, it was also red like blood and blue like thread veins, as well as had the yellow blaze of the sun. It was entirely black and sometimes white, yet also transparent. It was truly a color that did not exist anywhere in the world. When the killing star of heavenly slaughter seeped into the marrow, it illuminated the world with seditious starlight. Demon. It is a monster. As she suddenly raised her head, a young man with a sword charged straight at her. Aiqing swung her sword in response, but the young man stepped into the air, leaping and dodging. There was an unspoken rule in the Murim of Jianghu. After witnessing the marvelous footwork of a direct disciple of the Wudang sect, one must express admiration and respect. Any cultured martial artist would have to exclaim, indeed, it is cloud ascending ladder. However, Aiqing lacked such refinement. Instead, she was overwhelmed by the unexpected aerial maneuver and struggled to defend against the onslaught. The young man changed direction 7 times in midair. He moved right, left, up, and in all directions, before finally kicking off an unseen point in the air and charging instantly. The tip of the sword pressed forward like a massive mountain. Aiqing gritted her teeth and swung her sword horizontally. The moonlight sword, narrowly avoiding the young man's sword tip, twisted its trajectory desperately. The swordplay that had charged right before her eyes slipped away to the right. But then, she saw the young man's empty left hand. A fist that clenched one digit at a time, starting from the pinky, rotating. Oh shit. Oops. Eiching poured true chi into her heels. Thump. Eiching flew through the air and tumbled to the ground. Standing up amidst the churning nausea, she vomited a bowlful of black blood. Unfortunately, Eiching's front was more protruding than others. As such, the vomited blood completely soaked her clothes, leaving them damp. Eiching blinked her eyes. Why did she feel so refreshed after being hit once? In truth, both the 7 stars chi and the demon subduing fist technique of Wudong were originally endowed with excellent exorcism and purification properties. The combined effect of 2 strong purification chi hit Eiching with more than triple the purification power. Fortunately, Eiching was the holder of the Maiden cultivation technique. This technique was also a martial art of Taoism. It was difficult for internal qiggongs of Taoism to affect each other significantly. Taoist qigong tended to slip past each other without much harm, as if to shout, "It's not like we are strangers." However, the Maiden cultivation technique, which faced the killing star of heavenly slaughter alone, exerted some effort in resistance upon receiving the fresh and clear chi of Wudong. The killing star of heavenly slaughter from the marrow seeped out with the blood and the tainted blood exited the body. It was a stroke of luck. Though at best, it just postponed the inevitably flowing time of the destiny that would one day touch upon heavenly slaughter. For some strange reason, she felt refreshed. Eiching returned to her usual self and shouted. "To think you would be so cowardly to ambush me from the front." "What?" "There is no need for words. Today, at this place, no disgusting, heinous, and perverted fuckers will survive. Die, pedophile." This was the art of bullshit that Eiching would only display when she gained unwarranted confidence. After all, the hit she received wasn't all that bad. She was only slightly startled by the novel 3-dimensional maneuver, but if she just pressed him down so he couldn't jump, that would be the end of it. Cloud ascending ladder might be a marvel of Murim, but the lore of the Maiden footwork was a forgotten legend, as well as a myth. A gravity-defying footwork superior to any type of 3-dimensional maneuvering. As the suddenly floating figure rushed towards him in the blink of an eye, Huanyek panicked and clashed his sword against her. "You fucking pervert. Child molester. Horny son of a bitch." The phrases and trajectories the sword drew were certainly threatening, as it was hard to discern what was true and what was false. However, the continuous stream of curses that were being stuffed into his ear was even more horrifying. "She's a child who hasn't even grown up. And yet, your penis still stands at attention? Fuck, aren't you the least bit ashamed? Do you not pity her? Even beasts don't fuck with their young. You fucker. You're worse than even beasts. No, I feel sorry to the beasts for even comparing them with a motherfucker like you. No, you're not even a motherfucker. You childfucker. Cut off your dick. Rip off your cock. Do it. Wait a minute." It was then. "Halt." Hearing the urgent voice and the sound of rushing footsteps, Eiching quickly created some distance. "TSK, why are there so many fucking pieces of shit trying to do something with that young kid? Wow, look at Murim go. It sure is well run, yeah? What a fucking disgrace. Might as well finish with the Buddha's palm and run away." That was what Eiching thought as she eyed the young man. Until she suddenly noticed the count of his righteous karma, 57. What? Why is it high? Then, martial artists wearing indigo uniforms of the Wudong sect surged forward. Despite their various numbers, they were all people who had achieved righteous karma. Among them was someone who had set a new record. 183. The old man with 183 spoke. "First, calm your rage, fairy. There seems to be some misunderstanding here." "Misunderstanding? So it's okay to hit people if it's a misunderstanding? Can't you see this?" Eiching flapped the chest area of her blood-soaked robes, drawing attention to it. Everyone's gaze wandered around, clearing their throats and looking at interesting events unfolding in the distant mountains as if nothing was happening here. "Disciple, what exactly is going on here? Why is this fairy cursing you with such vulgar words?" Well, it's because I definitely saw the killing star of a demonic human." Tao Master Sun Tzu looked into Eiching's eyes. The true chi of the Maiden, which had completely suppressed the killing star of heavenly slaughter, was finally doing its job. The chi currently emanating from Eiching's eyes. It was sharp and chilly for a Taoist, but undeniably of the same path. After all, the inner chi of Taoists and Buddhists were usually shown in the eyes. Ho ho, you have truly taken leave of your senses. Yet, I never expected it to be this severe. No matter how I look at it, this fairy seems to be a fellow follower of the Tao. No, that woman was definitely casting an ominous starlight and trying to kill this man. Everyone's gaze then turned towards the rat-faced man. He was in a dreadful state, barely staying alive. Their gazes shifted back to Ei Ching. As such, she protested. That piece of shit is a bad guy. He's a perverted fucker who was trying to pounce on a young kid. Their gazes returned to the rat-faced man. No, it's not that, it was just a kidnapping. Hey? Look at this fucker? What? Kidnapping? Just kidnapping? You knew what would happen to that kid, didn't you? Huh? That. The rat-faced man could not continue his words. Ei Ching spoke up triumphantly. See? They're all the same in the end, whether he's a pedophile or someone who was going to offer the child to a pedophile. What difference does it make? Tao Master Sun Tzu stroked his beard and spoke. Ho ho, have I ever seen such a beast-like piece of shit in the world? Yes, I'm telling you that's how it is. The world is quite the perilous place. Ei Ching firmly stepped on the back of the rat-faced man. Save me. Please save me. Just as she was about to thrust the moonlight sword, number 6, into him, Tao Master Sun Tzu urgently stopped her. Look here. Fairy. Shouldn't you still show him some mercy, even if he has sinned? Huh? What? Why? Using these kinds of things as fertilizer is the only way to benefit the world, though. It is all for your sake, fairy. For those who walk the path of Tao, accumulating a karma of killing does no good. Ei Ching waved her hand dismissively. Nah, I'm fine. Ei Ching plunged her sword into the back of the rat-faced man's neck with precision, eliciting a bitter smile from the old Taoist of Wudong. Ei Ching swung her sword to shake off the blood. A graceful sheathing of the sword followed. She had practiced this move a lot when there was nothing else to do. But elder, why did I get hit? I vomited a whole bowlful of blood. And this friend over here has not apologized even once. Ho ho, yuck. Teacher. But I really saw it with my own eyes. Clearly. Exactly. It was a sight of unorthodox, evil, deathly chi oozing out of her eyes. So purely evil that it has no comparison. I swear on the honor of teacher. There is not a shred of falsehood in my words. Huan Yak leapt up in indignation. This was one of the strongest types of promises among martial artists. I swear on my sect that it's true. I swear on my teacher that it's true. It was much more solemn than its modernistic counterpart where one would swear on their mother. It was because lying on the name of one's sect or teacher could lead to expulsion and the dishonor of being cut off from one's lineage. And a single expulsion could ruin a martial artist's life. As such, this was far more serious than the modern era, where one could go "I'm a shit on my family once. Sorry, Mom. And pass over it. Ho ho, yuck. What should I do with this punk? I am telling the truth. Do not be fooled. She must be some ikai. Yuck, where in this heaven and earth would there be ikai? How can someone who cultivates the way of the Tao speak like a charlatan? Charlatan? Ei Ching tilted her head. Isn't charlatan an English word? Actually, charlatan came from a word used by Confucius, which had a similar meaning but was not exactly the same. It basically meant something equivalent to a counterfeit or knockoff. As Ei Ching pondered this, Huan Yuk, filled with grievance and feeling wronged, was seething. No, teacher. In this trichiliocosm. 1. A concept in cosmology of a third-order universe containing 1,000 second-order clusters, which are made of 1,000 first-order clusters, which are in turn made of 1,000 worlds each. Billion-fold universe. A Buddhist concept. It basically means all universes where the 3 eminences, the 6 emperors, and the 8 immortals exist. How can there not be such capricious and mysterious monsters? Oh ho, this punk, who is as blind as a bat, dares. Tao Master Sun Tzu's beard bristled. However, Huan Yak seemed a bit more oblivious and lacking in tact than usual, because of his excitement. Why? Didn't you previously say that evil spirits and demons akin to living jiangshis are made-up tales that only exist in the classic of mountains and seas? 2. A Chinese classic text and a compilation of mythic geography and beasts. Early versions of the text may have existed since the 4th century BCE, but the present form was not reached until the early Han dynasty. But how did that turn out? Wasn't I right before? Beneath Dongting Lake wasn't there the living Jiang? You rascal. Do you need a caning to set your mind straight? Hup. A secret history of Murim slipped out from Huanyu's mouth, as light as a feather. However, Qing didn't know anything about it anyway. Living Jiangshi? Weren't Jiangshis those corpses that stuck their arms forward and hopped around? But if a Jiangshi was alive, wasn't it no longer a Jiangshi? Well, what do I know? I guess that kind of thing exists. Qing got to the point. Elder? Anyway, it seems he has no intention of apologizing. I am truly sorry to the fairy. Dao Master Sun Tzu spoke as if he was ashamed. Qing responded with a smile, as if to indicate it was okay. In return, how about we go do a good deed together? Qing roughly explained the situation. This child was being targeted but needed to reach Mount Wu. As such, she was bringing the child, but it seemed like they would continue to be attacked by such people. Dao Master Sun Tzu nodded willingly, having clearly heard the rat-faced man mention kidnapping before he died. If the destination was the Divine Maiden sect of Mount Wu, it wasn't even a detour. It would only take about 3 or 4 days at most. Moreover, if it was the Divine Maiden sect. Even if it was considered a mysterious sect that existed outside worldly affairs, it was still a legitimate Taoist sect. And Taoist sects were like distant cousins to each other. They did not necessarily need to know each other's faces to feel connected. In addition, Huanyak really did get hit with a stick. The punishment focused more on shame than pain. Was it perhaps because of that? The teacher's caning had no effect whatsoever. You demon, I now know your identity. My identity? That's interesting. Demon, you are the very nine-tailed fox that seduced King Zhou. 3. The pejorative posthumous name given to Xian of Shang or King Shou of Shang, the last king of the Shang dynasty of ancient China. He is also called Zhou Xian. In Chinese, his name Zhu also refers to a horse crupper, the part of a saddle or harness that is most likely to be soiled by the horse of the past and soaked the heavens in blood. You must be a gumiho. You might have bewitched my teacher, but don't think for a second that you can fool me. What is this guy saying? Is he a lunatic? You are truly horrific. A demon that wears human skin and mimics them. I clearly saw the endless malice pouring out from those sinister eyes with my own 2 eyes. It seemed he was quite aggrieved about being whipped in front of everyone in broad daylight. Qing chuckled and raised her voice. Elder. He is spouting bullshit again. This cur really can't come to his senses, can he? Teacher. I feel wronged. This is unfair. That fox. I see. I understand now. Even if it means breaking every branch in the mountains and streams I have traversed today, I must correct your delusion. Yuea, you demon. I will not forget this grudge. Huanyak screamed as he was dragged away. Honestly, it made sense. After all, Huanyak had seen correctly. But since one could not see their own appearance, Qing, too, was unaware of what she looked like. Moreover, mirrors were not as common in the Central Plains as they were in the modern era. Bronze mirrors were affordable but difficult to maintain and did not reflect clearly, while mirrors made of silver or mercury, even those the size of a palm, were treasures that cost a fortune. Qing, being a wanderer, was far from such treasures. She had rarely seen her own reflection fully. As such, she ended up thinking, he is a bit special for a Taoist monk, isn't he, and left it at that. Meanwhile, the sight of an elderly Taoist monk with white hair hitting the calves of a grown disciple was a rare pleasure for the Taoists of the Wudong sect. After the Taoists hurriedly followed out, worried they would miss such a spectacle, Qing asked young soul. Mother. Do you perhaps know about Hao sect? Hao sect you say? The bastard with the rat face said he was from the Hao sect. I don't really know about it, though. Are those guys famous? That. Young soul hesitated before answering. I am not sure either. I am very sorry I cannot be of help to our savior. Nah, don't be. Why would you? There are so many something sects and something factions in the world, after all. How could you possibly know them all? But it still nagged at her. It was her first time encountering someone using bombs. No, like why were there bombs in martial arts fiction? Why is it even a thing? At this rate, cannons and guns finna appear too. Back then, she was out of her mind in her anger, but when thinking back, it was quite a chilling situation. Moreover, from her experience dealing with various evil individuals, there was a slight difference in the way he presented their backgrounds. How to put it? Maybe confidence? Or perhaps pride? Aiching scratched her head. It seemed her mind was wandering now that she was a bit comfortable. And make no mistake, traveling with the Taoists of the Wudong sect was indeed comfortable. There had been a couple of ambushes, but the Taoists swarmed out and before Aiching could do anything, they had already taken care of it. Moreover, she hadn't felt the urge for blood lately. As such, she just comfortably observed. Also, female middle schooler Chan seemed somewhat distant. How should she put it? It was like there was this sense of alienation or distance between them. She wasn't sure if she had made a mistake somewhere either. Thus, they approached Mount Wu without any major incidents. Until about 4 days away from Mount Wu though, a group blocked their path. Initially, Aiching wasn't particularly concerned. Nor did she pay attention. It was unlikely that attackers aiming for Jin Jiangmiang would brazenly block the road. And in the first place, considering their righteous karma, they didn't seem like bad people. A young man standing in front of the group blocked the way. His righteous karma was 62. It was just that Tao Master Sungsu had heightened her standards. In reality, this was among the highest she had ever seen. Tao Master Sunggu, Little Supreme Justice, and now, this young man. As long as they did not exceed 3 digits in evil karma, it meant they weren't going around doing bad things. As such, Aiching was at ease. Ah, you are experts of Wudong. Could you perhaps be Tao Master Sungsu? Ho, do you know me? I am Cha Emu of the Yang clan. Oh, Wajiaki, no, I mean, great expert Yang Weijiak's son. The last time I saw you, you were about this tall. Your face looks the same as it did then. And you still remember an old man like me. How impressive. Listening in, Aiching assumed it was a greeting to a friend of his father. Consequently, Tao Master Sungsu was also smiling warmly. Yes, yes. Well, how is the great expert? No, wait, I heard he went into closed-door seclusion. Is he still training? Yang Qima's expression darkened. In truth, father did not enter closed-door seclusion. Then what happened? He was severely injured while fighting the demonic cannibal. What? Then, what's his condition? He was in a state where his life could not be assured, but fortunately, there has been significant improvement recently. He has regained consciousness. Oh my, oh my. What a relief. We almost lost a giant of the orthodox faction. Tao Master Sungsu patted his chest in relief. And then, he continued with a tone filled with sympathy. Ah, you should have at least sent word. If the divine hero of Chang'an was the one in critical condition, the sect leader would have spared no effort. He would have given purple night pills without any hesitation. It was due to a vehement demonic arts. The divine doctor said that an elixir would only act as a poison. Ah, I see the divine doctor attended to him. That is fortunate. Truly fortunate. However, the divine doctor mentioned that his Yuan Dan. Basically his original or core dantian. The very essence of one's energy/chi was damaged by flame demonic arts. Flame demonic arts. How was he afflicted by that cursed demonic art? Flame demonic arts. The name caused a stir among the Wudong sect's Taoists. Aiching, not knowing what it is, just listened. After all, it wasn't her place to interrupt their discussion. But what exactly is flame demonic arts? Does it involve shooting fire from their hands, or something? That sounds pretty cool. Come to think of it, there's also a Mount Hua sect, right? Even Aiching, the martial arts fiction ignoramus/Wawa I don't know shit about Murim, had heard of it. Flame demonic arts, you say? If lava beats fire, does that mean the Mount Hua sect is stronger? As Aiching was lost in meaningless thoughts, the conversation continued. The Yuan Dan is damaged? And elixirs don't work? My word. Then, what can be done? Is there a way? Tao Master Sungsu pressed on, his expression turning somber upon hearing the news of his friend's critical condition. There is a way. Oh ho, How fortunate that there is. So, what is it? Is there anything I can do to help? Apparently, there is only one treatment in this world. Yang Chaimu trailed off, his gaze shifting towards A Qing. Or to be more precise, towards Jin Jiangmiang, standing beside A Qing. Wait, something seems terribly wrong here. A Qing felt a deep sense of foreboding. Madam, I regret that we have to meet this way, but time has already been greatly delayed. Yang's soul was utterly pale. A Qing felt this was the first time in her life seeing someone so white. Her hand covering her mouth trembled as if convulsing. Her trembling legs made it seem like she was using all her strength just to stand. I shall not ask you about your disgraceful act, so please hand over the child now. Yang Chaimu was polite and respectful. That was also why he was so resolute. A Qing stepped forward with a finger pointed in anger. Wait. I was staying silent until now, but this is ridiculous. How can you so boldly tell her to hand over the child? Is it your kid? If you take her, will you feed her just one meal and return her nicely or something? Just from hearing what you're saying. Young lady, you who? Yang Chaimu rubbed his face. He looked as tired as someone who hadn't slept for a week. You seem to be under some sort of misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Fine, that's great. Misunderstanding, it is. Fucking hell, you shitty perverts. Just as A Qing's specialty, indiscriminate personal attacks, was about to continue. Yang Qimus' next words stopped her. We have already paid a sufficient price. What? A Qing turned to look at Yang Sol. I never heard anything about this, though. The price was 1,000 guan. 1 guan equals 3,730 grams. So that's 3,730 kilograms of gold. It was an amount prepared by selling the family's entire estate. And just recently, I received a message from the bank. That the gold was all transferred to the bank of 10,000 gold. Large sums were managed by writing promissory notes. Even if it is transported by cart, 1,000 guan of gold would take 10 of them. As such, the gold was sent to the bank first and a promissory note was issued in that name. In fact, trading promissory notes was advantageous for the issuer. If the other party didn't keep their promise, one could simply contact the bank to stop the payment. However, the gold was completely handed over to the bank of 10,000 gold. The Yang clan had now fully transferred all ownership of the gold. But you disappeared. So, we had no choice but to put a bounty. The bounty was 500 guan of gold, prepared by mortgaging the clan's business and manor. Now, we have even staked the future of our clan. The total was 1,500 guan of gold. The Yang clan of Xinjiang, a clan that held sway over an entire province, had gathered this sum with all their might. Either way, the gold was prepared to bring back the child. If Madam found 1,000 guan insufficient, we shall add another 500 guan. Isn't this enough to save one life with the dot price of another? The last words were directed at A Qing. Only then did A Qing look at Yang Chaimu. She looked at his high righteous karma. He wasn't some scum of humanity who would take a child and harm them for fun. He was the son of a dying person. A son trying to save his father. While it may not be honorable to buy a life with money, the clan has offered all the sincerity it can. A phrase from the mission window came to mind. Righteous karma, transfer the elixir to the rightful owner. Yang Sol had sold her daughter. A Qing felt dizzy. She had stepped in needlessly and ended up seeing such an ugly scene. Then, as Yang Chaimu took a step forward, A Qing, without realizing it, grabbed Jin Jiangmiang's hand and pulled her back. Wait. Wait a minute. Stop. I said stop. If it were a matter where one person was dead and one person would live, like a heart transplant, A Qing could have just walked away, albeit with a heavy heart. However, A Qing already knew the truth that Yang Chaimu deliberately did not mention. She remembered the terrible story Yang Sol had told her. Jin Jiangmiang wasn't just going to die. She would be violated until all her purine qi was taken. The future that she faced was one of misery and harsh circumstances, only to slowly die after enduring unspeakable abuses and recoveries. She now knew why Yang Sol had told her this. It was because she wanted A Qing to protect the child. That hidden intention Yang Sol harbored was so disgusting and cruel that even while knowing this, A Qing could not help but to succumb to her wishes. A Qing looked at Yang Sol. If we can somehow return the money, then. The child was sick. Ah. Only then did Qing fully understand the situation. Yang Sol had never intended to hand over her daughter in the first place. It was a scam. She scammed a son, desperately trying to save his father. In order to raise money to save her daughter. No parents named their child carelessly or thoughtlessly. They chose the best words and meanings, as the first gift a parent would give to their child. Jang Myung. Live a long life. What must the parent, who simply wished for her child to live a long life, have felt? Benefactor, I will not deny it. But, even if it's just a cowardly excuse, had I not accepted the deal, what would have become of us? We had no other choice. That's. Initially, it would be a duel, and if refused, the swing of a word would follow. It wasn't because Murim was particularly cruel, but because the heart that tried to save a loved one was utterly merciless. Qing didn't know what to do. Then, Yang Kima's words were directed towards someone else. Dao Master Sun Tzu, my father has dedicated his life to the peace and safety of Murim. That friend has indeed done that. Please help us. I know it is not right for me to ask such a difficult request. But I do dare to do it. You. If this goes against filial piety. If this opposes morals. Yang Chaimu shouted. Then, I speak of justice. Of a great cause. The demonic cannibal has obtained the flame demonic arts. The wicked Sarah sect has already seized half of the East Sea. With the life of this one child, we can save thousands, tens of thousands suffering. Am I wrong? O Lord of Heaven. Dao Master Sun Tzu clenched his eyes shut. Fairy. Please hand over the child. Teacher? Have you not glimpsed it as well? The lifeblood of 100 people goes into a single living juncture. It was impossible to know where those lives came from. But now I understand. Since the authorities turn a blind eye to even the marauding foreign invaders, even if the villains disguise themselves, we have no choice but to helplessly let them run amok. Dao Master Sun Tzu tried to persuade Qing. Fairy, recently, Murim has been in chaos, and there is no place below the heavens without evil. Every piece of news entering the Murim alliance is urgent, leaving no one to lend a hand because they themselves are in search of their own salvation. Even if you say that to me. The Yang clan is a pillar of Murim, guarding the East Sea. When neither the 9 sects nor the noble clans can help, someone must stop Sarah sect's evil deeds. And I am far too aware who is the most willing to shed blood in the very forefront. When he said so, Yang Sol abruptly knelt and prostrated on the ground. She bowed in the most humble posture imaginable, rubbing her hands together like a fly, pleading with her knees, chest, and forehead touching the ground. Great expert Yang, please. I will do anything, endure any humiliation, even if it takes my whole life. Please have mercy on this child. Please. Dao Master Sun Tzu, the Daoists from Wudong, Yang Chaimu, and the warriors from the Yang clan of Xinjiang all looked at Qing. What's with this atmosphere? Why are they all looking at me? Just make a decision amongst you guys and let me know. What? Am I the one to decide or something? Do I have to make the decision? Like what? If I make a decision, are you just gonna say okay and move on? Qing tightly grasped Jin Jiangmyang's hand. And when she did, she felt a wriggling sensation in her grip. I'll go. In a moment, all sounds of breathing in the area halted. It is all MYMY fault. Dad passed away. Mom, I actually knew everything. You don't have to care for me anymore, Mom. So live comfortably. If only we had done this earlier, Dad might have still been alive. It's all MYMY. Jin Jiangmyang choked up. Go somewhere nice, hick, and just remarry. Instead of a retarded daughter like me, give birth to a healthy child and live happily. Myong. Yang Sol crawled on the ground towards her daughter. Her trembling hand reaching out with all her effort was harshly rejected by the child. No. I hate it. I hate it too. I'm sick of living as a burden. I never wanted to be born like this. You, wah. In the end, Jin Jiangmyang burst into tears. Any and all crying in the world was ugly. It couldn't be helped. The tale of a pretty expression with a single teardrop was a lie only found in stories. The child cried with a harsh sound, scratching her throat in anguish. Yang Sol was beside herself and the Taoists and warriors couldn't bear to even lift their heads, shaking them instead. And Aiqing made up her mind. Once she did, there was not a single ounce of hesitation in her actions. Fucking hell. This is goddamn ridiculous. What a fucking joke, ain't it? Everyone's gazes turned to her. Look at everyone sitting here filming some sort of fucking melodrama. Here comes a China #1 fucking melodrama where all of Murim is in shock and the emperor expresses respect. This is why the fucking ching chongs ain't it. The thing I hate the most in the world is racism and the close second is the fucking ching chong motherfuckers. Aiqing tucked the child under her arm. Fuck everything. Listen up. I'll be the one to eat up this kid. I'm going to be the one to fuck her and reach the transcendent realm, so if you have any complaints, keep them to yourself. Aiqing looked around at everyone. Every single one of them had idiotic, dumbfounded expressions on their face. Finding it hilarious, Aiqing laughed like a crazy bitch. Then, in an instant, she straightened her expression. Aiqing stomped off the ground. An amazing anti-gravity leap of the maiden footwork unfolded. And then, only her voice, gradually fading away, could be heard. This child is now mine. I can do whatever I want with her. I'm leaving. Bye, everyone. Fuck constraints and bondage. I'm off to find my happiness free from that shit. I wish you all happiness too. People would be more likely to freeze up when they become too startled. He didn't anticipate that the conversation would be concluded by a crazy bitch, so he wasn't able to grasp the situation quickly enough. However, Yang Cha-Emu was desperate enough to have already prepared for such situations. Of course, that didn't mean he expected someone to suddenly claim the child as their own and kidnap them. He just thought that someone might pity the child a bit too much and step in a bit. From behind Yang Cha-Emu, a shadow slipped out from under the shade of the tree. It was a person dressed in a black outfit made for the darkness of night. The identities of those who moved silently and covered their face could only be one. Assassins. Client, shall we begin? Go and do what you have to do. What about the woman? It doesn't matter. As long as the child is unharmed. Yes, understood. Of course. The man in black blew a sharp whistle and ran towards the forest. In response, whistle sounds echoed from both afar and near. Soon, a small flame sprouted somewhere in the west. Descendants of Xinjiang, if you do not like dishonorable deeds, you are free to leave now. But if there is anyone who wishes to remain as a spear. This is a double, triple, entendre. Man is writing a poem right now. Xinjiang is a location in northwest China. The jiang in Korean can also be called spear. And the mud part can also be called jinjiang. So basically, he is rhyming jiang by using different words that use the same character. Xinjiang, location, jiang, spear, and jinjiang, mud, even if it means rolling in the mud. Yang Cha-Emu nodded to Tao Master Sun Tzu. And then, he stepped forward and spoke. Follow me. Let us go. None of the warriors from the Yang clan responded. They simply followed their young lord in silence. They were the warriors of the Yang clan of Xinjiang, who had stood against foreign invaders, Japanese invaders, in the East Sea for a century. Their own friends, parents, and even their friends. There was no one who did not owe a debt of gratitude to the Yang clan, and they served with pride in that gratitude. Teacher. Let us go our own way. Even if their purpose goes awry, we must find a way to help a noble clan that has silently dedicated themselves to the world. Thus, even the Taoist monks of Wudong left this place. Aiqing became cheerful. She decided not to think too much about it. Look at how comfortable it is when I just do whatever the fuck I want. They can suck my fat fucking cock. Though to be fair, I don't have a dick anymore. But hopefully, we will meet again someday, I cock. Jean Jiangmyong, who was crying and making a fuss while struggling to be let go, had eventually gone limp. She seemed to have resigned herself. What can she do about it anyway? She's just a brat, after all. Then, an abrupt question came. Are you really going to fuck me? Aiqing was horrified. Hey, shush. You're going to send me to jail. No bad words. Jiang Mianji is a baby. Babies should only use good words. What are you even saying? Ugly thing. Well, if you say so, I guess I must be. You're ugly. Yes, I've taken your oh so valuable opinion into account. Anything else to add? TCH. Jean Jangmyeon clicked her tongue. And then, she asked again. So, are you really going to fuck me? No. Jean confidently revealed her plan. We are going to head to the Mount Wu faction. It's not the Mount Wu faction, it's Mount Wu sect. Wait, no, that's not it either. Whether it's Mount Wu faction or Mount Wu sect, who cares? Anyway, we're going. One could practically hear the sorrowful cries of the Divine Maiden sect. But why? Why say all those bad words and kidnap me? What? Bad girl. Kidnapping? It wasn't kidnapping. Let's call it a temporary companionship due to unilateral coercion. Isn't that just kidnapping? If I kidnapped you, you wouldn't know we're going to the Mount Wu faction, right? Our little baby Jangmyeon doesn't use her head, does she? What is this thing saying? But by the way, there's one big problem. I don't know the way. Where's the Mount Wu faction? I said, I don't know the way. Do you know, by any chance? Roughly. Northwest. Nice. Well then, change the course to north-northwest. Jean casually changed direction and asked again. But where is the northwest? The sun sets in the west. Jean looked up at the sky. The sky was full of dark clouds, as if it might rain at any moment. That's too bad. I was just a sliver too late. Kid, in order to make some prog kook. Jean felt something tough around her neck. Though her neck was caught, her body continued to move forward. Jean flew about 10 jangs. 2. 1 jang equals 3.33 meters. So 10 jangs equals 33.33 meters in a straight line with her legs pointed forward and crashed to the ground. Dry leaves crumpled around her as if exploding. Jean quickly checked on Jean Jangmyeon in her arms. Hey, you good? On your neck. Blood. Aw shit, it stings. Jean rubbed her neck and frowned. Fortunately, it only tore off a thin layer of skin. Instead, it was really goddamn painful. What kind of crazy bastard puts a rope in a forest? This is attempted murder I tell you. Too bad. That it only ended as an attempt. An unfamiliar voice interjected. Jean leaped up like a cat, startled. She drew her sword to confront the enemy and was surprised again. A figure clad in black, face covered. There was only one conclusion. Ninja? Since when are there ninjas in martial arts fiction? Naya. From nearby, a throwing knife flew. It was thriftily taken from the corpse of the rat-faced man. The knife lodged itself in the neck of the person in black. Eh? Jean made a dumbfounded noise. She had been all nervous because ninjas suddenly appeared. It was because if ninjas were the ones to ambush them, they were all supposed to die. But what's this? Ninjas are no big deal, huh? Was what she thought. At least, once upon a time, she did. It wasn't that a ninja had suddenly appeared. It was that ninjas had suddenly appeared. And their tactics were more annoying than she could ever have imagined. All sorts of ropes were strung up along the path, preventing fast movement. But that didn't mean she could perform the state-of-the-art movement technique, tactical night footwork. 3. A meme in Korea. Only people who have been to the military know what exactly it is. It's because they teach this as a way to walk in a tactical manner at night. See above for a prime example, so she had to just hold the moonlight sword, number 6, upright in front of her. However, the defense in her lower body was lacking. Yut. Jean's body was yanked forward by a thread that caught her ankle. She became the very definition of a human cannonball, flying toward a tall tree she would soon crash into. She pulled Jangmyeon close and hugged her tightly, trying to turn her body to protect her somehow. And then... bang. The impact on her back knocked the wind out of her. She forced air into her stiff lungs and checked the girl in her arms. Ugh. Little baby, are your ears, nose, and mouth all still attached? Young. Those who read my other novel, TRPG, knows what this means. But to reiterate, this means yeah or yes in a more cute way. Though it doesn't necessarily mean cute here, it's basically used in an informal manner only. And your arms and legs are all attached too? Young. Then, let's go. Fucking cowards. They don't fight fair and square. Aiching stood up, tucking Jean Jangmyeon under her arm. And then, she set her down again. I can't do this with only one arm. Aiching stripped off the upper part of her robes. Get on. Why are you undressing? Ah. This is called a baby blanket. A proud invention made by the Republic of Korea. Wait, is that right? Anyway. Aiching wrapped Jean Jangmyeon up tightly within it. Now, my era as a one-arm has ended. All of you are fucked, you dogs hit ninja motherfuckers. Aiching muttered coldly. But then, there was a pit. A certain level of trust was needed when it came to footwork techniques. It was the trust that, at the very least, the ground wouldn't betray you. After all, ever since bipedal walking became a thing, the earth had always solidly supported people. But the moment she forcefully stepped on the ground and it crumbled and sank beneath her, it was enough to shatter that fundamental trust. The silver lining was that Aiching was transporting cargo that could not die under any circumstances. Otherwise, she would have already become a cold corpse lying among the bamboo spears and poisons at the bottom of the pit. What greeted Aiching instead was sticky, spurting red mud. What's this? Mud? Is it a red clay pack? 5. This is like a skincare product in Korea. A traditional one service? Or did they make it just to piss me off? Overcoming a pit about half a meter deep wasn't difficult for a martial artist at the peak realm. All she needed to do was jump out of it. Aiching thought to herself that they were bothering her with all sorts of trivial things, as she dashed away again. But when she did so, her body felt as if it was getting extremely weighed down. Fuck, so that's why they put mud. Peep peep dash. That damned whistle sounded again. Aiching turned her head. Because of the gloomy day filled with dark clouds, the shadows of the forest were even denser. And under such a shade, she saw a figure in black quietly stepping back. It kept going like this. They would slow her down and hide, then blow the whistle to reveal their position. This motherfucker. Where do you think you're going? Ding dash. The head of the person in black was split in the shape of a whirlpool. The rest of the body kneeled before collapsing chest first into the ground. The situation was getting worse and worse. These black-clad bastards weren't ninjas. They were different from the sons of bitches she had encountered so far. Strictly speaking, they were hunters. That's right, hunters. And not just any hunter. They were highly skilled professionals. There wasn't a single place on her body that didn't hurt. Surely, when she woke up, her whole body would practically be a festival of colorful bruises. The cuts from the sparse spring branches stung as mud got into them. She had lost the moonlight sword, number 6. She ended up dropping because of the slippery mud on her hands, and before she could even retrieve it, a net was thrown onto her. She blasted the bastards rushing at her with the Buddha's palm and escaped while they were staggered, tearing through the net. It was an excellent sword that cost me half a guan of gold, though. Goodbye, my moonlight sword. Aiching mourned silently, inwardly shedding tears and singing farewells. There was a hole in her thigh. And when her ankle got caught, making her crash down, there was a sharp branch that just happened to stick out there. It hurt terribly. It still hurts. The pinky and ring finger of her left hand dangled limply. She placed her hand wrong when she fell into the pit. Of all things, there had to be a rock there. She sighed deeply as she burst out, only to come face to face with one of the men clad in black. Just like she did in Luoyang, she tore out his Adam's apple, drenching herself with blood. And then, when she did so, a single drop of moisture touched her cheek. The sound of the forest's rain announced its arrival. Pitter-patter. The sound of rain hitting the leaves gradually intensified. And then, rush, roar, dash. The sound of frying oil filled the entire world. It's even raining now? I'm gonna lose my mind. Aiching sighed deeply. And then, suddenly, an idea occurred to her. Did you find them? I was not able to find them. Why? Because of the rain, the traces. I am aware of that as well. But why? The bitch has a brutal, cruel touch. There are more than 20 of our members void of their heads. I saw that as well. But why? Bodies were found in areas where no signal was sent, indicating they were discovered and killed before they could even blow the whistle. I am able to deduce that as well. I'm asking, why couldn't you find them? The black assassin stared resentfully at the blameless stones on the ground. The prospective heavenly assassin, more precisely, the son of the heavenly assassin, patted the black assassin's cheek. Hey. Do it properly. There's 500 guans of gold at stake. If we fail a mission worth 500 guans, how am I supposed to face our leader? What should I say? Ah, leader, I spread the net of heaven and earth, but the target suddenly disappeared. So we failed. Should I say that? The son of the heavenly assassin kept patting the black assassin's cheek. No, that won't do. I should go and say, leader, these little fuckers totally messed up and couldn't even do a single fucking task. Even a shitting dog could do better than them. They couldn't send a signal or even hide. The Black Death wasn't like this before, but ever since the leader changed, it's become complete trash. They lost 500 guans of gold just because they couldn't catch a single girl, and our members are dying like flies. Leader, how in the world did you raise your son? The black assassin swallowed his lament. If your only son, barely obtained in your 50s, was so precious, you should have made him a better person before anything else. However, he remembered the earnest plea of the heavenly assassin, the godfather who had taken him in. The kid is like this, but he has a good heart. He's just lost without his mother for a while. Please do me this favor. As long as this task is accomplished, all talk about successors will die down. I am sincerely asking you. The black assassin swallowed his frustration. For the sake of his godfather that he loved. If this damn little brat became the successor, then it was time to leave this business for good. I will give it my all. Good. Go yourself, black assassin. Do not just sit around here, twiddling your thumbs. What use do you have from sitting on your ass, just because you aged a bit? Traps. Ambushes. Signals. The more they moved, the more they saw a loss. Then, shouldn't they just not move? Aching dug a cave that was about as deep as her height inside the pit. Her hand wrapped in inner chi tore the dirt wall like clay. Suddenly, she recalled a memory. Wow. If I had martial arts during trench construction, I could have been the great and mighty. No, not just that. Forget battalions and regiments, I would have been the ace, the goat of the entire national army. Or maybe not? What's the use of a single person's hands when there are excavators? Still, if I had a shovel and wrapped it with shovel chi, I could have dug through soil, rocks, and tree roots without breaking a sweat. With such thoughts, she dug a small den. The dirt was pushed and roughly pulled up at the entrance. She didn't completely block it, thinking there should at least be a hole to let air in. The problem was Jean Jangmyeong's condition. Her already cold body was shivering even more. Even in the pitch-dark tunnel, she could imagine her lips turning blue. Aiching hugged Jean Jangmyeong tightly. In all honesty, Aiching was cold too. Her stamina was drained, and as she held the cold child with her battered, wet body, it felt like she might actually die from how frigid it was. But if I feel cold, wouldn't it, in fact, feel hot to the kid? Fortunately, Jean Jangmyeong's shivers gradually stopped. Jean Jangmyeong fell asleep, unable to overcome her exhaustion. Her breathing was slightly rough. Did the kid have pneumothorax? A collapsed lung. A pneumothorax occurs when air leaks into the space between your lung and chest wall. This air pushes on the outside of your lung and makes it collapse. Or something? Aiching's consciousness was turning hazy. As the nerves and tension eased, all kinds of pain rushed in. But no matter how she went about it, it felt like a good thing. She couldn't tell whether she was awake or not. In fact, it didn't matter since it was dark whether she opened her eyes or closed them. When she occasionally came to, she wondered if she had even dozed off in the first place. Then, suddenly, a whisper brushed her ear. Why are you going this far? What, you brat? You could have just left me and gone. I didn't know it would come to this. Didn't know what? I thought if I grabbed you and made a run for it, they would just chase after me. I didn't expect them to lay traps everywhere and act so cowardly, you know? Fucking bastards, I won't ever forgive them. Once I get out, ill. If you knew? Ong? What if you had known it would come to this? If I had known, I probably would have just left you, yeah? So you don't need to feel sorry or anything, little baby. It's my stupidity that got me here. There was no response. Then, another question flew back. Couldn't you just hand me over now? Now? After coming this far? Ching snorted. I might have killed some of your people, but it was all just to live, so I hope we can just let bygones be bygones. Is that okay? Well then, I'll be on my way. Yeah, right. As if that would happen. That would be a dream, wouldn't it? But you're a hostage now. If things go south, I'll threaten them with a blade to your neck and, my moonlight sword. It was so expensive. Anyway, I heard there's a river around here, you know? I'll demand a boat in exchange for you, and then run away. After a long while, the child spoke again. The Yangtze River. Eh? They call it the Yangtze. It literally means Long River. Because it's apparently the longest river in the world. Jean Jangmyeon belatedly added that her mom told her. That's funny. What a joke. The longest river is the Nile River, you know? The Nile River? Huh, wait, but does the Nile really exist? Here too? Do the things I know actually exist? That salt lake, I wanted to see it before I died. What are you saying? The child spoke again. Why are you going this far? Didn't we already go over this earlier? Aren't you afraid of dying? Instead of answering the question, Ching talked about something else. Kid. Imagine you wake up and find yourself turned into a hella handsome man. Stunningly so. What are you even saying? Let's just say that's the case. Just consider it a dream. But in this dream, you don't wake up. You get hungry, you eat, you get sleepy, you get hurt. Then, is that really a dream? Then it's not a dream. But then, there's this status window, no. Yeah, there's like this ghost following you around. While following you around, it constantly tells you. You're dreaming right now. This is a world inside your dream. Then, is it a dream? I don't know. That's the problem. Ching bit her lip. Every time she went to bed, she imagined waking up to her comfortable studio apartment. A production worker, having fallen asleep at his desk, would wake up groggily and chuckle at the sight of the character he just created on the screen. He might delete the game out of discomfort, or he might just shrug it off and enjoy it. Since she had come here so suddenly, it wouldn't be too strange if she returned so suddenly too. Right? So, Ching lived recklessly. She lived as she pleased and spoke her mind. Because in a world where leaving at any time wouldn't be strange, why should I care about others' opinions? So, Ching did not hold back. There was no reason to save money. What was the use of hoarding money, buying a house, and stacking up gold? Wouldn't it all disappear anyway when she returned? Of course, this world was definitely reality. Ching did not consider it as a dream. At least, if only that damned status window didn't exist. The status window was constantly telling Ching she was a stranger. A foreigner. An outsider. That she was an existence that did not belong to this world. That she should not forget she was a game character. What happens when I die? Do I just die? Will game over appear and will I get a chance to retry? Or will I just return in front of a monitor? Since she was dragged into this world without a reason, being sent back without a reason wouldn't be strange either. But what if there was a reason for being brought here? What if some transcendental being had a purpose for throwing me into this world? And then, what if that purpose no longer applies, whether I succeed or fail? Then, what about me? What would happen to me? Are you okay? Ching forcefully steadied her wavering, unstable mind. Now was not the time to panic and freak the fuck out. Of course. Obviously. Totally fine. You're sure you're fine, right? You little thing. Who's worrying about whom? Ching tried to force a smile. It wouldn't be visible in the darkness anyway, though. In the end, the problem was people. Was a life of just eating, sleeping, and shitting truly living? Ultimately, people lived as people. I was so lonely. So very lonely. And because that loneliness was unbearable, I eventually made a friend. And at the same time, because I'm an outsider, I eventually had to leave. Because I didn't want to be hated, I accumulated righteous karma and played nicely. And because of that, I meddled like this. Excuse me. What? But, why did you bring me along? Because I felt like it. What about it? Wasn't there a reason for it? Well, I mean. If I had to choose one person, you were the only innocent one, after all. It was just because of that. If she had to choose someone, she might as well side with the innocent. After all, whether it was scammers or child molesters, they were all the same. That purine body or whatever. It's not like our little kid wanted to be born like that. You didn't say, "I'm going to have a purine body." Purine punch. Purine punch. And then shot yourself out of the womb. It's not your fault that things just turned out this way. It was also a message to herself. Was it such a crime to play games? Was creating a female character such a sin? Things just turned out this way. What else could I have done? But mom and dad, too. I'm sorry to say this, but your mom is a scammer, you know? Honestly, if she scammed 1,000 guans of gold, she's a huge scammer even among scammers, right? To be fair. But, mom and dad did it for M. Did you ask them to? Mom, please scam people for me. Otherwise, mom's daughter will die. Did you say something like that? No, you didn't. So what did you do so wrong? Nothing. Not guilty. Bang, bang, bang. Case closed. I won't accept any rebuttals. But those people. No matter what sob story they try to pull. No matter how many hoops they try to jump through. No matter what storyline they want to make up. In the end, they're just child sex offenders, exploiters of minors, and whatnot. They're the scum of the earth. Fucking wretches of all below heaven. They can eat shit for all I care. Aiching said this firmly. Jin Jangmyeong squirmed in Aiching's embrace. Is it really okay? Young. Really? Yep. Really, really? Yeah. Really, really, really? Aiching frowned at a sudden thought. Come to think of it, you're 16, aren't you? But what's with that? Are you pretending to be cute? Aren't you secretly enjoying being a kid? What are you saying? You ugly thing. You know, I didn't say it outright before. Aiching let out a snicker, before continuing. But honestly, you're not all that pretty yourself. Aiching emerged from the cave. The weather cleared and the sky was entirely crimson due to the sunset. Having entered in the evening, she had basically stayed up all night. If it was up to her, she would have spent as long as possible before escaping, but she was hungry and thirsty, so staying any longer would likely deplete her strength and put her in even more danger. Besides, Jin Jangmyeong, being physically weaker than her, couldn't endure like Aiching. Despite being exhausted, sore, and in pain everywhere, now was the perfect time to attempt a getaway when her dantian was filled to the brim. Since the sun would set in the west, north was that way. She ran straight north, then somewhat westward, thinking that if she saw some huge mountain along the way, it would probably be Mount Wu. However, Aiching underestimated the mountains of the Central Plains. To a cultured and civilized modern Korean, a mountain implied a large hill with rounded ridges and soft peaks. But in the Central Plains, mountains were insurmountable obstacles that humans would not dare to traverse. Moreover, Mount Wu was part of a long river flanked by cliffs, originally known as the Wu Gorge. For this reason, something resembling a barrier appeared as an obstacle that partially blocked the view between the forest and the plains. What the hell is that? Is that what a mountain range is? Which one among all that is Mount Wu? Then how am I supposed to find the Divine Maiden sect? Do I have to rummage through the entire mountain range or something? For a moment, her vision went dark at the thoughts of going through such tedious suffering. Hey, do you know which one Mount Wu is from there? Dunno. Of course you don't. What did I even expect? Then do we have to go over there? At the foot of the mountain, there were clusters of black-roofed houses. It was a type of village commonly seen in the Central Plains. Aw shit, those kinds of neighborhoods always have shitty people, though. The remote villages of the Central Plains were not gatherings of people living a quiet, pastoral life, completely unchanging day by day. The village's structure already proved that. Positioned on a mountainside, the houses below served as a wall, while the top had a watchtower and a command post. Basically, it served no differently from a small castle. It was a long-standing tradition in the Central Plains to kidnap people from neighboring villages if there was a shortage of manpower. Women were matched with single men and men were made into slaves. Depending on the relationship with that particular village, the treatment of slaves varied widely, from being treated as a close subordinate to being used as an outlet to vent their frustrations. However, neighboring villages and cities would laugh it off, saying that was something from the past and who even lived like that anymore. However, some remote neighborhoods did indeed still live like that. It was a shocking reality she had witnessed during her travels. Aiching slowly approached the front of the village. As there was a large door connecting the gaps between the houses, it was essentially a city gate. The young man sitting atop it, perhaps acting as some sort of militia, abruptly jumped up. Oh my, oh my. What's this? Is it a ghost or a person, Yi? They are countryside people. They use dialect. Am a person. Would a ghost say they're a ghost, yeah? Then what do they call themselves? About that, Yi Pa. What tricks are you playing, huh? Aiching sighed deeply. Forget it. Are there any outsiders inside? Outsiders? There's none, yeah. Who would come to such a place, Yano? Aiching was somewhat relieved by this. It seemed the black-clad bastards hadn't reached all the way here. Then, since I'm here, can't you let me in? With that appearance, yeah? Not a chance, ghost girl. Act damn, then can you at least tell me where Mount Wu is? Mount Wu, yeah? Why you looking for such a far-away place, eh? If you go that way for a bit, the highest peak you see is that Divine Maiden Peak, yeah. All of that is Mount Wu, Oh. Divine Maiden Peak. Divine Maiden Sect. Divine Maiden Peak. It fit perfectly. But can't we rest here for just one day? Oh ho. Eh? Yeah, no. Or at least give a few cold dumplings. The kid is really hungry. Eh? Goodness gracious, how are you carrying a baby on your back, yeah? You weren't some hunchback? It was the very first impression of a K-baby blanket for a person of the Central Plains. The militiaman muttered, but was easily overheard by a master. I've never heard about a ghost with a kid, yeah. Hold on, stop right there. Why does he keep calling me a ghost when I'm perfectly alive? Aiching gritted her teeth, unaware of her own appearance. After rolling in the mud and being caught in the rain, her appearance was far from human by the standards of the Central Plains. Yet, by some stroke of luck, her appearance garnered sympathy. It was because the people of the Central Plains were more generous to ghosts than to humans. There might not be food for a beggar, but there was always meat for offerings to place in front of a Buddha statue. And they said things like how people could be driven away, but on the off chance that some vengeful ghost clung on to them, it could haunt their family for generations. Or something like that. Stay right there. I'll bring something right away, yeah. If there's warm soup, that would be great. It was cold all night. So many demands, yeah. Also some alcohol. I'll ask around, Yi. After the militiaman disappeared into the village, Aiching released Jean Jangmyeong and flopped down right then and there. Jean Jangmyeong snuggled into Aiching's embrace, settling herself within as if it was only natural for her to do so. What's with you? You're heavy. I'm cold. TCH. What are you even going to do with such a frail body? Aiching hugged Jean Jangmyeong and rested her chin on her head. It would be nice if they give something tasty. I'm hungry. Me too. At first, it wasn't all that important, but as soon as they thought of how food was coming, their hunger suddenly erupted, consuming them inside out. Grams, it's a ghost. A ghost, I say, yeah. A ghost with a baby, at that. A ghost, May? Let's see, Yi? If it's some trivial ghost, just let it go on its way. Aiching's ears perked up. If it's a trivial ghost, let it go on its way. And if it's not? Aiching infused her hands with true qi. A faint bluish glow with deep blue threads rippled around her hands. Come to think of it, even though she was a swordsman, being called a Taoist, fist practitioner, palm expert, or whatever didn't sound all that great to her. Glowing with one's own true qi indicated a realm that had reached sword force. The likeness made by a weapon merchant was nothing more than glow-in-the-dark stars one would stick on a child's bedroom ceiling. Oh my, that's no ordinary ghost, yeah. Grams, the dishes, Yi. Prepare a hearty meal. If it sticks to us, we'll get haunted for the rest of our lives, yeah. Watch over those kids especially, Hayu. Gazing too long at it might bewitch them. Wouldn't want an absolute disaster at home, Yi? Wow, this actually works, huh? Aiching smiled contentedly. And the result was quite satisfying as well. She wasn't sure whether the chopstick stuck in the rice bowl. 2. In East Asian countries, sticking your chopsticks into the rice upright instead of laying down means it is an offering to the dead. As such, it is considered very rude in East Asian countries. Remember this when you guys ever go. Were intended to hasten their attainment of Buddhahood, though. Rice was piled high with pickled vegetables. And more pickled vegetables were served alongside pickled vegetables. Furthermore, a soup, made with all kinds of fish, was just the thing for a cold, empty stomach. After becoming somewhat full, Aiching sipped the cloudy alcohol that was served. Aiching knew absolutely nothing about moderate drinking. In fact, she didn't give a fuck. After all, food was food and alcohol was alcohol. There were separate stomachs for those things. Apparently, because they thought a child ghost was present, they brought out a few baked sweets. Jean Jangmyeong nibbled on them inside Aiching's embrace while gazing up at her. However, rather than the cup of alcohol that was continuously bobbing up and down, something else caught Jean Jangmyeong's eye. Is your hand okay? It's not that it's not okay. The two dangling fingers were somehow fixed back into place. They were swollen and stiff, unable to be moved. After thinking for a long while, Jean Jangmyeong spoke. So, it's not Oka. Correct. It hurts like hell. But since everything hurts all at once, I'm not all that bothered by it, you know? There was a hole in her thigh and the stitched wound on her forearm had reopened, thus bleeding again. Mud mixed into the scrapes made her entire body sting and itch, an absolute fucking shitfest. There wasn't a single joint that wasn't sore and dirt crumbled and crunched in her hair. However, being in such a mess actually felt rather comforting. It was like the easygoing nature of middle-aged reserve soldiers. It was a similar principle to how wearing a military uniform practically turned the sky into a blanket and the earth into a bed. Feeling full, thus sprawling out for a bit, it had soon become dark around them. Aiching wrapped Jean Jangmyeong up and put her on her back again. It would take 2 days if a villager walked, but Aiching could make it in half a day by running. If she went a bit slower, it seemed about right to arrive by dawn. Then, all she needed to do was head to the highest peak. Well, probably arrive at dawn. Little baby should sleep. It's said that people need to sleep well to become a beauty, but it seems like little baby needs to sleep all day to come anywhere close to that, huh? What are you saying? Then, if that's the case, Uni. 3. What girls call older girls. Basically big sis, but they don't have to actually be blood-related. Has to literally hibernate, you know? Aiching flinched for a moment. It was an unfamiliar form of address. She could feel Jean Jangmyeong fidgeting against her back. Even if she was a martial artist, she wasn't capable of turning her neck 180 degrees, so she couldn't see her expression. But it was almost like a question. As if asking if it was okay to call her that. Uni might be a bit odd for a man. But to be fair, men of modern times also used the term uni when amongst themselves. Aiching let out a brief burst of laughter. Well, why not? We're fated to be together until we reach the Divine Maiden sect anyway. Arriving there wouldn't magically cure female middle schooler Chan and turn her into a healthy companion or anything like that. There wouldn't be such miracles. After dropping her off, who knew when they would see each other again, right? Go to sleep quickly. Don't drool all over my back, though. The pitch-black sky gradually turned azure. The sound of chirping birds. Even though the sun was still below the horizon, its presence empathetically announced the dawn. She had worried about overshooting their destination throughout the night. But upon seeing the Divine Maiden peak, she realized it was an unfounded concern. With its towering presence, standing there all in its lonesome, there was no shot she could miss it. But honestly, be for fucking real. How am I supposed to go up that? Rather than Divine Maiden Peak, it was just the Divine Maiden Tower. It was as if a tower had risen one more time from the mountain top. In the first place, not even half of the mountain was covered with greenery. The rest was composed of vertically extending gray bedrock. Still, if humans lived here, there should be some kind of path to climb up. As such, she was currently wandering around, trying to look for a trail that would make it easier to ascend the mountain. Upon reaching the very corner at the end of the mountain's base, a depressed terrain between two ridges appeared. And at that place was a road, hardened and killed by the continuous stomps of people and carts. Also, at the end of that path stood two people. That Xinjiang thingamajig? Isn't that whatchamacallit clans? Someone. She couldn't quite remember the name, so. Also, there was one oh so loathsome ninja as well. At the same time Ching saw them, they saw Ching as well. If you blah blah into an abyss, the abyss will blah blah into you or something. Ching recalled Nietzsche's famous words that were known to anyone and everyone. You are finally here. It was said in a tone that implied she was way later in her arrival than expected. You knew I would come here? After all, a woman whose eyes shine with kindness cannot be a cruel evil. As such, your destination must be a place to take the child to. The brutal irony of fate had spun around and around in circles until it arrived to hit her where it hurt. Truly, a strange twist of fate. The innocent, bright eyes that had responded to the pure-hearted strike of the Wudong sect had ultimately caused her trouble. Ching stepped back, with a wary look in her eyes. As she did so, Yang Chaimu spoke. Come. It is already too late to run. Lies. I don't believe you. Before, you hid away those black bastards and lied. There's no one here this time, right? Do you think you can fool me twice, just because you fooled me once? I have never fooled you before, though. Well, that was true. It was just that Ching alone bolted away, thinking this was her opportunity to seize. He had never said something like how he didn't prepare the net of heaven and earth. It was all just in her head. So, what? You want to throw it down here? Settle it once and for all or something? If you hand over the child now, I shall pretend this never happened. You seem like a good person, young lady, so there is no need to harm you. I have some skills too, you know? Yeah, let's settle this. You think I can't? I'm also a master. A master, I tell you. When she said so, the black assassin stepped forward. The sword he drew shone with light. It was not some mere glow-in-the-dark sword chi. It was a starlight that did not dazzle the eyes, but shone in its place, entering one's field of vision with a chilling whisper. It was sword force. What is this? He's a transcendent realm master. To catch just one peak realm nobody with a transcendent seems a bit, well, you know. Ching's indignant tirade shriveled away. In her days of ignorance, when she had just reached the peak realm and feared nothing, she saw a fight of a transcendent realm master in a marketplace. The blade wrapped in sword threads was cut into neat little pieces. Without a single iota of difficulty. Even though he wasn't even her opponent, her knees had wobbled a bit. This was the dignity of a true master. Uni? Even for me, a transcendent realm is a bit one hit from that, and you, me, both of us. We'll be walking on the road to death while split in half. It's okay. Even if we go, we'll go together. I'm not okay with that, though. Ching let out a deep sigh. Excuse me, could you at least give me one sword? Honestly, let's be real here. It's really not fair to make a swordsman fight a transcendent realm master without a sword, you know? Neither Yang Chaimu nor the black assassin answered. Evidently, they didn't want to give even a single sword. Such cheap fucks. But seriously, fighting a transcendent realm is actually not the move. I'll just bide my time a bit and look for a chance to dip. For now, let's try to make them let their guard down. Ching shouted loudly on purpose. It can't be helped then. Mying. This is my killer move. Ching turned the baby blanket forward. It was a bit of a struggle because it caught on her chest, but as a result, Jang Myung, who had been behind, now hung in front of Ching after a full turn. Ching shouted triumphantly. This is the hostage defense technique. You can't attack, but I can. I am invincible, and the baby is God. I am invincible and the baby is God. 1. This is a Korean meme. Basically when this guy invested in the stock market and then the political climate exploded back in 2020, Nasdaq went crazy, thus earning him a lot of money. So, he went on a portal site and started espousing how he was invincible and Nasdaq was God. This spawned a meme where people used that exact phrase but just replaced Nasdaq with whatever subject that made them invincible. After all, they were aiming for Jin Jangmyeong anyway. Furthermore, Jin Jangmyeong had a weak body. She could not be so rashly handled. As such, she was the very definition of invincible armor. It was a truly petty idea and method. It had been agreed upon in case of an emergency, but Jin Jangmyeong still bowed her head in shame and embarrassment. Yang Chaimu spoke incredulously. Are you truly going to resort to such cowardly tactics? Wasn't your goal to save that child, young lady? Cowardly my ass. The ones who rush here to shag a tiny kid, causing all sorts of bullshit along the way, are talking about cowardice in front of whom? Me? The fuck are you on about? Aiching continued to raise her voice vigorously. And should our esteemed little baby just watch others' affairs as if it's none of her business? Do you think she's going to leave her life in the hands of someone else and just shout, "Let's go team"? Win. At that point, why not just outright ask someone else to live her life for her? Don't you dare underestimate our Jangmyeonji, you punk. Then, an unexpected response came back. Your words are truly admirable. A woman approached, clapping her hands. She was a middle-aged woman who just had to be called beautiful. There was no other way to describe her. Despite the traces of time, her face was alluring, as well as dignified. Last night, the constellations appeared quite ominous, so I went for a walk. But before I knew it, I was outside the mountain gates. I intended to overlook the affairs of the secular world, but then, the baby spoke such lovely words. Baby, what is your name? Me? Yes. Baby. But I'm called Aiching. Aiching. What a lovely name. But what in the world is this appearance? Not even a piglet would carry itself like this. And your sister too. How can you sisters be in such a barbaric state? Tell me. Are you a person or a piglet? It was a lady with a peculiar dignity. To the extent that it made Aiching think, perhaps a chaeble's wife would carry herself like this. I'm a person. Aiching answered, her voice shrinking back. Then, act like one. Moreover, what is this state you're in? How could you treat your own body like this? You should know how precious it is. You are practically pieces of rags, aren't you? Excuse me, madam, thank you for your words and all, but it's a bit dangerous here, so it would be better if you stayed away. That bastard with a sword and that bastard with a spear are really bad people. Are you seriously in a state to worry about me? While looking like that? I think it's more right that I'm supposed to worry about an idiotic bitch like you. You can't even take care of yourself, you halfwit. Ha, this is so infuriating. My chest is all stuffy. What the fuck is this situation? Why am I the one being scolded? Aiching's eyes shook with bewilderment. While she was doing so, the madam turned towards the other two men. And you, if there was even a little, just a tiny bit of sense in your heads, you wouldn't dare threaten a woman in front of Mount Wisgates. Do I really have to rebuke you for having an intelligence that is worse than a bug's? The faces of the two men went utterly pale. Though Aiching was unaware, it was because the latter's sheer presence had already made them feel sick to their stomachs. They had immediately recognized the latter's identity. When asked who the strongest martial artist was, one could argue for 10 straight nights over the answer. In fact, it was a common debate in the Central Plains, happening anywhere at any time. But if asked who the strongest woman was, there was only one answer. The zenith among women, matriarch Shimin Surin. Yang Cha-Emu made a fist palm salute with a pale face, utterly void of blood. Elder matriarch, I was. Stop. You know who I am. If you do not believe your excuse to be honorable, it is better to keep your mouth shut. Yang Cha-Emu shut his mouth. Desperate as he was, there was no reason to choose suicide just because of desperation. The moment he started talking about purine blood in front of the matriarch, his life would be forfeit. It was common sense. Very, very much so. Io, just get lost. I can't stand to even look at you. And with those words, Aiching received a notification, signaling a mission completion. It was an unfamiliar ceiling. A gentle fragrance comfortably filled her every breath. Aiching sat up. She was inside a neatly arranged room. As soon as she arrived in the Divine Maiden sect after following the madam, women with expressions like they'd seen the most terrible thing in the world rushed in and plunged Aiching into a bathing tub. That was when Aiching realized why cats so desperately resisted baths. If left alone, she would somehow manage to keep herself clean. But if she was suddenly dunked in water and scrubbed with soap, of course, she was bound to be startled. Moreover, she was manhandled and violated by numerous hands of women she had never even met before, much less known their names. All Aiching could do was tightly close her eyes and pray for this time to quickly pass. Afterward, she was treated by a female physician. She kept getting smeared by something and was patched up in so many places that she hardly needed to wear clothes. Then, she had a bit of warm broth and fell asleep. And now, she had woken up. Now that she actually looked like a human being again, a warm fatigue pressed down on her entire body. Aching staggered out of the room. And there, she saw Murim drinking tea on the wooden floor. That madam was called the zenith among women, right? The strongest female in the Central Plains, they say? Just as I thought, people had to become masters. She didn't even draw her sword. She just swaggered over and stood there like a boss, before saying, "Get lost." And with just that one word, the enemy bastards fled in panic. "Baby. Have you awakened?" "Yes. Thanks to you." "Thank you." Aching sneakily glanced at her, trying to gauge the situation. "Let's test the waters, huh? Taste testability. Begin." "I've heard the whole story from the little baby." "Well done, well done. Truly commendable. How could you take such lovely actions?" "It's nothing. It was something I obviously had to do, after all. That very thing which should obviously be done is not carried out by many. As such, how can I not praise you?" Murim laughed heartily and continued. "At any rate, I have truly experienced something startling. How is it that a child born with heavenly slaughter grew up so upright?" How did I know, you ask? Didn't I already say that last night's constellations seemed ominous? A dreadful and treacherous star seemed to flash before my eyes. How could I just stand by? I had to look around. Can you tell that just by looking at the stars? How could I know that just by looking at the stars? Here, give me your hand for a moment, why don't you? Let me feel your pulse. Aching obediently extended her hand. Right as she did so. Slap. Murim's fingers struck Aching's wrist. No, wait, what the fuck? Why does a finger slap hurt so much? Aching almost shed tears as she clutched her wrist in pain. Murim clicked her tongue. TSK. Foolish child. How can a martial artist so readily offer their pulse? How did I know, you asked? Well, I knew it was close because I saw the stars. Feeling your pulse was what actually revealed the presence of the killing star within. You can tell that by feeling a pulse? What the hell? Is she a master while also being some great figure of herbal medicine as a side job? At my realm, you come to know these things. Just as expected, one just had to become a master. If you become a master, you'll know how to do anything and everything. So be more careful. I can see that your nature is upright and just, so I shall overlook it, but others, knowing you were born with heavenly slaughter, will not hesitate to attack you without reason. Ah. This truly was a useful piece of information. After all, she could have been abruptly attacked without even knowing why. Remember not to offer your pulse carelessly. Important. Star that shit. Stamp. Indeed. Perchance, do you have any thoughts of joining the Divine Maiden sect? Thank you for such a kind offer, but I don't plan on joining anywhere just yet. Well. I thought as much. Heavenly slaughtering star. Born of heavenly slaughter from the front and destined to live as a wanderer from the back, you are trapped in between these two inescapable fates. You are clearly not meant to settle in one place and set down your roots. It wasn't such a grand and excessive decision, though. She just picked it based on a guide she read. How could she have possibly known she would get killed if she was ever caught harboring such a destiny? Despite the harsh words, Aching remained utterly unbothered, listening as if it was someone else's problem. The zenith among women asked again with a gentle smile. Then, do you have any thoughts of becoming my disciple? Aching's eyes widened. Even with her lacking common sense and limited knowledge, Aching knew that to learn martial arts, one must become a disciple, and to become a disciple, one must join a sect. No, to be honest, she didn't know at first. But she found out while looking to learn various martial arts in the early stages of her journey. I don't need to join the Divine Maiden sect? Let me be honest with you. The talent of a baby not yet 20 who has reached the late-stage peak realm is very desirable. There wouldn't be a teacher in Jianghu who wouldn't want her. Aching was surprised. Am I that young? Baby? My figure isn't exactly girlish, though. And her face was already the lowest score possible in terms of looks. Baby. Perchance. Do you not know your age? Probably. And the name Aching was also made by you? Yes. To be more precise, it was Ctrl plus C, V. She copied and pasted it. After all, the post said only then would she be given purple martial arts. What is your original surname? I don't know that either. Shimin-Surin's expression turned into one of pity. It was the same misunderstanding as a certain someone from Hebei. Oh my, you poor baby. How did you grow up so well in such hardship? How admirable. You are truly lovely. Aching just awkwardly laughed off her words, because she didn't know how to reply. I see. But still, you did seem to have some luck finding a teacher. A teacher? You don't have a teacher either? Then where did you learn your martial arts? I just happened to get to know it. Self-taught? I guess? Aching replied in the form of a question. After all, it wasn't a martial art learned through a proper nor standard method. Shimin-Surin's expression turned to one of shock. The pure and profluent flow was clearly the meridians of orthodox Taoism. And wasn't it clearly a cultivation technique that is not lacking to be called a divine art? What an exceptionally curious coincidence. What is the name of that qigong? That cultivation technique? The Umaiden cultivation technique. Shimin-Surin slapped her knee. Oh ho. So that is why you are a qing. How truly amazing. I thought such a divine art only existed in legends, yet here its master is, right before my very eyes. Indeed, the heaven and earth of Jianghu is vast and there is so much humans do not know. But. Bonk. A noogie flew towards Aching's head. Escape? There was no escape. The bonk came at the speed of light. An impact so shocking that it shook her skull. It was practically a nuclear noogie, shot from an ICBM. Aching's eyes instantly welled up with tears as Shimin-Surin spoke sternly. How can you answer every question so readily? You foolish and lacking and naive girl. If people knew of your martial arts, the entire world would chase after you out of greed, baby. You are lucky to have survived until now. TSK. Oh. She gained yet another piece of precious knowledge. The madam was like a common-sense vending machine. Every time she tapped it a bit, important knowledge and wisdom just cascaded out. Oh? What a rude habit of speech. Do you really think that such words should even come from a baby's mouth? It's just that I got used to saying it. I see. Since you are a baby, perhaps it is possible for that to happen. Though Aching wasn't sure what she meant, for now, she nodded anyway. Huh. You are like a baby left by the water. If you go into the secular world like this, your life will not last long. Me? Didn't you already become enemies with the Yang clan of Xinjiang? The black-clad bastard beside him must undoubtedly be an assassin. Aching seemed to know absolutely nothing. After all, it was clearly visible in her utterly blank stare. Shimin-Surin sighed deeply. Huh. This foolish thing. Her words were a bit harsh, but Aching understood the concern behind them. So, she just tried to wear an awkward smile. By the way, that little baby seemed to have eaten Shaolin's great rejuvenation pill. Great rejuvenation pill? Aching asked back. Such a reaction showed she had no idea what that was. Shimin-Surin laughed heartily. The great rejuvenation pill is Shaolin's elixir, considered the greatest elixir under heaven. It is said that it cannot be bought, even if a fortune is given. Ah. This was why Yang Sol had scammed her way to raising the price. Huh. Sol, that wretched girl. Do you know Jiang Mianji's mother? How could I not know a child that was once a part of our family? The Divine Maiden sect was a sect for women. And according to the principles of the Divine Maiden sect, one could never get married. However, it was only human nature for people to want to see their own children, so they were still allowed to adopt a girl and raise her. Then, could it be that Jiang Mianji is? No. The baby is indeed that brat's daughter. After all, she fell in love with a man and ran away. Ah. Of course, that didn't mean the Divine Maiden sect was an extremist feminist group that outright opposed marriage. If they fell in love with a man and wished to marry him, then they simply needed to leave behind what they had received from the sect. In other words, they had to break their dantian and leave. Shimin-Surin wrinkled her face. That bitch was full of greed. Yang Sol ran away because she didn't want to follow such rules. But she didn't just run away. She thoroughly plundered the divine maiden sex warehouse for a dowry. Furthermore, she quite literally planned her heist. She deliberately chose only the most valuable items and took them all. That was why Jin Jangmyeong's past was so prosperous. Aiching was utterly incredulous. What the I really didn't see you that way, Ajumma. 1. Middle-aged lady in Korean. She should have been pursued to the ends of the earth back then and presented an early death. She couldn't even let go of what was given to her. How could a despicable bitch who betrayed her own sect possibly live with great fortune after that? I should never have let her be. That was the root of the problem. Children born with purine blood died before they turned 20. It was a divine punishment in the form of a terrible curse. However, to a martial artist, this curse could also be the greatest blessing. After all, it was the best quality one could have to become a master. Children born with the purine blood could become masters renowned throughout all under heaven. The problem was that it was nearly impossible to learn martial arts if born with purine blood. The body was frail and the energy was too strong, causing issues with forming the dantian, the very entry stage of martial arts. So, what then? She needs the help of a master. I am talking about the help of a true master who has reached the unrestrained realm at the very least. A master who had reached the unrestrained realm could forcibly inject chi through chi transmission, thus forcefully creating a dantian. However, chi transmission required decades worth of a master's inner chi. So, how could someone like that ever bring her daughter here? A wretch who violated the sex rules and ran away after stealing treasures. That was why she fed her the great rejuvenation pill. If the pill's medicinal properties could substitute for inner chi, a master would not need to suffer any losses. After all, it directly led to the formation of a dantian. Thus, no master would feel burdened to take her under their wing. She must have been prepared to beg and even lay down her own life. She would have most likely pleaded to save her child's life at the cost of hers. That since she had already consumed an elixir, she could be guided easily. Ah. That damned bitch. Since she had already betrayed her sect, how could she possibly know what attainment this matriarch reached? There is no way she would have known. The matriarch had already reached stupendous achievements decades ago. She was now in a realm where she could control the overflowing and destructive purine energy, thus being able to create a dantian. There wasn't a need for chi transmission in the first place. If she had just brought the child, the matriarch would have saved Jin Jangmyeong. It was unnecessary from the start, yet. If she had known Jin Jangmyeong's constitution and brought her immediately. No matter how heinous her crime, the matriarch couldn't have killed the mother of the child she saved with her own hands. And thus, the father would not have had to lose his life either. Furthermore, the lord of the Yang clan of Xinjiang would have eventually been injured whilst fighting the demonic cannibal, but the child would have already been rooted in the divine maiden sect. As such, the great clan that had long defended the East Sea against foreign invaders wouldn't have been scammed. This is precisely what karma is. One evil deed plunged many into a pit of sorrow, such is the nature of evil karma. Shimin Surin solemnly advised. So, baby, you must remember this well. Especially since you carry the most ominous star. Aiching didn't know anything about martial arts fiction. Therefore, she was also unaware of the relationship between a teacher and a disciple in the Central Plains. In the Central Plains, a teacher was akin to a master. Essentially, a teacher was on par with one's parents. But to a modern Korean, who did not distinguish between an educator and a teacher, the relationship between master and disciple was taken far too lightly. This was the biggest reason why Aiching so casually accepted becoming a disciple. Moreover, Aiching longed for warmth. She was starving for it. It was natural for her to be completely taken by Shimin Surin, who exuded the vibes of a grandmother. As such, Aiching kowtowed deeply to Shimin Surin, accepting her as her teacher. And then, if you go into Jianghu as you are now, disciple's life will be in danger. It is highly likely to be cut short. Therefore, hiding your identity will be the priority. Hiding my identity? Indeed. Disciple's face is already well known. Moreover, since you have made enemies with a transcendent realm master, you must reach the same realm to be able to live, much less plan your future. Until then, it is wise to hide your identity. She hadn't thought about it that way. The extent of her deliberation consisted of just fighting if it seemed easy and run away if otherwise. After all, Aiching was confident in her movement techniques. So, from now on, let's call you Shi Menqing. Menqing. Then, from now on, I'll go by Menqing. I'll share the same surname as teacher, right? After all, whether it was Menqing or Qing, it was all the same to her. Receiving a surname felt a bit burdensome, but since everyone in Jianghu seemed to use surnames, it would be strange to use only a given name. Then, am I now a Shi? Come to think of it, I could have just used my original surname. Thwack. Ah. Qing screamed due to the terrible pain. It was an uncontrolled screech that burst out instinctively. It was a hydrogen noogie, surpassing even the nuclear noogie. Fucking hell, what kind of bonk is this? Couldn't it have split my head open? Am I not bleeding? As Qing rubbed her head, she intermittently checked her fingertips. Still, there doesn't seem to be any blood, huh? I thought I was bleeding for a second, goddamn. Castigation akin to a bolt of lightning struck down on her. What is wrong with your mind? Is it completely empty? Do you not even know your teacher's surname? Indeed, it is a two-syllable family name. Yes, it may be uncommon. But for you to not know. You make me doubt whether you have common sense. So the family name wasn't Shi. It is Shimin. Who? This foolish girl. Ah. Qing felt a bit wronged. After all, she had seen some people from the Central Plains have names that were 5 syllables long. And she didn't even tell her whether it was Shi or Shimin. Qing. My disciple. Ah, that sounds much better. Qing sounded better than Qing. The name Qing was a bit odd anyway. That's right. Now that the name is settled, it is time to pass on the important martial arts. Oh, ah. Qing hurriedly blocked her mouth as her usual speaking habits popped out. However, it was too little too late. Thwack. A nuclear noogie flew in. With such lacking manners and crude speech, what this grandma is going to teach you is a cultivation technique called the late blooming heavenly love. Since it is also from a Taoist sect, it will not be too difficult to learn. Late blooming heavenly love. If you reach the grand star of the late blooming heavenly love, there will be no greater achievement for disciple. Qing gulped in anticipation. More than anything, the name sounded cool and it was a martial art being directly passed on by the zenith among women, so it had to be extraordinary. What kind of achievement is it? Then, Shi Mensurin replied. You'll become prettier. What? It cultivates beauty. Is that all? Bonk. Another nuclear noogie was added. Qing grabbed her head and made a tearful face. I'm pretty sure there's a bump now, isn't there? The greatest proficiency a woman should achieve in order to conceal herself is by becoming beautiful. Now, I will recite the mantra to you, so try to memorize it first. Sanguiwil Amyang Wiji. Shi Mensurin chanted the mantra, also known as the formula, of the late blooming heavenly love. Qing listened nervously, focusing all of her concentration on the formula. But can I learn martial arts the way other martial artists do? Well, if it doesn't work, I can just ask them to show me the secret manual or write it down in a book. But what do you know? As soon as she heard the entire mantra, a status window notification popped up. One new item in the martial arts window. An inner chi cultivation technique with a blue border had been added. Learning something at the mere blue grade was a bit disappointing. Yuuk, my head. Suddenly, words and phrases uncomfortably burrowed into her head. Did you memorize everything? Yes. I memorized it all. Memorized it all? After listening to it just once? Shi Mensurin asked in surprise. The kid seemed like a completely ignorant fool, but suddenly she could memorize all of that? Can you recite it? So since ancient times, the most treasured thing has been a bright face that receives love without any action. A talent otherwise known as beauty. There was a daughter among the many children of Yan Emperor Shennong. 1. Shennong, variously translated as divine farmer or divine husbandman, was a mythological Chinese ruler known as the first Yan Emperor who has become a deity in Chinese and Vietnamese folk religion. Yan Emperor can also mean flame emperor. Who achieved virtue through this beauty and Qing recited the phrases that were in her head. It was just blatant cheating at this point. However, Shi Mensurin nodded in satisfaction, unaware of such wrongdoings. It seems like all of the baby's talent went into martial arts. After all, wouldn't that be why a baby who should still be crawling has already reached the late-stage peak realm? then, I will perform True Qi Daoyin. 2. Daoyin is a series of cognitive body and mind unity exercises practiced as a form of Taoist Nigong, meditation and mindfulness to cultivate Jing, essence, and direct and refine Qi, the internal energy of the body according to traditional Chinese medicine. These exercises are often divided into Yin positions, lying and sitting, and Yang positions, standing and moving. The practice of Daoyin was a precursor of Qigong and was practiced in Chinese Taoist monasteries for health and spiritual cultivation. The main goal of Daoyin is to create flexibility of the mind, thereby creating harmony between internal and external environments, which relaxes, replenishes and rejuvenates the body, developing in its practitioners a vital and healthy spirit. For you. Turn around and sit. True Qi Daoyin was an act of guiding another's Qi to directly experience the correct operation of true Qi. Half of the remarks regarding how having a teacher was nice was because of this. After all, even the dullest student wouldn't easily forget what they had directly experienced in their body. True Qi wandered around inside her body without her controlling it. It was a fascinating sensation. A gentle pull went one revolution around the body from the dantian and then returned back to the dantian. When it did so, another status window notification popped up. It was a notification that she had achieved 1 star in the late blooming heavenly love. The status window was unpleasant, but she did save some free practice points, thanks to it. Can you try circulating once? That's right. Well done. You learn quickly. How excellent. You are truly magnificent. Mansurin threw a barrage of compliments. As expected, she had the quality to become the next greatest under heaven. That's right, it was time for a female martial artist to become the greatest under heaven. In the first place, martial arts belong to women. After all, the method of controlling true Qi originated from the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens. Officially called Jiu Tianzuan, she is the goddess of war, sex, and longevity in Chinese mythology, a goddess, because she conveyed the Tao of nature to people. When the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens descended into this world, she concealed her appearance and introduced herself as just an ordinary woman, asking people to call her merely a woman of the state of Yu. The Yu Maiden. Moreover, the Yu Maiden was also called A Qing because she enjoyed wearing blue clothes. And here lies a connection to that very name. The talent had already pierced through the sky, surpassing the heavens. If so, she must now be taught the dignity of a female master. How should she make this colt-like baby into a proper person? Meanwhile, Qing was smiling like a fool, dizzy from the explosion of compliments that were akin to a drug. But if she knew what Mansurin was thinking, she most likely would not have smiled like that. Then, let's learn methods that care for the head. Methods that care for the head? Yes. What kind of study is that? It's just as it sounds. It's the method of hair care, which is as vital as life to a woman. What? Qing blinked her eyes. What's with the abrupt entrance of hair care? Regardless of Qing's bewilderment, Mansurin continued. I will teach disciple the 42 ways of tying hair. You must memorize all of them and be able to do them naturally. Does tying hair help with martial arts? Oh my. It seems that is all you ever think about. Mansurin took on a stern demeanor. Disciple is already a female master. However, the world's view of female martial artists is terribly harsh. If a female martial artist was weak, they would say, what could a frail woman possibly do? Even if she was strong, criticism would follow. If she lacked beauty, they would say, indeed, if her face is ugly, she should at least be good at martial arts, shouldn't she? If her beauty was exceptional, they would say, how many masters has she enchanted with that face, to climb to such a realm? If a male martial artist cut down enemies, making heads fly to the heavens and blood flow into the earth, people would praise his firm will and outstanding spirit. But if a female martial artist did the same, she would be criticized. People would say women committed such violence because they were heartless, terrible, and no different from malevolent snakes. That wasn't all, though. Even doing righteous deeds to a starving beggar had been met with criticism. If a man did it, he was praised for his generosity. Qing felt that something was very, very wrong. Teacher? I'm a bit at a loss for what to do if you abruptly change paths like that, okay? Kinda uncomfortable. Please don't go down that road. You're making quite a dangerous statement, you know? Therefore, when disciple wanders around Jianghu, you must have the mindset of representing all female masters. To do this, you must always maintain the elegance and beauty of a dignified woman, as well as your own skills. I have to represent all female masters? Qing was horrified. After all, among all the women in the world, she was the one person who shouldn't ever have such a position. Teacher? Now then. Let's start learning, shall we? A massive will that allowed no room for rebuttal could be felt. Qing nodded her head, once again with a tearful face. I have to get out of here. ASAP. According to Murim, her personality was like a wild colt, thus impossible to correct. As such, she said she intended to virtually engrave habits that would make her properly cultivate femininity. That she just had to stay half a year and then she could descend the mountain. Thinking half a year might be okay was a grave mistake, though. Thus began Qing's suffering. The core of it was the nuclear noogie. If even one hair was out of place, nuclear noogie. If her clothes were not neat, nuclear noogie. If her footsteps were rough and boisterous, nuclear noogie. If her manner of speech was casual and crude, nuclear noogie. If she gobbled up her food instead of eating a meal, nuclear noogie. If she sat with her legs spread, nuclear noogie. It was so bad that it reminded her of a certain dictator who believed nuclear armament was some miracle that could solve national power, livelihood, economy, and even culture. It wasn't called a nuclear noogie without a reason. With just one bonk, her lips would shrink back into her mouth in spite of herself. Her eyes would heat up and she'd feel the pain of her skull cracking and scalp tearing. The only reason why Qing didn't run away sooner was thanks to Jin Jiangmiang. Uni, are you okay? I feel like I'm going to die. I might actually die if this continues. Oh no. What should we do, Uni? You have such terrible hair already, but if this continues. Jin Jiangmiang gently stroked Qing's head. Don't stroke me. My hair's gonna get messed up. Qing untied her hair and then gathered it back up again. It was already the 23rd time today. 2 binios. 4. Remember. It's hairpin. And 1 string. Her hand movements were incredibly natural, even without her consciously thinking of doing it. 5 months. This was the result of getting nuked for 5 months. Jin Jiangmiang sat down in front of her and presented her back. Do mine too. I can't be bothered. You do it. I can't be bothered either. Jin Jiangmiang then sprawled out on her back and pressed her head against Qing's stomach. Qing sighed and asked. Which number? Number 35. Out of all styles, it just had to be 35. Qing grabbed Jin Jiangmiang's hair. Hairstyle number 35 required her to braid the hair on each side and loop it around. It was truly tedious to manage. There wasn't a hairstyle that was more of a hassle than this one. On another note, in just 5 months, Jin Jiangmiang had transformed from a plain 10-year-old kid into a tiny female middle schooler Chan. Honestly, it was more akin to evolution than growth. Originally, those with rare innate true qi like purine blood were able to rapidly advance in their inner qi arts as long as their dantian was formed. Moreover, she had already consumed the effects of the Great Rejuvenation Pill in its entirety. As such, Jin Jiangmiang had already surpassed the late-stage first-rate realm in terms of her inner qi. As her body became healthier, she grew taller and gained weight. However, according to Murim, she had already missed the period for her growth spurt, so she wouldn't get any taller than now. It is almost past noon, right? We should go to afternoon training. Young. Qing then left her dwelling.